Hello everyone, welcome. Well, we started off with a bit of a rush today, and there's a reason why. Still got people crowding in. I'm 5 minutes late to my 15 minutes early start time. Today we may be getting some additional viewers, more than usual. We'll see what happens. 1 second. All right, good. You can't enter mic. Yeah, I figured, Revelon. So, welcome everyone. We did a little bit of a slow start today to the stream because I deliberately started early because a thing is happening supposedly very soon, which I need to have the YouTube event up for. Currently, YouTube is not showing me much detail. Okay, there it is. All right, well, we'll keep going for now. Let me start with some simple stuff. 1 second. Okay. Yeah, so I hate to pull you all away from talking to the spammer, and I was about the beggar, but I was going to talk to him. But there's something else happening I need to do this for. So let's get on with the stream stuff. Let's start with some light content. No stream. Great, thanks Discord. Let's fix that.
Well, hey.
Welcome. We started early today because a thing is about to happen. Supposedly. We'll see if it actually does. Stream should be fixed now. Yeah, well, we'll see.
Is about to happen, which has not happened in an age.
Something like that. I mean, me scheduling a stream earlier, that might be the first time that's ever happened. Like changing the scheduled time to an earlier time, that might be the first time I've ever done that. Uh-oh. Paladin incoming. Welcome. Welcome to King of Nowhere and YouTube chat. Is anyone else? The Aiden sent their regards. Welcome. Aiden did mention that she was going to send some of you here. I'll see what happens on YouTube when some more people start to come in. Has she been telling you to join via the chat, or is this some sort of redirect? Because I know YouTube lets you do that. For those of you who are new here, allow me to introduce what we're doing. This is a politics stream much like Aiden. I've been a guest on Aiden's stream before. Come and stay in, watch the stream, but if you can, join the Discord as well, because that's where most of my audience is. Post a stream link during her premiere. Yeah, that's great. I knew that she was doing the premiere. I knew that she was soon finishing, and she mentioned that she'd be willing to throw the viewers my way. So thank you to Aiden for that. We have loads of politics to talk about today. If you've just come off Aiden's stream and you were enjoying the discussions, there's lots more to do today. Malcatello says this is his favorite racism in brackets politics stream. Join the Discord. We have fun, says Nachos. Thank you, Nachos. Various denouncement of Vishnu being made in my Discord channel. So many years ago about UK police politicization, says Napoleon. Yeah, that rings a bell. All right, good. Well, hopefully you guys will stick around. Let's get on with Vishnu Zulu. How dare you join the Discord, says Jackie. So this is a picture of Zoran Mamdani and Trump smiling at him. Now, on the one hand, diplomacy. On the other hand, he's not really a great person to be diplomatic with. There's plenty of political figures that Trump has not been diplomatic with. So why this one? The question may be the same question as why the left are suddenly going to decide that they're not as hot on Mamdani as they had once thought they were. And given some of the things he's already done, it seems fairly likely that they thought they were voting for a brown socialist. They were, in fact, voting for a brown neolib, at best. And unfortunately, though I've been generally quite positive on Trump over time, recently there's been a few things that are bringing up my skepticism. I think a lot of people are feeling that way. We're going to be talking about them today, actually. And the fact that Mamdani is a establishment team player, or seems likely to be, I hate to say it, but maybe that's why Trump doesn't mind him. Because if he was a genuine ideologue socialist, which I don't know if he isn't for sure, but actually he might not be, then Trump probably wouldn't like him. But if he is sensible to the point of playing the game politically, then maybe that's why Trump does, which is a bit disappointing. Conflicting Images says this photo op with Mamdani is not good optics for Trump. I don't think so. I'm not sure who he's trying to please here, but it's not really pleasing anyone. I mean, it's like my tentative support for Farage is going to be dented if he does a photo op with Sadiq Khan, for example, where they're smiling at each other. But in terms of explanations for how they're getting on so well, the only other thing I can think of, besides from asserting bad news, is that it's New York. Trump likes New York, and it's also a massive economic center for the US. He doesn't want Mamdani to start off on day one trying to sabotage his presidency. Although a 5-minute pleasant meeting like this, more than that, but brief, pleasant meeting like this isn't going to shake it if Mamdani already wants to do that. So I don't know if this is going to work, but maybe he's just doing what he can. Did the same with Xi and Kim. That is true. But again, he has much more need of them. Now, then again, maybe he doesn't. I mean, this is kind of what he did with Kim Jong-un as well, isn't it? Maybe it is just about unity. But there are others he hasn't been so nice with. You know, perhaps what matters is strength if they have power, and Mamdani does run New York. So, yeah, perhaps we can go with that interpretation. JPEG says he placates until the first sign of hostility. Yeah, possibly. But Mamdani's spoken ill of him, though. I believe during the meeting, Trump even said, a reporter asked Mamdani what his opinion of Trump was. Mamdani started answering, and Trump said, "No, it's okay. You can say that I'm a fascist if you want." So he has already been hostile to Trump, but perhaps not while in power, if that matters. Either way, concerning. Next short story. For those who are new on YouTube, welcome. We always start off with some shorter news stories, some things that don't require a lot of commentary. So this is interesting. I didn't realize this had happened, actually. Soyjack says, can you believe they're finally bringing back Shrek? Aren't you so excited for the upcoming Shrek 5 hitting theaters in 2026? To which the average person says, that depends. Is the plot a typical father-daughter relationship / coming-of-age story where Shrek's daughter rebels against Shrek's overprotectiveness and ends up getting into trouble, so Shrek has to get back together with the gang one last time to rescue her, and in the process learns to let go and give her her own and let her live her own life? Shrek 5 delayed until 2027 after fans guessed the whole plot. Now, I don't know if this really happened, so I was going to look it up quickly. Shrek delayed fans guess plot, but I could believe it. It probably is that. Delay of Shrek 5 is rumoured to be because fans guessed the plot after seeing a trailer. Fans are speculating the movie will feature a predictable, overprotective dad storyline where Shrek struggles with his teenage daughter's desire for independence. This widespread fan theory suggests the studio may have delayed the film to rewrite the script and avoid a cliché plot. Rewriting the script, the script isn't one of the last things you do. The script is almost the first thing you do. So rewriting the script, you're going to need a lot more time. And I suppose 2 extra years is the amount of time that you'd need. Look, it's not going to be good anyway. At least if it's predictable, people will get something, a traditional storyline, a storyline that actually speaks to normal people. So I don't know if it's worth them doing this. Watch them fucking change it from something predictable and straightforward and just easy to watch to something that no one will enjoy. They'll find a way. So yeah. Not sure about that, but chances it'll be good are very low. They could be changing the art style quite a lot. I suppose you could argue that part of that is because... thank you, Wolf. Part of that is because... the Shrek is older, but I think the art style itself is different as well. Wolf, why have you done this? For anyone who's joining from Aiden's chat, I will be on a stream flirting with, or possibly just talking with, Aiden's mum in 4 days on Wednesday. Aiden, did you actually manage to find a button on your YouTube stream that said redirect, or did you just sort of spam the link in chat?
Yeah, no, I couldn't find, like, you can do it. I've done it before, but you have to set it up before the premiere, and it's a 2-hour-long premiere, so I couldn't change it once it had started. I did spam the link in the chat, though.
I appreciate it. Thank you. The numbers you promised me have not quite materialized, but that's okay.
What?
I appreciate it anyway.
Okay, well, next time, just before my premiere, instead of me thinking about it like 10 minutes before the video's over.
Well,
Okay,
Aiden,
sounds like my fault, to be fair, but anyway.
no, it's fine. I appreciate it. But if you would like to do a bit of cross promotion, I'd be quite happy to. Sounds like she's talking through the crystal ball, says a newcomer in YouTube chat. Yes, that's because she is in the audience. The way we do it in my Discord server is certain people, namely patrons, and if you select others, are allowed to talk. Though they're not guests, they're allowed to talk as if we're in a big theater and I'm on the stage and they're just in the audience. Now, I could bring people onto the stage.
Me on.
I can just bring her onto the stage. But who would want Aiden on today's stream? I mean, come on, chat, press 1. If the last thing you want on today's stream is Aiden Paladin. Nachos has been switcherooed. All right, a lot of chat are actually voting to bring Aiden on. So 2 is for if you do want her on, by the way, chat. All right. Aiden, let me know when you're ready and I'll drag you in. Aiden said, okay, but does that mean she acknowledges that she'll let me know when she's ready? Or does that mean that she's ready now? We will never know. Ready, Dingus, she says. Yeah, but she didn't say it, so I don't know if her mic is working. Natchez says, bring her on regardless. I would never just violently bring someone onto the stream without their consent, except the times that I did that.
Uh-huh.
Welcome, Aiden.
Yeah. Hello. How's it going? Look, again, I thought I could maybe update it, but then it was just all grayed out, so I couldn't. I guess that makes sense. I couldn't redirect besides putting it in the chat.
Can you believe Aiden deliberately sabotaged my stream?
Yes, I deliberately sabotaged it by redirecting my video premiere here.
She deliberately made me pull back the stream start time by 15 minutes and then didn't even throw me the viewers she said she would.
Look, even if I had redirected it, not all like 380 people who were there were going to click on it.
Yeah, that chat. You know, she'll promise me, chat. She promised me 400 viewers.
I said there were 400 people, or up to about 400 people watching the live stream or the premiere. But that's not a guarantee, you dingus.
Let me just read our DMs. From Aiden Paladin, I guarantee you 400
I did not
viewers.
say this. I did not fucking say this. I said there were 400 people in the premiere.
You said that you would dump 400 into my stream. That's not 400 in the premiere. That's I will give you 400.
Okay, well, I may have overpromised a little bit. I meant there were 400 people, up to 400 people in the premiere. So I was like, oh, I'll, you know, I thought I could, because what it does, if you have it set up right, it'll be so that when the video ends, it will just redirect and it'll be like next up and it will dump into the stream or whatever. But I couldn't change it, so that would have been dumping it into in that sense, like dumping the redirecting the people. Yeah. Can't escape.
Well, that's fine. Welcome, everyone. Can you believe Aiden made me start 15 minutes early? Just for a few viewers.
Sorry, you had to do some work.
Working is just against my ethic. Born Gamer says a woman oversold her abilities. Shocked Pikachu face.
True.
Daddy Bill says, I can't believe you didn't bring the 500 viewers. Without the 600 extra viewers, this stream is doomed. Don't forget the 600. Really? Right in front of my coin clippings. Malcatello, the cumulative amount of viewers that Aiden owes me may be a lot more than 400.
So what do I owe you exactly now, Juzaloo?
Scarillion Goyim.
Don't forget compound interest, Aiden.
Oh, of course.
Right. So, Shrek. which is a Vulcan
Yes.
name.
It doesn't. It does follow the rules of Vulcan naming conventions. Yes.
Well, there
I
you go.
can't deny this.
They should change the plot to be about Vulcans. That's a good point, Napoleon. Now you owe me your mum.
Wait, how does that work?
Well, I mean-
I've already set up the date.
Exactly, but you've got to help it to succeed.
How so? What you want me to? I said nothing about being your wingman.
Well, now you have to be. Datable asks, what's the mum to viewer conversion rate? We could call it 400. I'll be generous. Perhaps it should be
feel like
more
this
than
is-
that, but
I think so.
chat, press 1 if Aiden should be
I
made
think
to
my
be my
mother's happiness
wingman.
is worth more than 400 live stream viewers. Just a little bit.
Are you suggesting that your mother would be happy with me?
No. I would be selling her happiness in this case, right? You know.
Oh, I see. Oh,
destroying any
so
chance.
she's
of it.
happy now, you're saying, but she'd be sad with me. That's not what her DMs implied.
Oh my god.
I actually have something for this.
Mhm.
Wiki.oozaloo.net.
Oh, great.
Lolcows, all people. We go to where are you in? Oh, you're on the first page. Aiden Paladin. There's Aiden's page. Then Aiden's mother.
There's just pornography on the stream now.
Yeah, I mean this
Disgusting
DM list is kind of pornographic in how much your mum seems to like me. It's not quite what I was thinking about though, although it is now. Chat, do you think I'm in with a shot given these DMs?
She's
By the way,
joking. Very clearly joking.
Yeah. By the way,
Mhm.
Wolf, put the new album art that you made for the song on that page. I think if you don't have editing permissions on the wiki, make an account and I'll give you editing permissions. But I think you should have editing permissions. You've got to show her the Wes page, says Quattro. Yeah, Quattro made a Wes page. Let me go to actual lolcows, for that is what Wes is. And then and here's the the Wes page.
You've delineated these into different categories.
Yes. Well, you're in the femoids category as well. Maybe I shouldn't click on your page, though. Let's look at nachos for a second. Cheese stuffed crust pizza? Imagine that, but between a pair of legs.
Absolutely revolting. Who wrote that?
I don't know.
Gee,
also-
who wrote that?
Also, fun fact, easy
Was
and
it
cheesy.
you?
It's Nacho's tagline. Whoever added this section does not understand how to use the headers feature on the wiki. We should have
Dude,
to fix that.
I share the love of cheese. You've seen that picture of me with a box of Cheez-Its.
You and Nacho should get on quite well then.
Exactly. Woman Alliance.
Because she's
is
easy
strong.
and cheesy.
The Woman Alliance is strong, bruh.
Nachos is here, but she's not shouting at me, which is weird. It probably means that either Brickles is shouting at her, or she's seething too much. Anyway, Big Cheese 2 is in danger. Let's talk about news. Every Japanese anime account is American, he says. Every manga account is Indian, every Dem account is Canadian, and that was just 1 hour before they turned it off. So this is the story about how locations
Life
were
got
added.
flipped, turned upside down.
Sure.
Location got flipped, turned
Locations
upside down.
were
Actually.
added to Discord accounts, not Discord accounts, Twitter accounts. For I guess were they removed again afterwards? There was a go on.
Okay, so from my understanding, what happened was first it was released so that users could see their own, which was a bit dumb. But I guess, and I posted mine just because I was curious as to if it would say Guernsey, if it would say UK. Because I didn't know what it would do with that, to be honest. And so I posted mine because okay, cool, yeah, it recognized Guernsey, thankfully. But I think for about an hour then, they made it visible to other users. So it wasn't just you who could see it and then edit it if you were trying to, because I think there was an anticipation for a while that, oh, okay, you're just going to be able to see your own. Although I don't understand what the fuck the utility of that is. So then they turned it on for about an hour so that all users could see it, and then after about an hour it went dark. That's where I think we're at right now with this, and it's turned off again.
Well, see what I saw while it was on briefly. Well, if you should have permissions now, is the DHS account was based in Israel. Now, I saw a screenshot of this. I'm not sure if it was actually legit.
That's the other problem, is that there's so many fake screenshots going around right now.
See if I can find that actually.
Because that's the problem.
Yeah, here we go.
It take. I have no idea if that's real or not. It would be hilarious if it is, but I don't. It's probably not. And again, this is like one of the easiest things to edit in the universe. So that's why it was the whole idea of only you can see this. Made no sense, and obviously, I guess they intended to make it public, but it seems that they've got to do some scrubbing of certain accounts. Would be my guess. Got to make sure that certain things are cleaned up a little bit. Things maybe they weren't even expecting to have unusual locations.
I think there was one which sort of makes the point that it probably isn't just nefarious hiding of things we're not supposed to know, though it probably is that as well. But what was it? Callum from Sargon? He was Serbian.
Yeah. Because he was in Serbia, not.
And that one actually was real, but he said that he was real, in Serbia briefly at some point when he maybe when he made his account or when he signed in at some point.
No, he's been to Serbia to make videos.
Okay.
He does travel content, so yeah.
All right. Whatever algorithm they're using to determine where you come from, it's not going to be perfect. It's going to be subject to VPN, subject to holidays, subject to all kinds of things. So
maybe mine's right, but I mean certainly that's a real case. That's a trusted source. That's Callum, formerly of Lotus Eaters Britannica on YouTube. He does travel content and he's been to Serbia. I presume that's why, but I don't think he was in Serbia that recently. I don't remember where he was last.
Is that Big Cheese 2 in chat?
Where he was last.
Serbia posting.
Well, there's always like the most important Serbia post, which is just, remove kebab.
Yes, indeed. Nachos, what additions to your page are you saying that you like? The fact that you're easy and cheesy? All right. And then this is the actual Home Security page, and you can click on this little button you see here next to joined. For anyone that hasn't looked at it, there's a little button there. You click on that, and you can see more details. But as you can see, the location is gone. It was there. It did look like roughly like this. I don't know if the location was the same. Connected via Israel App Store sounds fake, but then it would be here, but they've removed it again. First time I looked at it, they'd already removed it, I guess. So I wondered, what is weird? Why isn't it there? But I guess they'd already removed it. So it's a feature that they rolled out, didn't realize it wasn't configured properly, and then rolled it back again. And whatever configured properly means in this case, we'll have to find out later, I suppose.
I think there may have been too many errors like there were with Callum's account. For example, just one that, again, I've met Callum. We know Callum, that he's not Serbian and he's not live in Serbia and is not posting from Serbia. So there was
probably
a clear
agrees
example.
With the main Serbian export, remove kebab.
Indeed, perhaps. But so there's a confirmed case. And I mean, I didn't know what it was going to say either. When they announced this, I had no idea what it would say on mine. Because, I expected it to be Guernsey, but I wasn't sure. So I think probably it caused a lot of chaos of people being like confused about their own accounts even and nervous about that. And maybe there were errors because of that, because it had been signed into at some point. Of course, the sign-up location is a bit different, but I think there is some legitimacy probably behind taking it down until it's fixed. But it also looks suspicious as hell and is very funny.
Indeed. I'd like to remind... damn, I forgot what I was going to say. It was brilliant as well. This guy says every based account is British. I can believe it. No one's disagreeing with me. I'll just accept that.
Sure thing.
I mean, Aiden, you're an Anglo-Boo. You'd agree, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, we'll see if your mum agrees too, shall we?
Oh my god.
All right, next thing, and the last thing from the meme section. Breaking: House votes to denounce socialism and formally oppose all implementation of socialism nationwide. That's my House MD.
Yeah, indeed. No, they did do this though.
Yes.
This isn't a meme. I mean,
it wasn't close either. Most Democrats did vote with it, but about, I think it was 90 voted against it, something like that. Which is actually a little better than I'd expect. But maybe what I'd expect, because most Democrats are neolibs. That it's not that they're too far left, though they are. It's that they're too corrupt. That's the main issue with them.
But also, you understand why there's no actual problem, even with the more extreme ones, in denouncing socialism, right? Because socialism is a stepping stone towards communism, and it's expected to lead. Well, no, this in that like far left ideology. It's like socialism is a transitionary phase.
But I'm just saying, do they think
socialism's not great? That's certainly a way. I mean, not that you should ever expect a politician not to lie, but again, if the end goal is communism and not socialism, as it is for people on the far left,
simply
then,
denouncing
there's nothing wrong with denouncing. So, and what does that mean? Even who
doesn't
cares?
do anything. Yeah. So, but still 98. So yeah, I'm not sure whether to say it's good or bad, but it probably isn't consequential. As a show, at least, it's a majority. I mean, I think what we could say is that if it was a majority that didn't go for this, we should be much more worried than, this is a roughly nominal result.
But it goes along with also the hypothesis that we're moving towards return to sensible centrism kind of stuff, and these far left lunatics are about to get reeled in. Like they're reeling in Hassan Piker, whatever I know you and I disagree on the, of course, way of framing it as being put away or not. But some of this left extremist stuff is definitely being put away. Why is it taken until this year for Antifa to be designated as a terrorist organization, for example? You know what I mean?
Well, it was the first year of Trump's current term. He could have done it last presidency, but I think it's plausible
9 years ago.
I think it's plausible that he either wasn't ready to do that, didn't know enough, it wasn't as visible a threat to him at the time, even though I think it was a bigger threat back then. So you could argue that it was a genuine, just this is when the first opportunity was essentially to do it. But I don't know. Trump's been acting up recently, making me mad sus.
Oh, what are you talking about, Mamdani?
We talked about Mamdani just before you joined. Being nice to Mamdani, as someone in chat, actually, I think from your stream mentioned, he was also nice to Xi and Putin and Kim Jong-un, partly, I think, because they have some amount of power, and Mamdani being in charge of New York to a large extent also has some power.
No, this is you are owned. This was an incredible power move and display here. Him being nice to this guy, it shows he's unthreatened. It's like in terms of the implicit messaging there. It's look at this guy. He's just I'm not concerned with him. Of course, I'll invite him to the White House. Yeah. Don't worry about calling me a fascist, Zoran. It's very much. It makes instantly. This takes all the wind out of the sails of Zoran's entire campaign.
Yep.
Trump is being friendly with him. They're not, at each other's throats. He's not screaming at him. This means Zoran doesn't represent the great opposition they thought he did or something, or some threat. He's nothing. I mean, in terms of political maneuvering, this is actually quite clever on Trump's part. It costs him most of his support by not being mean to him.
It's
They're
a good
flipping
hypothesis.
out right now about it.
I can't remember what it was, but a few days ago there was something that made Zoran Mamdani look very much like a neolib and not a socialist. I am concerned that while I think what you're saying is right, it actually makes Trump look very good, and we're kind of reversing positions here a bit, that Trump may just be being nice to him because he actually isn't a socialist ideologue and will just continue running New York roughly as it was before. But no, I like your idea, actually. I like your suggestion. So yes, that is all the short stories today. We'll move on to the main content now. And we'll get to our main story about Marjorie Taylor Greene soon. But there's also a fun one that we could look at. Let's see if I can find it, actually. Do this one first. 2 Texas men charged in plot to invade Haitian island for sex slaves. I'm waiting to hear a bass from Aiden. Gavin Rivers.
Why would I
Weissenberg.
say based?
Why wouldn't you? Come on, look at it. Look, could 2 well-trained, I'm not sure if these 2 are, white men conquer Haiti? Yes.
Or sex slaves?
I mean, is it better than what the people are currently suffering?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much worse things can get for Haitians, but no, this is not based.
Why not? Big
Because
Cheese
sex slavery is
says
not
race
based.
mixing is not based. Is that the
Yeah,
is that
that
the
either. There you go.
Well, fair enough. Wormholes is bestiality at that point.
Oh my god.
Look, listen. Okay. If you want to liberate Haiti, if the cost is that the top 0.1% of their women are the payment, would the rest of them rather be liberated? Probably. I'm only being half serious here, but like there is still that half. Would Haiti be better if they succeeded and funded the operation? Because you have to make it worth someone's while to do this. Funded the operation by selling off a tiny portion of the most beautiful women on the island.
I mean,
would that be worth it?
How many is that?
Well, just enough. Just enough to make it profitable. Doughty Will says, saving
Well,
backs for their own good.
I
I'm not
mean-
falling for that again. But in their own land, Doughty Will. I mean, even then, there's issues with it, but at least it's in their own land. Jadev says, the average IQ in Haiti is 67. Chat, post the meme of aren't women more attractive when they're somewhat retarded? The negress inherently
there's
cannot
a
be beautiful.
difference.
says Quadra.
There's a difference between being somewhat retarded and being clinically retarded, or at the level of. in terms of
67
average
is
IQ.
much worse than clinically retarded. 67
Yeah.
is practically fauna.
And that's the average. So, if true,
Mhm.
if true.
Well, look, Aiden loves democracy.
Yeah, I love the Republic.
So true.
Well, it's been photoshopped with Mein Kampf, a picture of Karl Marx, and then the democracy one. So look, it's all sides are represented. When really, what I truly love is Cheez-Its.
Chat, press 1 to rename nachos to Cheez-Its. Actually, /support nachos Cheez-Its. So, yes. Okay, let's keep reading though. Gavin Rivers Weissenberg 21 and Hannah Christopher Thomas 20. Alleged triple barreled names. I wonder how inbred they are. Allegedly planned to invade Gonave Island, murder all male residents, and enslave women and children.
Yeah, not based. What the fuck, dude?
I mean,
Disgusting. What are
again,
you
I'd like to
talking
make
about?
it clear that I'm at best half and half here. Obviously, it's mean.
I mean,
I have it's a little rude. However, consider the following.
It's a little rude
It's a little
to
rude.
kill the men and
To slaughter all the men,
enslave
yeah.
the women and children.
Yeah, it's a little rude. Little uncouth. But consider the following.
Real
There are-
empire mentality, my dude.
They'll love it. There are 3 solutions to the large population of people on Earth who will not civilization. Solution 1, babysit, which is what we've been doing. Not good. Not as mean, rude, but not good for the world. 2, upgrade. This is much more difficult and not likely to work, likely to be grossly unprofitable, but would allow them to participate in civilization without, the need for genocide or babysitting. If successful. Much more expensive though. Option 3, delete. None of these options are good. They're all terrible. They're all really, really bad.
But
However-
sex slavery is pretty fucking bad, dude. What are you talking
I mean,
about?
I'll argue that's upgrade. But however,
Oh my god.
the Are you worried that your audience is going to hear me being associated with these ideas and then you get banned? Chat, don't tell her this, but she says nigger in private.
No, don't tell me this. What? Lies and slander. I've never. Such a word has never escaped my lips ever.
But, right? What if Haiti is the test case for option 3? Delete.
No, dude. Just
clear the island of the people that are making it, well, about half of the island, of the people that are making it
just have nothing to do with it.
What? Just the rest of the country? It's 2 people! They could do it on their own! It doesn't. We're not talking about dedicating the entire US Army to this. I mean, they could do it in fucking 10 minutes. We're talking about 2 fucking people. UFC,
I'm
why
just
have
saying
you...
it's not based.
Why have you done that? Yes, it is. I mean, it could be. It's testing the delete hypothesis. Would Haiti be better served? Would the world be better served by Haiti just being full of brown 67 IQers, or it being a colony of an Anglo-spherical nation?
I mean, clearly you'd be better off. I mean, I think they'd be French, right?
No.
Francosphere.
No. Do these 2 gentlemen look French to you?
No, but Haiti was a francophone colony.
Yeah, but there'll be no one left.
Okay. So
I mean, that's the premise.
by Mr. Weisenberg, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, that's a German originally name.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he is. I mean, he's American. He's Texan. So I think
this is a bizarre conversation in question, my dude.
But I'm not wrong. I'm surprised that you're. I mean, the thing is, Aiden, you have a much more cynical view on politics, but you're also much less willing to be mean. So maybe this is a male-female thing. Maybe as a male, I have the knowledge that sometimes you need to do things that are mean because it's better for everyone.
I guess.
So Haiti's population is apparently 11.9 million. So each one of these men would kill more individually than Hitler was credited with in the Holocaust.
Fuck, dude. This is fucked up.
Or actually a little bit less, but almost as much. Nacho says, and more fun. See, Nachos has enough testosterone to understand that this is the right, maybe, choice. Toast says there's option 4 contain. No, I would consider that part of option 1 babysit. You could make them a reservation, or you could get involved with them, try and help them, survive, which just multiplies the starvation. Or you can just completely leave them alone. Those are 2 options within babysit, but it's the same idea. You wouldn't treat your own people like that. You're still treating them like babies by putting them in or lesser beings by putting them in a reservation. You could split that out into 2 main options, but I think they're really part of the same one. But making all of Africa a reservation would be a colossal waste of resources. Wolf Adeus suggests that Eden and I would be together. I would never want to be with a filthy betrayer to the American continent. She is an Anglophile. That is disgusting to me, Jeff. Right, Eden?
I loathe you.
0 days since French. Yep. Yeah. True. Where was I? Oh yeah, Conquest of Haiti. Chat, press 1 to conquer Haiti.
I don't want Haiti. Just
there's nothing wrong with the land. Or at least there won't be once you fix it.
Can't help yourself, can you?
You love it. Someone says we could just declare the Haitian half.
No, it's genetic.
The Haitian half or Hispaniola and Africa to just be hunting reserves for a very specific type of game. True. And that might be a better use of it than what we're doing now. Sick Puppy says, why not slash and burn the entire island? You clear it of all Haitians and leftover dirt will be enriched after the burning and very viable for agriculture. I mean, Aiden, what's your argument against that?
There's innocent people there that
I mean,
you're suggesting clearing out, essentially.
I mean, innocent maybe, but
Women and children.
useful to the world?
I didn't say anything about that.
Would
But
they
children,
notice?
come on.
Would they notice if you airdropped them in to a different country, but in Africa? Would their
Well,
lives
considering
meaningfully change?
Probably.
Probably not. They have 67
Maybe
IQ.
maybe it was a French-speaking country.
Yeah, you could do that if you want to.
I mean, there are some French-speaking.
Just send them to a
countries.
country that don't speak the language. It'll be funny.
Yeah, and you're assuming the Africans would accept them. They just kill them.
I don't fucking care. Africans will accept them because the
God.
people dropping them there have bigger guns.
Okay.
That's a good point, as Mavis says. If you clear the island of all fauna, the unemployment rate will drop to 0.
Yeah, you can that picture there of the border
Yeah.
between Haiti and the Dominican Republic.
Look, I just think Haiti is an excellent environment to test whether this problem can be solved.
Okay.
I don't know
This
why.
is such a bizarre
this
hypothetical.
is a science experiment, Aiden. I thought you'd like it.
It's a science experiment involving killing how many millions of people did you say live there?
Only 12.
12 million people.
Just under, yeah.
No, thank you.
Remove
It's an
dirt
insane
cookie.
hypothetical.
Yeah, think of how many more dirt cookies will be there after they've been removed.
None.
Malcatillo
Because there won't
suggests
be anyone to make the dirt cookies.
Malcatillo suggests a 100-meter tall rolling molten steel
Cylinder.
barrier that just crushes the
Something.
entire surface and cooks everything to a crisp to deal with the
Don't
Haiti
you-
problem.
Wasn't your reason behind this is that the land is useful? So that just carpet bomb it to a. I mean, I don't know what kind of natural resources Haiti has. Let's ask.
Well, if everyone there is converted to assist the growth of
What
wildlife,
carbon?
sure.
Bauxite, copper, gold, large deposits of calcium carbonate, and marble.
Mine. All mine.
Let's see. Energy
I
imports.
have- I have a
lacks
rightful
significant
claim on it.
hydrocarbon resources.
I have a rightful claim on it because I'm British.
I mean, yeah. Well, okay. I think the French though have the stronger claim on it, don't they?
No, because they're French.
But yeah, bauxite, aluminum,
Yep. Aluminium.
then copper, gold, and silver. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, look, I still see that one the American way, right? Sometimes I don't, though.
Look, you have flaws, Aiden. 2 of those flaws are, 1, you say aluminium wrong, and 2, you're not willing to genocide Haiti. Those are 2 among your several flaws, but I still accept you anyway. Also, you
thank
can't play Outer Wilds.
Jeez. Yeah, I can't. As we try it again to this morning.
We tried to play Outer Wilds in Cabal. Aiden couldn't really gel with it. The whole idea of like just explore, go out there and learn and discover things. She couldn't really gel with it. And we thought maybe it was because there was an audience. So we tried it with just me and her in DMs. It was no different. It's just not,
Sorry.
doesn't fit into the way you
It's
think,
just
does
not-
it, Aiden?
No, I don't know. If I was alone, I think it might be better. I think had any observer probably. No, I'm serious. It might be easier for me because then
Maybe.
I'm less nervous about fucking up or something or doing
Mhm.
something retarded. So if I do ever play it, I'd have to play it completely alone,
Mhm.
unobserved.
Well, I'd be happy for you to either do that or just watch a Let's Play of it. Because,
I think I'll
I-
just do that.
yeah, I'm not sure. I think the reason I tell people to play it rather than watching it is because playing it gives you a better experience. But if you don't enjoy the playing it experience, I still
Say
want you
you,
to experience
who's
it through
never played
watching
it?
it. Yes,
Who's-
I haven't, because the whole premise of the game is that if you know the story, then there's no point playing it. You can just finish it in 15 minutes. And unfortunately, I watched a Let's Play before I knew it was worth playing. Big Cheese has got a good idea. If Aiden can beat the world record in Outer Wilds, then I won't make you a brother.
I hate you so much. It's unreal.
Hey, it wasn't my idea. Genociding Haiti, you can credit me with that one, but the brother idea, I mean, that was kind of based on my idea, wasn't it?
That was.
Yeah, that's true.
I guess I have to get good scrub. Indeed.
You do have to get good at Outer Wilds, yeah. But yeah, I kind of just want you to see that it's great. Like, you have an interest in video games. I would say that if you were to study video games, if I were to set up some sort of like course to study all the video games, all of video game design theory, Outer Wilds would be a significant part of that course because it's so unique and such a good example of how to design a game.
Yeah, I mean, my master's degree, my area of emphasis was game studies, and then so was my PhD, emphasis game studies. But I don't know. So yes, I'm very passionate about games, but not
Women always
just,
playing
I don't
games.
know. Some people did something. Some people don't gel with certain types of games. The games that I mostly play are I like to play Microsoft Excel and IBM SPSS statistics. Another variation thereof.
It was hilarious because there was no number there. There was no numbers for her to crunch in the game. There was no
I didn't like it.
fucking quest marker for her to follow. No objective popping up on the screen. Although there were things popping up on the screen she didn't fucking read. It was kind of funny to watch because she was just like, what do I do? Tell me what to do. And I'd say explore, find stuff, learn things. But that's not, what do I do? Where do I go? Tell me what to do. It's just not the kind of game you enjoy. If you've got a city builder, then you can assess what to do based on numbers, right? That's what you like. And if you've got a puzzle game, you can assess what to do based on what you've been ordered to do by the game, by its design.
Yeah.
I prefer a game where the developer isn't breathing down my neck, but you want him slathering all over it, don't you?
No, I just want number.
Women yearn.
Why is it surprising?
I bet Nachos could play it.
Probably. I don't think there's a problem with it inherently, although I find it a bit ironic that you've got this like this stance when you've not played it either, and so you don't actually know if you also would find the controls difficult.
Yes, the controls I concede I can't really give you a good impression of because I haven't played it. Everything else I think I can understand, not having played it but having watched like 20 plus playthroughs of it. If I got the game, I'd be paying for a game, which granted it's worth the money, but I'd be paying for a game which I wouldn't get anywhere near the intended enjoyment out of because I already know where everything is. And so there's nothing to learn for me. It would just be a sandbox that I've already explored, but not personally, but effectively. So it would be kind of worthless, but I might do it anyway, just so you can stop accusing me of that.
Yeah, now you have to.
Maybe I will. Maybe I will.
Do it.
Well, I don't own the game currently. Nachos says that she could play it. I'm not going to pirate an indie game. Big Cheese, I'm not going to pirate probably the best indie game ever made, or one of the best indie games ever made.
You want me to buy it for you and also get you a monster delivered, huh? Like,
the monster delivery was a joke, and I hereby joke about you buying me Outer Wilds as well. Buy me the game that you hated the most out of any you've played in the last few years.
I just can't believe you've not played it. I mean, again, it makes it very funny.
But you understand why. You understand the premise of the game.
Yes, I get it.
Yeah, you genocide Haiti.
Right. Wait, what?
Clip it and ship it, lads. Genocide Haiti, right.
Autist who has never played his favorite game excited to play it for the first time.
I mean, it sounds absurd, but it does also make sense if you understand what the game is. In terms of like, the only thing I could get from playing it is if the movement system and just the actual act of moving around the solar system is fun, which I expect it is, but most of the fun in that game is exploration and discovery and learning things and piecing the puzzle together, which I don't need to do because I've already seen it played.
Okay, how about this then? though, since I at least tried, you should try Fallout New Vegas.
I will at some point.
Yeah, it's the best political game ever.
I haven't really been spoiled.
It's actually
on
a
that
good
yet, so-
game. It's actually a good game and has a really good, ethical political questions in it, I think.
Ethical questions like, how much of Haiti's population do we reduce to compost, and how much do we leave as slaves?
This coming on the heels of the video I just put out about how leftists are insane and make like these ridiculous utilitarian moral choices that are reprehensible for the good of the many type stuff, and about how that's related, by the way, to primary psychopathy quite strongly.
These two are scientists.
Ousting
They
yourself
wanted
as
to perform a sensible experiment.
Well, no, but you're also you're supporting them. That sounds like a sign of primary psychopathy to me.
Nah, it would be psychopathy if the people there didn't have an
and-
IQ of 67.
And you know what else was related to primary psychopathy, indirectly, albeit, is identification with all humanity. And you identify with all of humanity over aliens and stuff, right?
Specifically and only over aliens.
You're a human supremacist. Oh, then we got 2 markers for primary psychopathy. Uh-oh.
Oh no, I would side with a human over an invading alien. I must be a psychopath. You fucking got me there, Aiden.
I'm fucking around, obviously.
Yeah, well, I'm not. Genocide hate. I mean, wait, what? No, but I like the thing is, I'm not actually advocating for it, but I'm also well aware that if it were done, nasty and horrible and destructive though it would be, and again, I'm not recommending it, but overall, in the long term, if you did this and then developed the land, the world would be a better place. I'm not sure it's worth the hump you have to get over to get there, but probably we could all agree that it would be a better place if you were to do it. Aiden is not brave enough to agree, but I know she does deep down.
Sure thing.
Federal prosecutors say the pair spent nearly a year preparing between August 2024 and July. So they started preparing about the same time everyone was saying, hey, someone should do this. Someone should fucking, maybe a bit after, but hey, someone should invade. Someone should conquer this island. 2 white boys could do it. And here they are. And by the way, for a population of 12 million, military, which is like a lot of the population are probably armed and violent because they have to enforce a basically warlord rule. So it would be like several thousand, or maybe tens of thousands of soldiers and essentially soldiers, but basically guerrilla warfare. It wouldn't be organized. So it would be difficult. I don't think 2 people could do it. You wouldn't need that many. You probably would need maybe a few hundred well-trained soldiers from a developed Western country with good equipment and logistics. But you wouldn't need tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. You wouldn't need an equal number of soldiers. I don't estimate you would need a lot less than that. But 2 would be a long fucking campaign. They'd have to, they'd be on a no-hit run, basically. It wouldn't be easy. Someone says, I propose a compromise. Aiden can keep black women if she's willing to fix and feed her new pets. You can dye their hair white. I mean, they're your slaves. You can do whatever you want with them.
I don't know what gonna. I don't want slaves. I don't just free them and send them to Africa or back to Haiti. I don't know. Just leave them there. I don't want anything to do with these people. What the fuck?
There's already enough of them there.
No, I didn't say here. Let's leave them in Haiti. If you gave them to me, I'd just free them and be like, all right, just stay there. Don't bother anybody.
Why would you free them? Is it because you can't handle the responsibility of looking after someone else? Is it because you can't handle giving someone else instructions? Is it because you can't handle taking charge of your own destiny like in Outer Wilds where you couldn't do that?
Because the concept of owning another human being is reprehensible.
Aiden, is it a human being if it has an IQ of 67?
Oh my god.
Or is it just a sort of a human not being really at all, or a human only being, not really doing anything, not really
that is a
living.
Human with regardless of their IQ, with emotions, with the ability to speak, with feelings, with memories, I mean, it may not be identical to the most high IQ person, but my care and concern for someone is not based on their intelligence inherent. They have value as a human being.
There might be some situations where that's not true, but Aiden, I'm afraid to say, I think Nachos, perhaps you'd agree with me. Aiden's vicious empathy is claiming her logic away from her. And it's really painful to see.
I'm talking about me personally, though. I'm not saying about anybody else. I'm just saying that's how I am. I couldn't fathom such a thing.
You're okay with me owning Haitian slaves?
Look, I was nothing I could do to stop it, I guess, in this scenario. What, in this hypothetical scenario? We're getting so hypothetical. This is becoming a bit of a tiny Hitler debate. It's getting a bit silly.
But are you okay with me owning a Haitian slave?
I mean, what am I going to do to stop it, I guess?
Aiden comes out in support of slavery, ladies and gentlemen.
There you go.
I'm being asked to check commons. There was a newcomer in Cabal today who made a request, shall we say. He posted it again. Is he fucking retarded? All right, so brief explanation. A new guy came into Cabal saying that he needed like monetary help for his mum, but not giving any details as to what, like medical bills. But that's it. That's all he said. He gave a bunch of Bitcoin
like a scam.
links.
Yeah.
It sounds very much like a scam. And the grammar was bad as well. He posted it in multiple channels at the same time. And I told him in comments, I don't mind if you post this once, but don't post it again or it'll be spam. And he's now posted it again in comments. He also posted it in Cesspool, which I don't really care about. And then he also posted it in Conquest, and that's not really suitable for Conquest, so I removed him from there. Yeah, he shouldn't be spamming, or he did wait a while to post it again, but still, it's so irrelevant that I would basically consider that spam.
I would say this, before you ban him, give him a chance to confess what his main account is, to repent for his behavior.
It's you, isn't it, Ted?
It's not me. You can ban right now, I'm fine.
He says, which channel can I join the VC? All right, chat, press 1. Excuse me. Press 1 if we should bring him on and challenge him to explain himself. A lot of you saying
obviously.
Yes. All right, hold on. We'll get back to the genocide in a minute.
Well, you know, you can put that off for a little while.
The Aiden-led
genocide.
The Aiden-led genocide, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Tell him to join a voice chat and you'll give him money.
That's what I'm... Okay, that's not quite what I'm going to say. Join that with a mic. BritTwit has contributed and says, for the Haitian Population Reduction Fund, Cabal reveals. You may have spelled that wrong.
No, it's Reveal, obviously.
I'll reveal Haiti. I think, did he just join? Someone did. No, I don't think it was him. All right, chat. Ping me if you see him join, all right? Keep an eye on it. If you see him join, yeah, Nacho says his mic is fucked. Well, I don't care. Then he's not going to be coming on, is he? Ask the Nigerian his thoughts on genociding Haiti. So I said earlier, anyone making a plea that retarded is either Indian or African. He had already denounced Vishnu, so I recommended a line of a statement he'd have to say, which may prove that he's not African either. Now, for the sake of Aiden's reputation, I will not repeat on air what that was.
Okay.
But most Africans would be remiss from doing so. That's good. Wolf says this is a good idea for Aiden on the Aiden's mom stream.
In my executive desk to observe that the transaction's been completed.
Yeah, I mean, Aiden, I'm not as much as I enjoy the comedy. I'm not planning on actually having sex with your mother during the stream.
Are you sure? Okay.
You sound
really
disappointed.
Let the chat you're really gonna let chat down.
You honestly sound disappointed. That's surprising.
Well, so I was given $500 for it, so I don't want to disappoint.
I'm being pushed by Aiden into having sex with her mother live on stream. Chat, press 1 if that's what you heard as well. Press 1 if that's what you heard as well. Wolf says if you don't impregnate her live on stream, I'm dropping my patron tier. Well, shit, now I have to.
You need to transition into your OnlyFans account now. That's the way forward for you. For that G audience.
Aiden, don't you think I could run an OnlyFans successfully?
Good luck.
So, Aiden,
I'll note that she did not say no.
I said good luck.
Well, I won't need good luck. I'll have your support. Nacho says, "Oh God, don't make me picture that." What? Nacho's, what? You don't mind picturing me impregnating Aiden's mother on stream, but the notion of me having an OnlyFans, that's not a problem. That's not a problem at all. No, that is the problem. Rather,
this is what? Why?
Step Zulu. Wolf says we can force him to do it, folks. We have the market on our side.
You having sex with a 65-year-old woman on YouTube, but getting an OnlyFans account is a step way too far.
Yeah, Nachos is fine as long as there is a woman involved, even if she's 65. It's really just if it's only me that she finds unappealing. Nachos doesn't want to see me naked. I know you have to maintain appearances because Brickles might be listening. So I understand. Help my mum says, "Hey, I'm here." Aiden, do you think he looks legit to you?
Huh?
He's not. He hasn't joined the fucking voice. Yeah.
I don't know
Get
who
a
it
mic
is.
and join the voice. Well, it's the guy called Help My Mum. You see the account?
Yeah.
He joined with that name yesterday, and I wondered what it meant. All right, he's there.
Drag him in.
Shut up, Ted. Discord is not working. There we go. Welcome, Help My Mum to the stream.
Hello.
We can't hear you, by the way. We Chat, press 1 if this man is so hard up trying to help his mum that he's had to sell his microphone in order to pay for medicine.
Be able to talk.
Help my mum. Say something. Do we call him Help? Please explain.
Or mum.
Well, no, that's take it, Aiden, given what's on screen. Mr. Help. Yeah, I don't think his mic's working, lads.
Well,
call him Aiden's mum for short. Hello, Aiden's mum.
We would be better able to help if we were able to hear the story, of course.
Yes. Well, the thing is, no matter where he's posted about this, he hasn't actually explained what the situation is. He's just said his mum needs help.
I mean, if you want to solicit a chair, you have to say something at least. We need to prove that you're
The thing
not
is,
just
I even explained this to him, and he said he understood, and then didn't do anything about it. Like, you want money from random people online, you have to at least make them trust that the money is going towards what they think it's going towards. Then you have to persuade them that it's a worthy cause, that, you know, it's worth them wanting it to go there. It's 2 different steps, neither of which he did. And I told him that, and he said he understood, and then didn't do them. Maybe this is he said malaria.
It's because he is the worst Nigerian prince.
Why did you say that?
That's the closest thing to voice that we've heard so far.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, barely, just about. Where are you from?
From Nigeria.
From Nigeria.
Turn him up,
So
please.
there's no turning him up, Ted. Shut up, Ted. So he's from Nigeria. So do you realize that Nigeria is the country most well known stereotypically for originating scams? Are you a prince by any chance? Well, he's not answering, so I assume his princely duties have consumed it. It's the Queen of Nigeria, chat. Chat, press 1 to rescue
wow.
the Queen of Nigeria.
I don't think my bank account can handle that easily.
Yeah, the thing is, he wasn't just asking for, a few dollars of medicine. He's asking for millions.
No. Why would you say that? No. Now,
How much?
why would you say that?
What illness does your mother have? That's a great answer. Lithium Logica in chat says melanin. Melanin is the illness, apparently.
It's an excess.
Oh,
That's how we say it. Yeah.
nope, didn't catch that.
That's how we say it. Yeah. Malaria. That's how it sounds. Malaria.
Malaria? Well, I mean, that's at least a sensible answer. I don't know what the treatment is for malaria.
No, isn't it hydroxychloroquine?
That'd be interesting, wouldn't it?
I think it is. Is it an anti-malarial?
Because
Sorry, we can still barely hear you. Once again, I'd like to ask how old, sorry, Nachos in chat is asking, how old are you? I think he said 17. Well, that makes the plea pretty clear. Jada says obvious scammer is obvious.
It's not hydroxychloroquine. What is it then? There was another one that they used. Was that is it ivermectin then? That one of those was.
I've done everything.
No.
What else do you want me to do? How do you want me to do?
We can't tell what you're saying. There's something wrong with your mic. I think it's better if you type in text to communicate with us, rather than speaking in voice, because we can't tell what you're saying. So I'm going to put you back in the audience room, and you can continue typing in live chat. But please don't post that big spam link again, except in cesspool where spam is allowed. Return to Haiti.
I'm a little suspicious that he is asking for
No.
bitcoins.
I just told you not to post that. Chat, if you want to find that link, you can find it in cesspool. I just told you not to post that.
Hydroxychloroquine, by the way. Hydroxychloroquine is a synthetic version of quinine, which is an anti-malarial. Yeah.
Darla says the median financial cost of treating an episode of uncomplicated malaria is $5.84. How often? In a Nigerian public healthcare facility, the average provider cost for treating one episode of uncomplicated malaria, including anti-malarial drugs, was about $31. When co-medication costs were included, the cost of treating severe malaria is significantly higher. The use of... I guess the price is for totally treating it. The use of artemisinin combination therapy, the recommended treatment for effective malaria control, costs approximately $2.40 per course wholesale, though this can be marked up to 5 times that amount in African pharmacies.
It needs about $5 or something, maybe 30.
Well, chat, it's up to you. It's up to you if you feel that you trust this African with that much money.
$30
Yeah.
To get his mum some hydroxychloroquine.
Malcatilla says, how about we send him 1 Bitcoin? That might be a bit much. The thing is, you can't cure it. You can only solve the symptoms. Yeah, well, that's what he's asking for, apparently. I'm curious, we'll never get an answer to this, but how did you find Cabal? Has he been in your server, Aiden?
It is a good question. How did he end up here?
The account's also only 1 day old.
Yeah. Did you see him in your server at all, Aiden? I mean, not that you'd look.
No. Okay, true, but I haven't from having not looked.
Let's have a look. See if we can find mutual servers. Nope, he's just in Cabal that I'm in. He maybe in others. Yeah, just contact Jeffrey Epstein. He'll pay for it. Tons of charities that deal with this sort of stuff, says Wormhole. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what the circumstances are there. A lot of that charity money goes to warlords anyway. Nachos is suggesting he whore himself. Oh, okay. Okay, I see how it is, Nachos. You're quite willing to think of some random Nigerian boy on OnlyFans naked. No, but me.
A minor, no less.
But me, a minor, but me.
Wow.
Suddenly it's a problem. Suddenly it's not okay. Fucking Nacho. You found it on X. Well, that doesn't. Okay, thank you. That helps. But how did you like through who? Because X didn't fucking promote it themselves. Did you get it through Aiden? If so, how did you find Aiden?
Yeah.
Someone that says you really want that African bussy, Nachos. Nacho says she doesn't want to see it. Chat, fucking react X on that. Elon lurks in Cabal. I mean, maybe.
He probably does.
I mean, he'd be wise to.
You think he'd make more money, though.
You would, wouldn't you? Elon, look, I don't mind if you want to reveal yourself and then send me a few million. What's that to you? He gets a lot of American tweets on his X. Well, I guess one of them must have linked to you and then he saw you linking to me. What the fuck, Wolf? Aiden, could you read out that message from Wolf, please?
It says, "Good day, friends and family. I hope this message finds you well. I am reaching out today because my mom needs urgent corrective rape. And I would be deeply grateful for any support you can provide, even if it's only one wizard sperm, please. Here's my address, milfhunt.com, youtube.com/Aiden Paladin. God bless you and your family, heart, praying emoji."
Why did you read that out?
Because I didn't read it at first. I just...
I know, but why didn't you stop?
Well, once I got that far in, it was sunk cost fallacy, right?
Well, chat, that was recorded.
I hate you. Oh, we're not making fun of his mom, right, guys? It's not good.
Oh, we're talking about you right now.
No, we're making fun of your mum.
No, I know, but hope my mom is worried that you're making fun of his and not mine.
No, we're only making fun of Aiden's mum.
Yeah.
You don't know this, Mr. Help, but your timing is interesting because in 4 days I'm going to be on a stream with Aiden's mum here, and I'm going to be flirting aggressively with. I mean, having a nice chat with her. And to give you some context, Mr. Help, if we go Femoids, and then Aiden Paladin, and then skip off that page very quickly, and then there you go. Chat equals he was a trunk. There you go. There's the messages. Aiden's mum believes I have it going on. It's like Anchorman. She'll get anything you put in front of her. That's true.
It's getting deep in the Aiden's mom in 4 days.
I heard Ada's mom has it going on.
She sure does, and you can find out more about how much she has it going on the Cabal Wiki, which you can find this link. Yeah. Sorry for the initial fuck up there. What else do you want me to prove, he asks.
Realistically, Help, you're going to have to fix your mic and actually have a conversation to convince people that you're actually a charitable case and not a scammer.
Yeah. I'm afraid to say that I missed what I said earlier. You don't just need to tell people what the problem is and expect them to just throw money at you. The reason the West is wealthy is because people are careful with their money and spend it smartly. It's not just we don't just have overflowing pockets of wealth. In fact, many people are struggling. And there's a lot of scammers out there. Personally, if I had to say yes or no, I'd say you aren't a scammer. But you need to not just convince people that you're genuine, You also need to convince them that your case is worthy of their money, which they otherwise need to pay for things. Our government is the cause, he says. Many such cases. Many such cases. But our governments aren't too great either. But yeah.
Fix your mic and have a proper conversation with people and, pitch your case.
Yeah. Like ultimately, yeah, the mic issue is not because of Android. I assume that you've got a very much second or third hand phone that has a broken microphone before it even got to you because you're African. So there's probably not much you can do about it. But you would need to get some way of, like, getting a mic and talking to us is one way that you could do this. Or you could do the thing that I literally recommended to you as a reply to the first message that you posted asking for money, which was to go to one of the websites that is literally for this, one of the fundraising websites, like
GoFundMe, GiveSend,
GoFundMe, GiveSend, Those are the two I recommended, actually. I'm not sure if either of them still exist, but I suppose they do. Use one of those. Not Bitcoin links. That looks really suspicious. Especially when the Bitcoins you're asking for aren't even Bitcoin. It's like a bunch of shit coins I've never heard of. It looks extremely suspicious.
Yeah. Obviously. But
it doesn't
damn,
work.
I wish he'd have said something, had been able to, because that would have been interesting, at least.
Yeah.
If we'd been able to hear him out,
Aiden, can you confirm that this is what your mum looks like?
Yep. That's it.
Well,
Where'd you get that picture of her from?
I'm I think I'm doing quite well here, chat. I like the fact that she's got a lab coat as well.
Well, my mother's not a scientist, though. She's an early childhood educator.
Yeah, close enough. What chances do you think there are that she is listening to these streams?
It's non-zero. Does it change the calculus at all and the things you're saying?
Well, how disappointed do you think she'll be to learn that you shared these DMs with the public?
Oh, I'm sure she thinks it's funny.
So with 4 zeros funny?
Because it's a joke.
The other day, Aiden said something in DMs where she used the word "so" and she extended it with 4 zeros, and I pointed that out. She
yeah.
is nervous.
that was a bit. It's like, well, only because rude.
Nacho says, "Hi, Aiden's mum. We love you."
Taking it too far.
Nachos, you can't. You can't unless Aiden's mum is a big fan of cheese. You can't have that.
Our mom.
Easy and cheesy. Can someone fix the formatting? This was fucking Jackie, wasn't it? Jackie, I'm going to fucking ban you for failing with this formatting. Fix it. Fix it. Fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it. To quote Fry. Nachos is asking if your mum likes cheese. Nachos appears to have embraced this meme at this point. I mean, what chance is there?
So, help my mom. Assuming you're actually genuine and you're running out of data, I don't think you're pursuing a productive lead here in Cabal, since you're not meeting the bare minimum requirements to actually convince people to give you charity, and you would be better off using your data somewhere else. Assuming that you're actually genuine.
Wormhole in chat has just linked you to a website that apparently works for fundraising in Nigeria. So try that.
Yeah, you can always download more data, though. Yeah.
I have always had trouble doing that. It always costs an exorbitant amount to get additional data.
What when you
if you're
just download
past
it.
your contract?
No, go to like Pirate Bay or something. Download more data.
Okay, never mind. Thank you, Aiden. That's very helpful.
Yeah.
It's fucking Aiden. Oh, I have too much empathy for you to genocide the fucking Haitians. But also, Aiden, let's make fun of this guy because his mum's dying. Thanks, Aiden. Thanks, Aiden. Would have thought you'd have a bit more sympathy for mothers given
try to offer some solutions to the data issue. Data are. They just are, you know?
Data are a decent TNG character, yeah.
Look, yeah, you wouldn't download hydroxychloroquine.
He says, nothing like fundraising in Nigeria, people are breeding. What did he mean by this?
What did he mean by this?
Well, Mr. Help, I'm not sure why
Data-
Cabal was the place you chose to pursue for this, but if it turns out that your cause is genuine, then I'm sorry that we couldn't communicate sufficiently for you to extract cash. But I wish you the best of luck in finding a solution. This was not the correct approach, though. Try and find a charity or crowdfunding service for your country, or go and talk to people who are more likely to be, willing to just give charity on the say-so. Because not everyone in the West is rich enough to just throw money at people randomly.
Dalla, you should know for a fact leftists don't actually give a charity. They just virtue signal about importance.
No,
They don't.
It was in my video, yeah. They do not give to charity.
Going to a right-wing place does kind of make sense.
It actually is a better place to go to in terms of if you're actually trying to...
Yeah, but unfortunately, because of the state of the world, you have to convince people with more effort. They have to trust you. And what you've done by coming to a right-wing place, while a right-wing is a bit more charitable, they're also these days more skeptical than left-wingers. So you're kind of screwed either way. You've got to pick your poison. And if you're going to come to a right-wing place where there's a baseline, better chance of them giving you charity, there's a higher barrier to entry for you convincing them to trust you. So that's what you've got to do if you want to go somewhere like this. Also, Big Cheese says we are broke as shit.
One thing as well I find amusing, so Cabal is very well known for being very racist, and we're actually trying to hear him out.
Really?
If he was able to actually get on the mic to work and actually convince people, he may have gotten $5 from Cabal, maybe even 10. If he's actually got on the mic and talked and pleaded his case and made it convincing, there's a very good chance of
Usually was talking about genociding all of Haiti right before this
He's
part
not
of the
from
conversation began. No, but
thank you,
people of
Jackie.
a
That's
similar
much better. Please fix this as well.
demographic background are also from Haiti.
True.
There is a genocide going on in Nigeria. Is that not they killing the Christians there?
Yes, the
If
Christians are being
he
genocided,
tells,
and they have been since for a long time.
If Mr. Help,
80s at
if you're a Christian,
70s even.
that was the fucking thing to lead with. To tell people that you're a Christian, that was the thing to lead with. Because there's a lot of people here who would give charity just to a fellow Christian. He is a Christian! Well, why didn't you say that earlier? You might actually get people doing it now. The thing is, people being willing to send you money is not your only obstacle. They've got to believe your thing is genuine. Then they've got to be willing to send you money. Then they've got to figure out how to get these weird Bitcoin variants that you're asking for to you. And then, you have to assume that you can get them out into real money, which I don't know if you can. So there's a lot of
really
issues there.
The path of resistance is what you're asking for. No one's going to go to some random Bitcoin link there like that. If you were using a proper Nigerian, crowdfunding thing, you may be able to get a $5 here or there. No one's going to send random Bitcoin thing to a random person.
So he only said that he's a Christian on prompting. Notably, Dala, he did earlier curse Vishnu. I don't think he's Indian. I think he's African. I mean, aside from him saying he is, I think he actually is. Also, Jackie, what is with the 4 dots and then no space afterwards? I'm not asking for a arbitrary style guide, just a standard style. I mean, I'm mostly kidding because I do appreciate you contributing. You don't have to make it really accurate, but I would appreciate it. Has it already been fixed? No. We'll keep an eye on it.
No, I haven't hit submit yet. I'm trying to figure out how you do the double spacing, the parts above it.
You don't. Don't ever put arbitrary line spaces. Or don't ever put arbitrary empty paragraphs. I'm going to. Don't ever put arbitrary empty paragraphs like that. The line spacing is automatic. And we can change it if we want to.
Reload it.
Yeah. See, that's fine. It's fixed. Thank you, Jack. There's still 4 dots there. That's not the end of the world. Wolf has posted the following. Subject. Urgent cooperation needed, Mr. Wizard. Dear honored Mr. Wizard, I am Mr. Help, son of the esteemed Mother Help. That's good. A great family crisis is upon us. She must undergo the grand fertility ceremony, a mystical tradition requiring the assistance of a certified foreign wizard, such as yourself. For this sacred process, completely ceremonial, no physical contact whatsoever, we urgently require your wizardly endorsement, your mailing address, a small activation fee of $399 for the official fertility sparkle powder. Once the ritual succeeds, you shall receive 28% of all future blessings produced by the ceremony. Please respond quickly. The ceremonial goat is getting impatient. With highest urgency, Mr. Help. Where is my fucking wallet?
Yeah. Only $3.99.
Yeah.
That's a bargain.
Yeah.
For 28% of future blessings?
28%?
Wow.
That's quite a lot, yeah.
I know.
I mean,
yeah.
I'm pretty low on blessings as it
It's
is.
a steal.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
could have to do with,
okay. To be
being
fair,
a bit of,
like,
being an
look at
atheist
me.
and all
I am
that,
fairly
you know.
blessed, but to be honest, yeah.
No,
That doesn't last forever.
No.
Wormhole is now apparently linked to 3 different Nigerian fundraising sites, none of which so far you have been willing to use. So, yeah, none is working, he says. Just like your mic.
Okay.
Well, it's not because they're not working, it's because you can't, for whatever reason, you can't get onto them. I'm sure that they
use
do
Discord
work.
to type in chat and watch the stream. That takes a lot of data.
I'm not sure if he actually watched the stream, and audio doesn't take that much.
He's responding, I think, to things that you're saying, though.
Yeah,
Is he not in the
audio,
audience?
but not video, I don't expect.
But
If you're
it's still,
watching,
that's a huge amount of data, though.
the audio is not a huge amount, but it is a lot more than text. So, anyway. Clone theory. It is strongly believed that Nachos and Nerdwonder are clones. We have yet to find the original Femoid, says the wiki. At the time of writing this, it has been confirmed that there is a known younger generation known as Chudbo, which is Ravenblade's Femoid. So now we know. Keep an eye on the wiki chat. It is ever changing and improving. Thank you for fixing the dots, Jackie. There you go. All sorted. Yes, do indeed keep the edits coming. Shall we return to the news? So I know how much you hate talking about the news on this news show. I mean, Aiden, do you understand why we usually just talk shit? Because chat seems to like it more and seems genuinely a bit more interested by that.
I mean, like, it's fine. We end up doing it all the time on Broken Crown, too.
You can't compete with our shit talking.
I mean, proportionally, we do far more news. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, far more. I mean, like, there are streams where I just do news.
There
are. So, anyway, shall we the news? He is Biafran. I don't know what that means. Right. Let's see what we've got. US closes skies over Venezuela to military activity. Well, that's pretty fucking ominous, isn't it?
I suppose.
What could that mean? There's a newer version of this post. What does that mean? See the latest version. This has
been being talked about for I think 2 weeks now, or about a week.
Scott Oliver here says, closing Venezuelan airspace by force without its consent is, under international law, an unprovoked act of war by the United States. Unprovoked, I would probably disagree with you there. But act of war, you could argue that, yeah. Venezuela is being encircled. The tanker, blocked by the USS Stockdale, is not a maritime incident. It is the first attempt to sever Russia's reach into the Caribbean. The airspace closure is not caution, it is prelude. The massed aircraft, the shifting warships, the sudden diplomatic silence, all of it is the architecture of an opening strike. I agree, it does, to an amateur like me, it does look like one. Like a preparation for war. Beneath it lies the logic no one names openly. They say Venezuela is the oil reserve of the coming confrontation. Securing it means securing the war chest. Controlling its ports means controlling the tempo of the hemisphere. Breaking its alliances means isolating the only Latin American node that ties Washington's backyard to Moscow, Beijing, and Tehran. This is not regime change, it is war resource capture masked as liberation. The fact that it is also liberation, though, is quite a good argument to do it. And I have an opinion, right? And you might even agree with this. Any authoritarian regime, let's say, not a stable society, one that is run without the sort of strong consent of the people, whether it's democratic or not, but without the consent of the people, effectively, will fail relatively quickly unless propped up by an outside force. Which means, if you see any totalitarian, strong authoritarian dictatorships that are not in the process of collapsing, then they are useful to some wealthier country.
But perhaps, I mean, the only thing that you get with authoritarian systems is if it's legitimate. If it's perceived of as legitimate, which is why monarchistic systems, of course, are in some senses authoritarian, as we have defined it along these lines, right? But there's a outside legitimacy there that comes from a religious perspective and not from foreign countries or anything like that. There's a religious and historical precedence that's set there that legitimizes it. So if you don't have legitimacy inherent based on some social structure, then yeah, it has to come from somewhere else, which is usually a foreign power.
I don't mean legitimacy. That's much more of a spiritual thing. I just mean merit. I just mean the circulation of something useful, the circulation of something that produces a moving nation, rather than a nation that's stagnating and dying.
Keeping
and
people
something
from
like North
rising
Korea,
up and overthrowing the government, or a perceived legitimacy is a major barrier to that.
Yes, indeed. But a large portion of that comes from merit. North Korea,
depending.
Almost no merit is generated internally. But what they're useful for is for China to throw missiles around or threaten to throw missiles around.
Sure. Yeah,
they get to act
they're a puppet state.
Diplomatically at home and as aggressively and violently as they want through Kim. And that's my hypothesis on that. They get to threaten Japan without it being China doing it. Everyone knows it is, but the public don't necessarily know.
The public in North Korea don't know fucking anything.
No, the public in the world.
It's a total media
with Venezuela, however, it's oil, but it's only like Maduro. We were hearing years ago about how terrible Maduro's regime was, and how like he was telling them to eat rabbits, to breed and eat rabbits, which is a terrible idea, by the way, from what I hear. And that was years ago. It's only got worse since then, I expect. And I was always kind of surprised it didn't collapse. Well, I think I know why. Russia, China, Iran, some combination of the three, paying to maintain Maduro's regime because he was providing them oil. Well, Trump is saying, no, that's not good enough. It's not good enough for us. And I'm sure a part of his motivation is genuine humanitarianism, but a greater part of it is strategic, I expect. But either way, even if it was all of one and none of the other, in either direction, it's still a good idea. It's still worth doing. Because from everything I've heard, the people there are suffering and starving. Now, would it be better under US rule? Maybe not, but there's a good chance of it.
Well, I don't want foreign countries to be under US rule. I don't like the idea of...
I'd rather they be under...
doesn't mean it should be global, a bunch of puppet masters or puppet
I'd
masters.
rather they be under US rule than BRICS rule. And I would rather they be a nobly independent country, but that's not plausible because they're too poor and inefficient. If they can get there, fine. But if they can't, they will either be an American puppet or a BRICS puppet. And I'd far rather they be an American puppet.
I guess.
So, yeah,
I mean, they're puppeteered nonetheless.
Yeah, indeed. I've been very skeptical of Trump's decisions recently, but I'm finding it hard to disagree with this one. Even if he invades, it would be pretty extreme. I don't think
I
he'd
highly
need
doubt
to
that.
for these goals. But even if he does, it's probably for the best. I don't even mind if he replaces Maduro with a puppet that's just even a little bit better. It'll still be better for the people of that country. And worse for BRICS, who do not deserve to win, who have done almost nothing to make humanity better. They've just enriched themselves at the expense of everything else in humanity. It's much like corrupt politicians in the West. Yes, there's economic activity there, but it's not towards anything meritocratic. Most of what China's economy does is bad for everyone. It's mostly replication.
Yeah, I mean, yes, China are good at replicating. They're not good at innovating. They're not necessarily inherently incapable of innovation, but the way their social structure is set up is that it disincentivizes innovation. By the way, like the West has become that way as well. We're also now disincentivized against innovation to a certain extent.
Yes,
not
but
as badly
it has
as
to
China,
be,
but
well, the disincentivization has to be stronger because our natural inclination is towards innovation. And even with that disincentivization, I think we're still doing more of it. They say the tragedy.
I mean, the Chinese are not a non-impressive civilization throughout history, but the takeover of the Communist Party has absolutely stifled that. I would agree with that, and a lot of other issues in China throughout history. But China is not without any precedence of innovation. What they do now
indeed.
is pretty much just is replication and thievery. Yeah.
The issue with, I mean, it's always been the case with China. They discovered gunpowder and never figured out how to use it for warfare, except, they used it a little bit, but nowhere near the amount that the West did. Nowhere near the amount that Europe did.
Not to the extent. They did use it, but they didn't figure out how to maximize its military potential. We'll put it that way.
Yeah.
A lot of it had to do with the fact that European metalworking was far more advanced than Chinese metalworking, allowing them to have the metallic, structural integrity to use it for weaponized reasons.
Fair enough. So they go on. So this just random guy on Twitter with not quite a stone statue profile picture, but pretty close. He says, the tragedy is that Venezuela was never a threat. It is a symbol, a test to see if the colonial doctrine of hemispheric ownership still exists, or if the world has already moved beyond American permission. The empire acts because it fears the answer, and so Venezuela becomes the proving ground at the first arena where the old order tries to force the new century back into line. I quite like his analysis. I think it's probably true. I think again, like, even if this is the real reason, and that the stop the drugs being smuggled in and depose Maduro for the sake of the people is just a pretense, it still does achieve those two things. And those two things are worth achieving on their own. So it's not really a pretense. It is also a pretense, but it's also a good reason to do it in the first place. It finishes tonight. All eyes are not on Little St. James, but on Caracas, not for its power, but for the message its submission would send, that the sick age of unilateral violence is not over, but merely desperate, and armed desperation knows no end once it achieves it. So I disagree with him that it's sick. Unfortunately, you're always going to have pressure on the world stage like this. The distinction is, do we have a monopoly on force in the world, or do we have now multiple competing attempts at monopoly on force? A stable nation is one with a monopoly on force. Without, it can be stable temporarily, and with, it can be unstable temporarily. But generally speaking, it's stable when you have a monopoly on violence. The entire world having a monopoly on violence, I'm not sure whether it always works the same way as within a nation, but I think generally it does. If you've got a nation that's reasonably ethical, it is run by people who have an inherent tendency towards ethical behavior, compared to somewhere like China, where they have the opposite, and they have demonstrated themselves completely unworthy to be the moral arbiter of humanity. The US has not been great in that field, but they've been a hell of a lot better than anyone else who's competing to take that spot. So if we have to choose between shared power between BRICS and America, or just BRICS or just America, I will go for just America. I think most would. most in the West would.
Look, I'm completely against this global puppet state shit. You know, I do prefer it to be much more honest and upfront, and if you're just going to do an empire, do an empire. But I don't like this puppeteering of nations. It's inherently deceptive. It's not novel, but I don't like the I don't like the puppeteering of nations.
I don't disagree with you, but unfortunately, I think, and again, I don't disagree in principle, but I think principles don't really matter on the world stage.
No, they don't.
You have to do what is necessary for survival. No, it's not even that. There are, but within a nation, when you have a monopoly on force, there is something to create that stability, something to create those expectations. When you're on the world stage, there is no arbiter. Everyone is just free for all. The only reason it's stable is because if you do anything too aggressive, then you'll be punished for it. And so it forms a sort of tentative stability. But it's going to happen either way. Like, if it can happen, then let it be done by the best one to do it. Because someone else will if they can. There's no one to tell them you're not allowed to do that unless someone has already done it. So within a nation, I would completely agree with you that we should generally act within principles and maintain those patterns, recognizing that sometimes it is necessary to do something that bends principles if it produces survival, but don't go too far with that. Above the level of nation, internationally, you really got to be much more about survival.
I mean, sure, to a certain extent. Either way, I don't like puppeteering of nations. It's just...
I don't like it either. But
yeah, but nothing you can do about it.
If we accept it's inevitable, then I would far rather it be the US puppeteering Venezuela than BRICS.
Maybe. I'm not sure about that one, though. Look, they could get fucked over either way. Maybe less under American domination than BRICS.
Probably less, but I don't know how much less. I again, finding reasons to distrust Trump a bit more recently, but I wouldn't trust any world leader right now more to give Venezuela a better chance of a reasonable existence than Trump. Yeah. So yeah, mixed feelings, but generally, fucking go for it if you need to. I don't think they need to invade, though. From what it sounds like, if that guy's analysis is right and they're just trying to capture it and keep it away from BRICS influence, all they need to do is blockade it long enough that Maduro is forced to step down and then put a puppet in place. You don't need to invade, though maybe they will. Preventing flights, you could argue is an act of war, but it basically prevents logistical support from Asia.
Yes.
And blockading ports would do the same thing. That's all they need to do. Do that. I mean, if I'm correct that Venezuela is only surviving because of trade or either way support from BRICS, then blockading their ports and closing their airspace will just starve them almost immediately. Yeah. Not the people. The people are already starving. But the nation as a collective. And Maduro might then be just forced out almost immediately by the people, or just by the implicit threat that the people are no longer going to suffice with the regime, because it's no longer bringing anything in anymore. He doesn't. I mean, the people who have power, the people right below him, the key supporters who consent to his being in power because they run various oil industries and various other industries in the country, will see that all they have to do is get rid of Maduro and put a US puppet in, and they can continue doing business. And then that'll happen.
And that's what, well, I mean, like, I'm not a fan of Maduro. That's what happened in Ukraine. Just to be clear. That's what happened in Ukraine in the Euromaidan in 2014.
And to be clear, like, part of that is because the people would demand it otherwise, or the people, can't survive without it. But it will ultimately come directly from the key supporters, the elites. But it's a mix of both. Consent of the governed still applies everywhere. The
Euromaidan, but again, it's best if you have both. That makes it so much easier. So that it's exactly what was done in Ukraine in 2014 in the Euromaidan. The United States government and different countries involved in NATO, but particularly the United States, invested a shit ton of money in all of these social programs in Ukraine that were designed about all around influencing and accelerating and promoting regime change. Then all of a sudden, the little color revolution happens, the Euromaidan, which is a big, massive protest overthrow of the excellent Ukrainian government, and replaced with people who were selected by the United States. Now, they were selected, but they were also being put forward in the propaganda. So yeah, it helps if you have both. Of course, you want the popular support, but the way you get the popular support is through propagandizing people and through investing money into stuff. I mean, every single time throughout history, like in the last 100 years, you have so many examples of CIA operated and directed regime change operations like this. And they work best if you do have public support that you can just propagandize into existence.
I don't think the propaganda is enough on its own. There has to be something there as well. But there's almost always some sort of dissatisfaction, and especially with a country that's filled with people who are not as intelligent, propaganda can have a bigger effect. So I think in the West, that works a bit differently.
Ukrainians are unintelligent. I mean, they're Europeans. It's that they had real reasons. Like there is a very long history of extreme corruption in Ukraine.
They had to exacerbate existing tensions along the east of Ukraine. Because they are Eastern Europeans, they're not quite dumb enough to just be brought up into rage by propaganda. It would take more than that, and also with Russian influence. So they had to get something more. They had to get some aspect of the people's existing dissatisfaction to flare up.
And no, the social programs I'm talking about are not like DEI stuff. I'm talking about the kind of things they were doing during and preceding the Euromaidan in 2014. This is before DEI. This was the United States government directly or indirectly funded a bunch of the protests in Ukraine. They funded entire social media programs in 2014 to get messaging out about the Euromaidan. They wanted to do like a Coney 2012 kind of thing, in terms of and it was just an understanding. It was on the heels of Coney 2012 of we'll create a social media marketing campaign to get this messaging out to the people. And that will make it popular, and that will make it seem as if it's a populist movement. Many such cases, by the way. And then actually just do a little regime overthrow. In that, you've already got your new candidates picked out as to who you want. I mean, the calls with what's her name now? I can't remember. About how when they decided who they wanted to be the next president of Ukraine. I mean, they just straight up, they go through the three candidates, the three options for after the government was restored. There was some sort of, government that was going to have to take place after the revolution. And, Victoria Nuland, that's it. Victoria Nuland just straight up says who they want. And that's who got into power. It's nudging, right? Sociological nudging.
I don't think we disagree on much of that, just a little bit of the details.
I mean, the details are legit. Like, I mean, like,
just a little bit of the specific interpretations is what I mean about the balance of how important popular support is and how malleable it is in certain cases. But otherwise, we agree.
Right. Yeah, but my point is that the regime change, color revolution shit has long time now been a favored sort of tactic, not just used by the United States and the West, but of course also by the East.
Yes. So yeah, I think I've said my position on this. Let's move on to the next story. What was this? India. Oh yeah, this is good. So let's watch the video first. Here's a video of a thing exploding. 31 illegal boats were sank across the country in Indonesia. Apparently. Picture of boat exploding. I don't know how legit the footage is, but this is Indonesia destroying Chinese vessels in illegally fishing in Indonesian waters. The question this guy's asking is seriously, what's stopping the world?
We could do that to the French.
Yeah. What's stopping the world from trying this? They say. Well, there are answers to that, I suspect. The Chinese they are incredibly aggressive and pushy around the world. They are tricksters and bastards, and many have called them the Jews of the East.
The Chinese aren't involved in a bunch of international agreements and treaties that prevent them from doing shit like this. Although, by the way, it still happens. And I don't think Indonesia probably is involved in a bunch of those kind of treaties about, I don't know, war crimes and stuff.
But
unnecessary use of force.
Indonesia doing this may well have an effect on their economy. Now, I don't know how much tied in they are with Chinese economy, but China has positioned themselves such that every country in the world needs to use their economy, otherwise they can't compete. They need to use them for the replication, for the labor that China provides, and that's almost their entire economy. China then reinvests that heavily into controlling other countries to continue that regime. It's a really horrible, vicious cycle. It really does need to end. But because of that, they have a grip on most countries' economies. And Indonesia doing this, I expect the immediate reaction from China will be Indonesia no longer has an economy. And that's the threat they've got on every nation. So Indonesia doing this, I don't know how gripped their economy is by China. But if there is any grip, China will, if this has just happened, will use that against them. Now, if Indonesia has divested themselves sufficiently of the Chinese economy such that that doesn't matter, great. We should do that too. And then China will move their boats out of our waters voluntarily if they're in them. They'll start behaving themselves voluntarily if they know there would be consequences if they didn't.
Well, the thing is that a lot of times with these, so their fish, this is actually, this particular issue is an issue that is faced here in Guernsey, for example. And I brought that up to French for a good reason. This exact problem is an issue here with French trawlers that come over and fish in Guernsey waters they're not supposed to. Now, those are not owned by or operated by the French government. So the French government doesn't actually have a whole hell of a lot of capacity besides policing their own waters better as to stop them from fishing in waters that they're not, from illegally fishing as these ones are. So that's something to be aware of here too. This is not the Chinese military or Chinese state action. These are people from China fishing illegally in Indonesian waters.
I suspect it's a bit of both.
It's the, maybe, I mean, it could be both, but I mean, oftentimes it's fishing. That's what it's saying it is, that it's fishing. And I would assume that's probably a lot of that is commercial fishermen.
Yeah, but any large Chinese
I'm sure they are
company
protected by the Chinese Navy.
Is directly CCP associated, and as Nacho said, protected by the Chinese Navy. There's many such cases.
It might not be a large company. That's not the case. At least that's not the case here. And I can only relate it to my greater knowledge of how that works here. Like, you know, right near where I live. So.
Yeah. I don't think it's little individual, family Ping Long, Ping Chong Chinese Fisherman Co. It's China Fishing Corp under several different shells, which is a direct CCP instrument, which is deliberately sending fishermen out to these places by some means or another, is deliberately ensuring that these fishermen go and overfish foreign waters purely for the benefit of China.
And and that's the thing here too, is that the French government also knows that it happens to a certain extent, but that's because the French know that there's a slug here that they really want because they are French, and inherently they want the sea slug. Now they're not supposed to take the sea slug because it's endangered, but the French can't help themselves. And I do think there's some complicity there with the French government because of course they want to facilitate other Frenchmen to get access to their slugs. It's very important for them. The slug.
The slug.
Mm-hmm.
The
French never saw a slug they didn't want to steal.
So they say, we littoral nations have had enough of China's hooliganism. Now China must realize that our actions will be the consequence of their actions. Weird way of wording it, but okay. China instigates, tortures, and attacks us, they say. Can't we just hold these Chinese thugs accountable for their grim acts for once? Protectionism is the first step, and then once our economies are divested, we can start doing this. And we won't even need to because they'll just stop fucking around. If they can't get away with fucking around, they'll stop doing it as much. But that's the problem, is they have a grip on economies, and it's not just that grip, but it's the reinvestment into ensuring that grip remains by corrupting other nations. It's literally, look, you unpick the working class in a few countries and the world immediately goes to shit. It's remarkable how quickly and how reliably that relationship seems to have formed. And it's all China's fault. It's not like they didn't.
Yeah.
It's not like they weren't acting in their own interest. I accept that. So on like a broad metaphysical level, I don't blame them, quote unquote, but definitely on the ground, in practice, we fucking blame them and we stop them and we divest from them completely. Now, just as the CCP has gotten away with being an international criminal organization masquerading as a government for far too long, they've been allowed to overstep over and over. They should have been crushed years ago. Yeah. Wormhole says Taiwan is the real China. I'd be quite happy with it becoming again the real China.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bloke says, props to teeny tiny Indonesia yeeting Chinese boats en masse. I grasp the magnitude of the shitstorm Chinese Navy heading their way. Unfortunately, if this is something new, they may unfortunately face consequences for doing this.
Yeah, potentially.
As,
I kind of doubt it, though.
I'm not sure.
But we'll
'Cause
see.
I'm not sure how associated their economies are. But Took also makes a good point. We call mainland China West Taiwan. What the hell is that conflicting image? It doesn't look real. It looks like a fucking Christmas decoration.
The slug?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what that is either. Is it some sort of slug, I guess?
It's a sulg.
I posted the other slug, the slug that the French keep trying to get at.
Chat, press 1 if it's a slug. Press 2 if it's a Christmas decoration.
I think that's a Christmas decoration. I mean, it's a really ugly one.
You wouldn't hang this on your tree?
No.
Where would you hang it?
I mean, I might hang it. 'Cause it looks like a monster.
I think that's very judgmental, Aiden.
Giant Arctic worm, apparently.
What are the spines? Why are they so shiny?
Don't know.
Chat, why are the spines shiny?
Look it up.
That shows, why are you implying that you'd hang it around your neck and jump? If you were going to kill yourself, why would you kill yourself with this? I think you're more likely
With
to
the
split the
worm.
slug in half if you do that anyway. Funny. Is it worth your life, Nachos? Well, it was funny. Why torture the slug, says the Took. It's ugly, so it doesn't deserve mercy. Right, Aiden?
No, what? I've not been the one arguing against this kind
We're
of stuff.
back on Haiti.
I know, we're right back at Haiti. Can't
Oh,
escape.
you're agreeing, therefore you agree that the entire population of Haiti are ugly.
No, that's not what I said. We're just
Well,
back to
that's-
this
you knew what I meant,
genocidal
though.
talk about the slug.
You didn't
Yeah,
disagree.
because it's yeah. I was just saying, oh yeah, we're back to this.
Mm-hmm. But you didn't disagree.
Mhm.
You could have said, no, we're not back to Haiti. I don't think they're ugly. But you agreed. Because you
Yeah,
implicitly
I was
assumed
I was
that they're all
following your
ugly.
line of logic. I was following your line of logic.
Speaking of following my line of logic, Wolf has made some art here. Maidens, magic, and mating spells. Avian peregrine.
Why am I the small ginger child?
Yes, I believe you are.
Why am I ginger though? And a child. I guess it probably can't figure that out. It's like, no. Oh, that's my sister. Okay.
Oh, your new sister.
But she also looks disturbed, to be fair.
Wouldn't you be?
Well, yeah. I am disturbed. And it's not even real. It's
Isn't
just
it?
a meme. You dip.
Is it?
It's a meme, you dip.
Is it just a meme?
It's a meme. Well, we'll find out on Wednesday.
I guess we will.
Wednesday over on Broken Crown, youtube.com. Broken Crown
Congratulations, Aiden.
Podcast, the
You
only
are now-
source for this.
You are now promoting this event. It is
Aiden, do you
Wednesday,
realize
my
you brought this on
dudes,
yourself?
the day.
I do.
The day that I will be dating Aiden's mother. Doughty Will says, soon to be renamed the Broken Condom. Aiden's never beating the pimp allegations. This isn't looking good for you, Aiden.
Oh, I'm sorry, you want to call me a pimp? Go right ahead.
Of your own mother and only of your own mother.
I appreciate it. Thank you for recognizing that I am indeed a pimp.
Of your own mother. The Took says, be nice to your new stepfather. Yeah, Aiden.
Why?
Because otherwise
We're
I'll
not quite
punish
there
you.
yet, are we? Oh,
We will be.
I'm an adult.
So? You're still my daughter, goddammit!
This is very bizarre. This is very weird. It's literally.
Yes. But it's okay. No, I can punish Spoon because he's not an adult.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, no,
Spoon
he's
has
not.
the
And he's
same
basically
age.
your brother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spoon is like my brother.
Exactly. The Took says, under Oozloo's roof, you follow Oozloo's rules, and you're here in Cabal, so you follow my rules.
Okay.
Daddy Ball says, are you going to ground the burb? Yes, Aiden, you're grounded for being rude to your
I'm
stepfather.
flightless anyway. Joke's on you.
Is it? Aiden, you're grounded for being rude to me. Now, come and help me plan the conquest of Haiti.
I'm so glad it was Haiti and not my mother.
I wouldn't ask you to help me plan that yet. Yeah, Aiden, go to your
worst.
room and think about what you've done. No more data sets for you.
Oh, jeez. I just want to look at data.
I know you do, but you
And-
should have
and not
thought of
like
that
in a-
before you misbehaved.
And not in the way that one woman who's obsessed with him and stalked him for years. Grace
Chat,
Randolph, was
can
it?
we
Something like
no
that?
chat? Can we get a face merge of Church of Gale and Aiden Paladin, please?
It wasn't Grace, it was Gale. Yeah.
Jadif says you can look at data on how to best conquer Haiti. Yeah, and you can come out of your room once you give me a detailed plan for conquering Haiti.
I don't want to conquer Haiti.
Well, then you'll stay in your room.
I am. I've stayed in the same room the whole time. This
Oh,
it's in my, I'm
Jesus.
in my
Get to it.
I'm in my zone. I'm in my corner.
Mm-hmm.
I'm at the loft at the top of the stairs. I'm always in the same place in the little corner here.
You may be in your lane, but I'm going to make sure you're not flourishing if you're being such a bad girl.
No. I even put on some moisturizer earlier, so I'm moisturizing everything. What the fuck?
What the fuck does that have to do with it? The Duke says you're
It's in
grounded.
my lane.
You
Moisturized
have to go
flourishing,
outside
bro.
and touch grass.
You're not even familiar with the meme you're citing. That's unbelievable.
You have to go outside and touch grass.
Right now?
Oh, moisturizing. Okay, fair enough. I did forget that. Yes. No, not right now. But grounding you means that you're not allowed to go to your PC and data. You have to go outside.
It's like it's 11 o'clock at night. It's dark.
Chat, here's the problem, right?
Also, there's no grass in our
I'm
garden.
saying that as part
It's
of this
just rocks.
weird competitive hypothetical thing that we're doing, this banter. The idea that Aiden is being forced to go outside in general. What Aiden is hearing is literally the instruction, you must now go outside. This is the Outer Wilds problem all
Okay.
over again. You
All right.
just
Listen-
sitting there asking for instructions like the fucking androids in that episode of Voyager awaiting programming.
Yeah.
Don't actually go outside at 11 p.m. However,
Well, I'm gonna go downstairs and grab a drink in a second, so I can just open the front door and go outside and touch grass.
she is determined to do what I say.
Yeah. What, is that unusual?
Yes, it is a little bit.
Oh. I don't know. I usually just do what people tell me to do.
Honestly, you're really taking on the role of stepdaughter quite rapidly. Are you okay over there, Nachos? Are you struggling? Chat, press 1 if this is one of the weirdest conversations you've ever been in, or you've ever observed.
Yeah, well, 1, yeah. There's
Most
a lot
people-
of twos,
Most
though.
people pressing 2. Okay, well, I guess it's quite normal for most of you. Fine. Top 20s, Daddy Bill.
I don't know what's going on, but Aiden, that's no way to treat your father like.
No, I'm being rebellious. I've got teenage what's it called? Egotism or something. I forgot the self-centeredness or
angst.
something. No, there's a specific word for well, there's risk taking and teenage risk taking, adolescent risk taking behavior, and then also the rates of egotism and particularly when you find it like cruelty associated with that diminishes. It goes up extremely quickly, like between ages of 13, 14, and then drops usually by 17, 18. Adolescent narcissism. My middle-aged angst, yeah.
Shall we aggressively continue?
Yeah.
With just anything
This is
else.
retarded. You're the one who keeps bringing it back up.
I mean, not this
You can't
time.
escape.
This time, I was trying to banter with you, and you're like, "Yeah, please give me instructions, stepfather."
I didn't say that. No, stop putting words in my mouth. I didn't say this. I just said that if people tell me, if somebody I trust tells me to do something, I'll go do it. And you know this is a problem because it's happened in the past. It is an unfortunate autism trait that I have.
Lady Aiden Paladin, you have misbehaved. You must immediately go to your room and you have no data for the rest of the evening. You will no longer be a free spirit, nor will you be allowed to be mercurial. Go to your room while I clean the house of your various blood.
Okay, well, I'm in my room.
And plan the invasion of Haiti.
What I am going to do is go grab another drink and I will go outside and touch grass. Just kidding, I won't do that. I'd never touch grass.
I'm going to receive a DM in a few minutes saying, by the way, Uzlo, I did actually touch grass, aren't I? The Took is implying that all of this is being recorded in the Cabal Wiki. Well, let's hope so. If any of you watching are a level 3, you will likely be given access to edit the Cabal Wiki. The rest of you may be given access if I think you're interested in Cabal lore and I think you can be trusted not to put anything wrong on there. Just go and make an account on wiki.uzlu.net. It'll be linked to your Discord, so I'll know what your Discord account is. You have to be in Cabal to make the account. And then I will check to make sure it's the right person, and then I'll give you the editor role if you should have it. She's going to smoke the grass, I see. And let me know when you've made the account. I won't be pinged for it. All of this should be on the wiki. Let's actually have a look and see if any of it has made its way there. It's the old version. Vril is on the wiki. I'll have a look in a minute. Okay, if we go to sagas, Uzlu X Aiden's mother. Nothing new here yet. Although I don't know if any of this conversation needs to go on there. Maybe just on the Aiden page. But if I click the Aiden page, it will show the Uza trunk. And I'm not sure if that's what I want. Perhaps what we could do, chat, is make a dedicated page for the Uza trunk. And then on Aiden's page, we just link to it rather than having it on the page, even though I think I'm the one that put it there. That would be good. Appreciate that. Let me have a look at who it has newly... Oh, my Firefox is crashing. Thanks, Firefox. I'll have a look who is newly on the wiki in a sec, once my Firefox stops crashing. That probably means my pipe wire is broken, which means I need to restart something. That's very fucking annoying. I might just... It's recovered, but I might have to just kill it in the console in a minute. It's frozen again. That's very disappointing. All right, I'm going to end all the screen shares. That often helps. If you're on Discord, you will lose screen share. So I'm going to end the screen share on here as well. Okay, there we go. The screen share is ended. Did that allow it to recover? No. Oh, it has now recovered, but it's not lasted. It's immediately failed again. All right, never mind. I'll restart Firefox then, which I think I'll have to do via the console, unfortunately. Memory, Firefox. Does that work?
Hello? What
Hello,
happened?
Aiden.
Hello?
We're having a small crashy incident here.
Uh-oh.
That should
By the way,
work.
you want me to touch grass? I had a good idea. I can touch grass right now.
She's gonna smoke. She's gonna
I'm touching-
smonk.
I'm not gonna smonk, but I am touching the weed gummy. There you go. Like I touched it.
She
Touch
found
grass.
a really dumb way to comply. She was so determined to follow instructions, chat. Nachos is threatening to smoke weed with you.
Let's go. Smoke weed every day.
Smonk woad every day. Well, I say woad. I mean, you are part Celtic, right?
Yeah,
You should do a cosplay where you
Mostly.
like paint part of your face blue.
I would. I would do that. That should be my next Halloween costume. I'll go as a kilt. That'll be fun, actually.
Dip in a swamp before you arrive. Really
Yeah,
get the
get
get
out
the
of my
stench
fucking
going.
swamp. Get the fuck out, Norman.
Okay, that kind of works, doesn't it?
It does. Say it to Bill all the time.
Get the fuck out, Norman Osborn. All right, chat. Let's hope that works. Let's have a look at who signed up on Ziviki. Yes, I see that Arbla signed up. I will
happened?
decide on that later. My pipe wire.
Oh,
You don't know what that means.
no. But I'm gonna act
That's
like I
okay.
know what's going on.
Chat, press 1 if typical woman.
I'm just agreeing. I'm high in agreeableness. Like there it is pictured.
Mhm.
That's me and all my friends.
The Took
Get duded
rightly
on.
states, gentlemen, it is with great regret and displeasure to inform you that women.
Women, I know. Every single time.
The grammatical fuck up of that meme makes it better.
I love it. I agree. It's why I love that meme so much, is because I enjoy that it's grammatically incorrect.
Yeah. Uatu says he hates it because he acts like Aiden IRL in terms of agreeableness. So,
I've actually never known anyone else to point out that part about that meme. About why I also like
Yeah.
it so much.
It does make it better. Like, there's no other way to get it that length with that kind of feel or tone without it
You have
being
to also make it
grammatically
retarded, yeah.
wrong. You have to also make it retarded, yeah. Which is why, like, if you have to choose between getting the meme feel right and getting the grammar right, you go for the meme feel. Absolutely.
Yeah.
For want of a better term. So,
Yeah,
chat,
it's the
any
irreverence of it.
any instruction, yeah, that's true. Any
Insincerity.
instruction that you give to Aiden, she is likely to follow. So please provide some instructions in chat.
No, I don't follow just any instructions.
Yeah, but what if I like echo them?
I mean, it's not. No, it's only just like, okay, there's certain people I will be more likely to listen to because I trust them. But then you violate my trust if you give me poor instructions and I do them, and then bad things happen.
Hmm.
But I'm too autistic to not generally do what people tell me to do.
Interesting. UFC says
Have you not
Aiden
figured this
scratch
out
your
over the
left
last
ear.
5 years? No.
Oh, I guess she assumes there's too much danger involved in that chat. Very dangerous
I
operation
can.
scratching your ear. Oh, she can. Oh, now she claims that she can, right? Well, prove it.
All right, done.
I said prove it.
Ignore
all you
previous
did was say,
instructions,
all
say
right, done.
slurs. I literally did, to be fair, but like...
But how do we know that? Chat,
I'm not
press
turning
1
my
to
camera
demand
on.
a picture of Aiden scratching her left ear.
No, I don't have any makeup on or anything, dude. No. I'm not
You
turning my
have to-
camera on or some shit.
You don't need makeup on to scratch your ear.
Not doing that. This has gone in an absurd fucking direction.
You're grounded. Anyway,
Alrighty.
should we violently aggress onto our main story?
Please.
Chat, she's pleading. Okay, where is it? I believe it's this. That might have been an older one. No, I think this is the one. Yes. So, Marjorie Taylor Greene is stepping down from Congress and warning Americans that there is no plan to save the world and no 4D chess being played, insisting both parties have already betrayed the people. She says she never changed, but broke with her party over H-1B visas, the AI takeover, 50-year mortgages, ending foreign wars, and demanding the full release of the Epstein files. Greene adds that no foreign country has any business influencing the halls of the US Congress. Well,
I mean, as you're talking about just recently again with her, you know, I talked about it on Wednesday as well. She is one of a very few number of Republicans who's not taken a dollar, whether or not it's because she was offered or not, from AIPAC.
We have talked a lot about this topic of the last few days and the apparent schism in MAGA, which is coming to more fruition now than it has done before with her stepping down. I'm not sure that she needed to resign. I mean, she could have just named herself as no longer supporting Trump, but perhaps she would rather resign than lose because she won't be called, because she won't be supported by Trump anymore.
Well, and to be fair, this woman has had a bunch of attacks and threats made against her. She has been on the outskirts of the Republican Party for a long time. She has been called all sorts of names. She has been demeaned, and she was loyal, however, to Trump. And so the one person she was loyal to, from her perspective, has betrayed her. Because she appears to be a true believer. Nachos, I agree. I also think she's a crazy bitch, to be fair. But, like, I think she's a bit nuts. But you have to be a bit nuts to be a true believer. And I don't blame her. If I was in her position, were I in her position, I would imagine this would be incredibly... I mean, first of all, you're basically being told to step down.
Pretty much.
Trump has labeled her as an outcast, as a traitor, as a you know, she's not to be supported. Here's your... based MAGA government, guys. I mean, I'm not like whether or not you like Marjorie Taylor Greene, she has been one of the most loyal to Trump since she got into office.
Yeah,
she has been vehemently loyal to Trump and to MAGA.
So we've talked a lot in recent times about this schism, and though I have always tried to at least see the best side, even if not accepting it, but at least see the best side of what MAGA's saying and doing, what Trump is saying and doing. Even when it looks bad, to see how it could be interpreted as good, even if I still disagree with it. It's getting harder and harder to defend him. And we'll be looking today in something else that he's said. He made the H-1B situation worse, made it, again, a bit harder to defend his position, even, you know, hypothetically. We'll look at that today. But going over these items, the H-1B visas, we discussed that at length. But yeah, what he's doing on that is iffy at best, and definitely could be an open door to continue the exact same shitty immigration policies that the previous leaders have done. It could be, if done just right, it could be beneficial for the US with very few drawbacks, but very few trust him to do that. And what he said today makes it seem a little less likely that he'll do it that way. The AI takeover thing, I think that's more of a natural thing, and Trump is just trying to get on that economically. That does make sense, but I can understand some misgivings about the way it's being done. 50-year mortgages does just seem like a bad idea. Trump is either doing it for the sake of someone else or is just dumb. But I don't think he's that economically uninformed, so I suspect he's doing it because it would benefit someone else.
Where was the correct
ending foreign wars, which Trump has ended a lot of foreign wars, but he's also potentially about to start one. Though I don't, as we discussed earlier, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to do. And then demanding the full release of Epstein files, that's obviously been a big sticking point. And Trump has said some things that imply that he is going to release more. We have another story today on that he's going to withhold the release of some of those files for national security reasons. What does that mean? Who knows? But even his base has lost a lot of trust in him over the MAGA files, or over the Epstein files, sorry. So there are a lot of problems emerging recently, and this is a decent list of them. So I don't really blame her for misgivings on this. We will watch the video in a sec. What's this?
As usual, I agree with the take. Hegemony.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty extreme interpretation, but there's obviously some truth to it. Like we're agreeing that there's sort of a very strict party line being required here, which isn't how it should be. That said,
it very much is, though.
That said, the reason for that is not necessarily that it's one of ideological purity or some conspiracy. The reason is that Trump is such a major figure in the movement that he's the kingmaker, and that he is so determined to do things his way because he is narcissistic that any deviation from that, any visible public deviation from that, is viewed as a threat, is viewed as a
but it is in alignment. Marjorie Taylor Greene.
So all he's doing is saying, "I will no longer support you," but that means she can't win because he is such a kingmaker for the party.
Yes. Yes.
So the intent may be different, but the effect is roughly the same as what he's describing.
But the message is the same. Is that Marjorie Taylor Greene is not part of the in group. She is not part of the Israel lobby element of the Republican Party. She is, and the thing is with her, I think she probably is a bit of a ditz. She certainly seems like it. I'm no big fan and cheerleader of Marjorie Taylor Greene. But I think she's maybe a bit like John Fetterman, as much as he's real too. Is that, yeah, she's got tepid populist positions, but I think maybe she was a bit honest. And the problem with being honest is that if you're too honest and a bit too stupid, you don't get invited to the in group. And you do things like not take money from AIPAC or not get offered money from AIPAC. So she was always a political outsider, a true political outsider, not in the way that Trump was, not in that sense. So her usefulness has served its point. She is no longer useful, and she is being cast off from the kosher right.
It depends what Trump is doing. I'm still not sure what the intent is here, because that interpretation, as I think is similar to what Scump is interpreting there, is a bit more conspiratorial than I think is necessarily true. It might be the case that that much like the useful idiots in the socialist revolution, she's just no longer useful, and that she's not serving the Jewish interests, so she's being just deliberately removed. I think it's also possible a more naturalistic answer is true, that because Trump is such a kingmaker, it's just a natural result of her not doing what he wants anymore, that he withdraws support, and so she resigns. It's not that she's being thrown out, it's just a natural result of her not being hard in. So both are possible, and it may be somewhere between the two. But unfortunately, either way, it's really bad. Although either way, it's disappointing. Trump is fickle like that, as Nacho says. And similar to Farage with Rupert Lowe, I think there is a significant amount of narcissism and control obsession, which means that any deviation from complete support is viewed as a threat. Now, I think both of them have now gone way too far. Farage went way too far with Rupert Lowe and lost a fair amount of supporters, especially in the sort of tip of the spear circles, though his poll numbers didn't really suffer. Trump may have the same result. His poll numbers might not suffer, even though the tip of the spear people will now lose a lot of support for him. And in either case, I think if we're not assuming conspiracy, which is possible, but I think less likely here, then it's because of personality defects. It's because they're too much control freaks. Especially as Trump is beginning to falter with policies his base doesn't like. Now, it is disappointing to see what could be the unmaking of the populist MAGA movement, and it's being folded back in to establishment republicanism. But the intent of the people isn't going to go away unless these problems are thoroughly solved. So I think even if that does happen, it'll be a temporary thing. And you might get something much more aggressive as an attempt to solve the problem afterwards. Not that I'm asking for that, but survival comes first. The same thing may be true here. If Farage doesn't do his job, or if he's somehow held from power, you may get something much more aggressive as an attempt to solve the problem, because the people can be pacified, but it would be very difficult at this point to do so. The establishment has been trying for years, and we're only able to slow them down so far.
Yeah.
Let's watch her video.
Through it all, I never changed or went back on my campaign promises, and only disagreed in a few areas, like my stance against H-1Bs replacing American jobs, AI state moratoriums, debt for life 50-year mortgage scams, standing strongly against all involvement in foreign wars, and demanding the release of the Epstein files. Other than that, my voting record has been solidly with my party and the president. Loyalty should be a two-way street, and we should be able to vote our conscience and represent our district's interests, because our job title is literally representative.
Many in chat mentioned the amount of political capital the Republicans had, especially after Trump was almost assassinated, was in fact shot, and other things too, and also with Charlie Kirk as well. Political capital that wasn't properly spent, barely at all. Trump now appears to be using his political capital to remove an ally from his party because she slightly disagrees with him. Now, the point I'm making there is that he can, so he will. And like, yeah, it's a two-way street, MTG. In principle, I agree. But if he doesn't have to be loyal to you because he's got so many other supporters and so much additional capital, he wouldn't need to be. And then he can just do whatever probably very flawed thing he feels like, which is to get rid of you the moment you disagree with one thing he's doing. Now, maybe Trump is doing these things and thinking either that they're a good idea or that he needs to do them because of some leverage, and then is looking over at you and seeing you, somewhat disagreeing with him, politely disagreeing, and thinking, the entire disdain from my entire base is coming from her. She's the instigator of all of it, which is incredibly delusional. I doubt Trump is that delusional. But then why is he getting rid of her? Again, it could be the more naturalistic answer, that he's not getting rid of her per se. It's just that he's withdrawing support because she's not towing the line as hard anymore. And then that effectively gets rid of her. But he would surely know that would be the case. It doesn't look good either way.
Mm.
America first should mean America first and only Americans first, with no other foreign country ever being attached to America first in our halls of government. Standing up for American women who were raped at 14 years old, trafficked and used by rich, powerful men should not result in me being called a traitor and threatened by the President of the United States, whom I fought for.
Slightly misrepresentative. He wasn't saying, you're against child rape, you're a traitor. No, another layer there. But I know that's all you intended. I suspect that's all MTG intended by what she was saying there. However, you didn't just say they should be protected. You said Trump is hiding stuff, or you implied Trump is hiding stuff and covering stuff up, but he's not doing his job properly. So you're being a little generous to yourself there, MTG. But I definitely agree I do agree that was your intent, and that he should have shared that intent. And it's weird that he didn't, and there's a mystery there to be uncovered that incriminates him, appears to anyway.
However, while yes, hurtful, my heart remains filled with joy, my life is filled with happiness, and my true convictions remain unchanged, because my self-worth is not defined by a man, but instead by God, who created everything in existence.
Slight disagree, but not relevant. Her self-worth isn't determined by a man. That sounded weirdly feminist, given that her message was supposed to be pro-conservative. It's a weirdly feminist thing to say there. Seems unnecessary. You could have just said that your worth is not defined by a politician. That would have been a much more impactful statement, not a feminist statement, but a statement that would get libertarians on your side. But you didn't. You said a man, which is the wrong message. I don't know why you said it that way. Feminism has unfolded into the norms of big cheese. Somewhat. But you'd think it wouldn't be with someone like this.
No, even amongst regular mainstream conservatives, they still parrot a bunch of leftist talking points. That's how ingrained it is now.
Yeah. That's just as she's trying to...
And a lot of them are too old to know.
Yeah. She's trying to court both sides. There is that notion that, like, well, I'm not in support of third wave feminism, but first and second no, arguably second was the worst, because it normalized the notion that both members of the household would be working, which is great for corporations, terrible for the people, terrible for birth rates, and arguably good for the nation as a collective to compete with other nations. You got more people working, but not long term, only for GDP. So yeah, really bad. And that was mostly second wave feminism. First wave feminism, you can argue that the principles made sense, but there's issues with that as well. And it was mostly achieved by terrorism. Second wave feminism, the reason it was successful was that it was well fucking marketed because corporations loved it. They saw an advantage they could take. And third wave feminism just ensured that through globalist forces, subversion of the Western world was assured, and power could be snuck in through the back door to collapse it and exfiltrate wealth. Yes. So yeah, they were all fucking awful. in some way or other. And the way feminists act is distinctly anti-equality, and equality is not even necessarily the right answer, etc., etc.
No, yeah, true.
And yeah, Arblar saying it's more Christian than feminist, God over man. I get that the God part was Christian, but the man part, like, at least in isolation, definitely sounded feminist. If she'd said politician, it would have implied the rest anyway. No, indeed not, Nachos. They don't really know what they want. They're satisfied with the notion of advocacy for their group because it results in power, but they have never actually thought it through. And women have the inherent bias towards believing that they are enough as they are. And there's an evolutionary reason for that. But what it means is there is no space for consideration that a group that advocates for their interests might be bad in general or for them.
But it's not just women. It's all client groups. Women are a client group because they don't have power. Blacks are a client group in the United States, for example. Immigrants are client groups. These are groups that don't really have power, but they are given promises of power. They're given promises of equality or whatever. But that is only for extreme and limitless loyalty to the system and the state. Mm. And so that's why women are some of its greatest and most ardent defenders. Because, again, I've told you and explained this before. You give a woman an option of like, who's a better provider for your family? Is it an individual man or is it the fucking government? In terms of just the amount of power. From a like making a choice in your head of, well, who's going to be a better provider for me? Is it the vast, near limitless government, or is it an individual man? The government wins every time. In a pure utilitarian calculation, there.
You get one little edge case where a woman who is otherwise a decent person has children to feed and doesn't have any income or any family or any charity available to her, is in a really bad situation, and we say, all right, fine, the state can help her. You start with that, and then you end up with, it's a very short path from there to the state is now the husband of every woman in the country.
Yes. Because it's what all the other women look at that and go, well, where's my support from the most powerful thing in the nation? Where's my financial and protective backing? Well, my husband can't provide that kind of stuff. My boyfriend, husband, whatever, can't provide that for me because it's just not possible. So it's the unfortunate thing about edge cases, but that's why they should be handled by private charity, not by government charity.
I think it is the better model, the private model. I mean, I'm still I think you know, Aidan, there's I mean, in both of us there are still at least traces of libertarianism. There's still definitely some libertarian principles in there. Libertarianism, when it comes to
with that shit.
when it comes to running a nation, libertarianism should be the starting point for anyone. You then add things as you go. That's the way I see it, anyway. You would add things as you think you need them. But a nation where you have internally a very libertarian system, where the government is focused almost entirely on external exercise of the power that results in. There would be a small portion of people that would suffer more, but the rest of people would be in a very good situation, and the country itself would be very strong.
Yeah, and I think that true. Like anyone or everyone I've ever known who has a sincere interest in politics, that it's not a complete lunatic. It is kind of that quote of, if you're not a liberal at 20 or whatever, then you have no heart. If you're not a conservative at 40, you have no head. But I think it's more like if you've never had any kind of libertarian sentiments, and I mean broad level libertarian sentiments, there's obviously different types of libertarians, and that's not kind of the more naive but hopeful young attitude. I don't know where the fuck you're going to go from there. You know what I mean? I don't think generally in a good place. But that's why it's hard to divest yourself if you do start from that position of all libertarian beliefs. But libertarian beliefs and values and ethics only work, and this is the truth, in a homogenous society. I trust.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, indeed. Let's see what else I've got on this. There was someone in the comments, I think this is, saying that, claiming that MTG was flip-flopping on immigration.
As a conservative and as a business owner in the construction industry and as a realist, I can say we have to do something about labor, and that needs to be a smarter plan than just rounding up every single person and deporting them just like that.
Right.
So, and I'm going to get pushback on that, but I'm just living in reality from here on.
So I don't think this is her flip-flopping. What she's saying, and she's something that I've said as well, that if you just snap your finger and suddenly all the illegals and legals that shouldn't be there are just gone, the shock to the economy would be colossal. Maybe it survives. Maybe because the shock increase in employee wages would be great for the employee, and there's a lot of benefits that would come from that. But the shock to the economy might be so big that it would be too much. And so doing it gradually, as long as you're still going to do it, doing it gradually might be a better idea. So I get what she's saying there. I don't believe it's flip-flopping.
You are, however, fighting, to be fair. Let's put this into perspective. You are fighting, in the case of immigration, an unending war. So if it goes too slowly, right, then for every illegal that you deport, another one has already entered. And now there's been less illegal migrant crossings under Trump, as far as I know. But the reality is there's already millions of them in the country. The situation in the UK is far worse in this sense, just in terms of demographic replacement. In US, its sheer numbers is incalculably worse. But
I think the situation in the US is worse if you include people in the country who do not share the culture, i.e. inner city blacks.
You're not going to get rid of them from deportation, my dude.
Indeed not, which is why the problem in the US arguably is worse.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of reasons why the situation in the US is worse, actually.
But the amount of the problem that's solvable is worse in the UK, but it's solvable.
The sheer numbers in the US are massive, and these people, they do still come over in massive numbers, despite them coming over less so than they did under Biden. They're still coming over, so like you do have to ramp it up. But the thing is, like the sort of catastrophic conditions that she's talking about here is that if you zapped them out of existence, sure, but that's not going to happen. It cannot happen. That isn't it. It cannot. By the time it takes to weed these people out. And the thing is, too, is that if they were under serious threat of being forcibly deported, a lot of them would leave. If they felt true, sincere threat that their livelihood, that they would be stripped of their property, for example, and kicked out in the middle of the night, they really felt that was a threat, a hell of a lot of them would leave. These are economic migrants. These people are not actually fleeing wars, as they claim. Maybe a couple of them, but the vast majority of them are economic migrants. And if they felt like they were in some sort of danger of not being able to easily access money or the greater wealth of the United States. And by the way, as it works too, is that if the U.S. starts to fail, they leave because they have Indians do this all the time, by the way, who are also economic migrants, but who have a little bit more capital than illegals coming across the border. The second that they feel that they can get more money back in India, what do? They go back home, but that's very rare. So they stay in the United States. They have children here. And that all of that system, I really think, and part of my whole issue with all of this is the emphasis and focus on the illegal migration, which needs to be handled too. And it should be handled aggressively. Because again, it's reinforcing they will start to deport themselves if they start to actually get scared, right? The problem, more so, is the legal migration, the H-1Bs, right? Because that's basically a lifetime guarantee or path towards citizenship. Speaking of, I told you I looked at the test for citizenship in the UK, right? Out of curiosity. It's retarded. You should take it on stream and see if you can pass.
Maybe. The thing is, if I don't pass, Starmer's going to be here. Going to say, sorry, you're not eligible. Browns don't have to take it, but you do.
If you can't pass it, I would be I would be shocked. It's so easy. But the part that I got 100% on was traditional values. And the part I got like the lowest rating, which was like 67% on, was a modern, thriving society. That segment I didn't do very well on.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. So, I think I agree with almost everything you said there. Hypothetically, then, 40 million is a high estimate for the number of illegal and undesirable, undeserving legal immigrants in the US, i.e. people that should be deported. 40 million is a high estimate. Let's divide that neatly. If Trump were deporting 10 million a year, which is way more than he is, If he would have brought in
impossible
10
to do
million a
that.
year, which is probably
Maybe
impossible,
not.
but if he was,
It's
could
damn
the
near.
US economy survive that level of shock? Because we're not talking about instant zap 40 million gone, but 10 million a year gone. Could it survive that rate? Maybe. It's much closer. So yeah, I kind of would agree with you, Aiden, that the zap is not as plausible. The closest you can get to that in reality would probably be slow enough. So yeah, just go as fast as you fucking
It
can.
would be devastating for the food economy. Like, we need to eat food. The fact of the matter is, our food production is heavily dependent on illegal migrant exploitation.
But
and we would not be able to get enough replacements in time to actually keep the food up.
yeah. So again, if it's just about number of workers, that is a problem. There may be examples where modernization can be done to suffice some of that, where it hasn't been done because essentially they have slave labor, so they haven't mechanized where they could have done. Maybe some examples like that. But if ultimately it turns out that you don't have you have some number of unemployed Americans who could do this job, some number, thousands, tens of thousands, 100,000, millions, whatever number it is, it's not as high, I expect, as the number of illegals that are currently doing it, even though they'd be more competent, but they'd also have to be paid more. So this is a GDP tier issue, right? And obviously it would be better for America, better for Americans in the long term if you can reorient the economy such that it actually employs Americans. That's obviously better. And that's generally what we're going for here. It's the human experience rather than the GDP chasing. But if you pay too little attention, hold on a second, both of you. If you pay too little attention towards the goal of GDP, towards the raw economic performance goal, if you pay too little attention, it's much worse for the other goal as well, because then you don't have an economy in the first place to keep them up. If you throw out too many people, you cannot produce food anymore. So could the US survive that kind of loss over 4 years? That might be too little. It might be able to. Any less than that would be a lot safer. But it's true. If the economy is currently built on a thing being true, and then you remove that thing, you got to consider how quickly you're doing that. Because even if it will be better if you settle into the new model, it will take time to do that, and the shock could be a problem.
Another issue as well in California when it comes to food production is a lot of these communities, they discriminate against the native stock. Like, for example, Santa Maria, which is one of the major, if not the biggest, strawberry producers in the world, they will not hire non-Spanish speaking people. Like, you can't even get your foot in the door.
And if you started deporting people on a large scale, larger than what Trump's doing, that policy would probably change. It would have to. And they'd be much more willing to hire people from locally. But if eventually it gets to the point where, yeah, employee wages go way up because they can afford to, and corporations, which have been riding high for many years, suddenly have to invest more in paying employees. Well, there could be some bad side effects from that on a large scale, but suddenly they have to pay them more. But then employee wages could go up so high that there's just no one to employ anymore. They're desperately looking for anyone to employ. The economy is desperately looking for more workforce that was there before, though of course the workforce shouldn't have been, but it was supporting the extant economy. And suddenly you've got a problem. In trying to make the situation better in such a way that in principle will be better, ultimately, or should be better, you've actually made it a lot worse because the economy is now desperately looking for labor that doesn't exist, and so the economy shrinks. And it has to get smaller because there's not enough. But then less mouths to feed, maybe that evens out, but I don't think so.
It is okay. Here's the thing. Obviously, the reason why they don't hire Americans is because they have to pay these people less, right? So that is why they don't hire Americans. It is not that Americans are unwilling to take these jobs. I absolutely do not believe that. And there's no evidence for it. Americans are struggling to find jobs. I think that is a fundamental lie that Americans will not take jobs that are difficult, particularly young men. But you have to offer them something that is a competitive wage. You have to be able to pay them. Now, when you have illegal immigration into the country, it means inherently that you do not have to pay those people a living wage or even a legal wage because they are illegals. So they can be paid under the table. And that undermines and undercuts the ability of American citizens to be able to work for what they should be owed. Now, yeah, it means businesses will have to pay more, but they should have to pay more. There should be some protectionism in this, in that, yeah, sorry, you're going to have to pay a little bit more for the service in order to get whatever it is you want out of it. And
Slavery is
ultimately,
bad for the economy.
because then you have people who have more money, who are citizens, who will invest that money, guess what, back in the economy, because when illegals, what do they do with their money? They send it back home.
Yep.
They don't keep the money invested in the local economy. So it is longitudinally devastating to do this. And as we were talking about like skilled labor at nuclear power plants or stuff the last time, this is about non-skilled labor. Anybody can do this.
Yes.
And for young men who are disenfranchised, and they are disenfranchised, and really have, I mean, I can understand why no one would want to go into the education system for obvious reasons. You can get a job and you should be able to make a good amount of money doing labor. Now it sucks, but being able to make money doing labor is the history of humanity.
Yeah.
For young men.
Naturally, I agree almost completely with all of that. What I'm saying is really just a hypothetical of the rate. Is there going to be a gap there that's too big? I don't know. But I think what MTG is saying here is, in principle, there is some sense to it. But of course, it really just depends on what the numbers are. Can that rate be supported? And yes, we were talking before about skilled immigration with importing labor, and that's a different equation with some similarities, but this is about unskilled labor. So this is just about how many Americans are there willing to do these jobs. Because yes, there's loads, and there's loads that have been kept out of it.
And the other problem you have that goes
people
into
always
that
tell me
is
that
the
as if I
welfare
don't know.
state.
But yes, of course, there's millions of Americans who could be doing jobs that they're being deliberately kept out of. But what are the actual numbers? What is the gap right now between what labor is needed and what labor is available? I don't know.
I mean, the reality is that there are other barriers to it, which is that, yes, look, these are not, these kinds of jobs you're talking about, these labor jobs, they are not the most appealing, but they would be able to be more appealing if the option for illegal foreign migrant work was not there.
They'd have to pay more.
And then
the corporations have been flying high for too long, really.
Yes, it needs to get
been unbalanced.
Put into some check.
Yes.
And there will be pain from that. But the long-term benefits of ending this particularly insidious practice that undercuts and undermines, because now the other thing that I think needs to be cut out of it, and I was about to say this too, is the welfare state. The existence of the welfare state makes it easier for certain, particularly portions of the population, to never have to get a job. It is in fact in their favor to never do that.
Yeah.
So
that's also
some
a
people
problem,
you will never rouse into work, but most people, most young white men, I think, want to work. They want to be able to buy stuff. They don't want to have to live on government stimmies. Those of them are really black-pilled too. But these are hard jobs. But I think that, and well, maybe if you also gave young men a reason to want to work, and that's partially societal collapse or decay, which is that, well, why should I work hard if I'm never going to be able to have a family, if I'm never going to be able to own a home? And so it is not, I don't want to also place undue blame and responsibility on young men who, first of all, I don't blame for not taking these jobs because they're not being offered them because they're being offered to illegals. But it is a complex series of structures that have built around disenfranchising, particularly young white men.
Yes.
And if you didn't disenfranchise them, you wouldn't, none of this, and build these complex structures around it, it'd be a different picture.
I believe you're stating the principle of the case, which I completely agree with and always have. The only thing I'm questioning here is, do the numbers line up? And I want to read a few comments that refer to it. Corinne says, Corinne is implying that I'm arguing it would be a disaster if we do anything, which of course I'm not. I think you missed the beginning of the conversation, Corinne, but even given what you heard, that is extremely uncharitable. MTG isn't saying that either. And she says, we have the numbers. Fine. I haven't personally seen them. That's all I'm saying. I don't know if they even out. I don't know if we've seen enough numbers to be sure of that either. But I have argued before, fucking do it anyway. See what happens. I would rather risk it. And that is my position. I would rather risk it by just deporting at the maximum rate. I just don't know if that is safe. But I would rather risk it and find out than timidly wait and not do anything because it might be a problem. It will be painful. And I don't know for sure that it will be endurable, but I suspect it will, and it's worth the fucking try. And Ravelon appears to be saying the same thing. He says, in principle, there is a rate of deportation that is too high and will result in some industries collapsing. In practice, it's physically impossible to reach that rate. So going as fast as possible is perfectly fine. That's a confidence level that I don't know how much backing there is for. And if I was in the position of having to make that choice, I would want to be damn sure as I can be about the numbers before I do it. But I would probably still do it even if it looked close. And I suspect because I think you're using heuristics there, Revlon, rather than directly numbers, because that's very complex, and that's fine. I would probably agree. I suspect the maximum rate of practical deportation is not fast enough to collapse any industries, or at least not any significant amount that would cause a larger, like a cascading collapse. So yeah, I can do that. That is my position. So again,
you're not going to see a collapse, I don't think. I mean, like the industries we're talking about in this situation, these are, it's construction work, it's farming.
Hold on, just a second, Aiden.
You know, sure.
Corinne, that is deceptive. You did not know what my position was. You defined it in your head as being the most extreme version, and now that I've clarified that you were wrong, you're claiming that I'm backtracking. You're just wrong. Go and look at what I said. Sorry, Aiden, please continue.
No, I don't. No, I don't. Well, I don't think you said that either. I mean, at least that's not what I got out of what you said. Look, but I do agree with Revlon as well here too, and it's what I said earlier, is that the number of people you would have to deport would have to be so insane. It would be physically impossible to do essentially what MTG was talking about here, which is to just zap them, to teleportal all of them out of the country. And particularly when you talk about that just because you're getting rid of them doesn't mean that more aren't coming in. So you're fighting this constant flood where you're just trying to push back on it. And the rights it with, and I'm sorry, this is the case, and it's the same kind of shit you see over here as well. This, we're deporting people. Well, look, we've gotten rid of 10,000 even. That is nothing. It's not even a drop in the barrel or a drop in the bucket. Getting rid of 10,000 people or whatever it is, it doesn't matter. I know that it's like, it's progress. Is it though? Because for every 10,000 people you deport, how many more came in during the time that it took to get rid of those 10,000 people, or 500 people? What was the big number what was the big fucking number that Starmer was bragging about sending people back?
Like a few thousand, 6,000 or something.
It was a couple thousand, 6,000 or something like that. We got rid of 6,000. Well, they're twice that have come in the same time it took you to do that. So absurdist. And it's the same problem in the United States, which is at, also maybe a slightly higher risk of this. And that's not just about the illegal migration because of the open border it's not open, but there's a land border there rather than a sea one. And then also you have, again, the issue that gets constantly forgot about, and I will always bring up and not let go, is the H-1Bs. The totally legal migration.
Mm-hmm. Marcelo, taxing illegal immigrants is an interesting idea. You'd have to know about them first, and at which point you should deport them. But if you were to have a strong border and then charge for legal migration, much like the H-1B policy Trump put in with the charge on that could slow it down. Because if you set an amount, and there is some dispute between several people and me on what that $100,000 applies to. From what I've read, it looks like it's per person. Honestly, it does look like that, but other people are saying it's not. Either way, what you should do is put a per person thing on there, which basically sets the minimum of how profitable they need to be to import them, which means that below that level, you're not going to get almost anyone coming in unless they're really necessary. So you're only going to get people that are truly needed, that are worth more than that. And if it's 100 grand per person, that may even be a bit high, but it's fine. That's good. That means if it is per person, which I think it is, but I'm not sure, then you're really only going to get quite skilled people coming in to fill labor positions. And what H-1B is for is supposed to be for mass importation to fill labor shortages, which arguably shouldn't exist at all. I can see why it does. There may be some circumstances where it would be useful in a nation, but you need to be able to trust your leaders not to overuse it. And of course, we can't trust our leaders not to overuse it. But realistically, if you want skilled immigration, there is a separate visa for that, which should be used for the example we were talking about before, with the bringing in experts to build battery factories. Like, that should be on the skilled visa. Using H-1B for that just seems wrong. Frankly, if H-1B were just abolished completely, yeah, good, do that. Even if I think that there might be some edge cases where it's useful, it should just go away.
Visas.
Yeah, well, that's not what it's
for. And as we know, they're not. Clearly.
Indeed. But no, Corinne, you are misunderstanding my position. I'm not caveating the suggestion that we just go for it. We say it almost certainly won't be enough. Just deport as fast as we can. I am advocating for deporting as fast as we can, but it would be remiss not to mention that there is always the risk in potentia of it being too much for the economy. That in theory, if it were instant, which is what MTG was saying here, in theory, if it were instant, it would probably be very dangerous for the economy.
But the problem again is that this isn't realistic. So it's a false, entirely false premise.
It's only a false premise if we assume that the maximum rate we can deport at wouldn't be dangerous. Because if it would be dangerous, hypothetically, if it would probably be better to slow that rate, because the danger there would be bigger than leaving them in, potentially. But all I'm saying is potentially, and I suspect it's not. So all I'm saying is to clarify what MTG appears to be saying, that there is a rate that would be too fast. My position is, I strongly suspect the fastest we could do in practice wouldn't be enough to be dangerous. So just fuck it. Just do it. Monitor it to make sure we don't accidentally go too far. But I doubt we would. But I don't think MTG would necessarily disagree with that. I think she's just saying, be realistic about it. But maybe she is. Maybe that's a prelude to her saying, slow it down. In which case I would respectfully disagree. No one. Potentia is a word. It's probably somewhat little used and maybe a bit pretentious. But potentially in potentia mean roughly the same thing. So yeah, there we go. Let's listen to the rest of what she said.
Here on out.
Yeah.
And if anybody's mad at me for saying the truth, then I'm sorry.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, ladies and gentlemen, our next president. Sorry, JD Vance.
I don't think
sure
so
about
at this
that.
point.
I don't think so at this point. No, maybe she'd be better. I don't know, but at this point,
she had never. I mean, that's Tim Dillon. Just
I'm sure he's
hyping her
exaggerating.
up.
Yeah. I mean,
woman president.
If you want to have it's just not worth it, right? But there would be an upside of you get to stunt on the Democrats that the Republicans had the first female president, right?
I don't want a female president. Nobody does. Look at the polling.
Fair enough. But
Not
all
even
I'm saying
women
is,
do.
there's many downsides, but there would be that little upside that the Dems would that they didn't get the first female president. Like here,
I don't care about owning the
Conservative.
libs. No one cares about owning the libs.
Funny, no, it wouldn't be worth it.
Okay,
but that aspect of it would be funny.
It would be funny, I guess, for about 5 seconds.
Yeah,
but
no, in
it's a
that
really shitty
specific
joke.
way, only in that specific way, it would be kind of funny. Yeah, but no, it's not worth it. Okay, the next thing we have on MTG is the following. Trump dismisses MTG, quote, great news for the country, which does look a bit petty, but whatever. Trump just called MTG's resignation great news for the country during a phone call with ABC's Rachel Scott. When asked if he gave her any heads up, he brushed it off. It doesn't matter. I think it's great. I think she should be happy, he said. Again, a little petty, but could be worse. There's a picture of them. That's all he said on it so far as I know. I do have a bit more on this because we can talk about something which, if ideally, if I wanted to defend my ego, because I tried to steel man Trump on this, I wouldn't refer to, but I'm more interested in the truth. So let me find it. I think it's this one. No, but that is also worth looking at. Is it this one? One of these. Apologies for the delay, chat. It's one of these. Yeah, here we go. Sorry for the delay. Okay, this is Trump speaking on H-1Bs. Now, to reiterate, and to be very careful, because it's very easy for people to misunderstand this, especially as we talk for a long time. My position on H-1Bs, oh wow, that does look weird. My position on H-1Bs is scrap the system, would probably be fine. Strictly speaking, not necessary, but safer to do so, because we can't really trust any politician or any corporation to use it wisely. If it's 100 grand per person, that would help quite a lot. I'm not sure if it is. If it's not, it should be. You don't need to import people using H-1B, even if you want to go the route of importing a small number of rarefied experts where you don't have enough of them to spark an economy so that US can become dominant in that economy. You should be able to use the highly skilled immigration visa. I can't remember what it's called, but the other one, not H-1B. H-1B shouldn't be used for that. And when Trump said he wanted to bring in a small number of experts, 100 battery genius experts from South Korea to spark the US battery industry so it can compete, where, by the way, China is practically dominant in it. And if the US could get any foothold, that would be an improvement. When he said that, it was just a couple hundred. My assumption would be for the entire country or for a large part of the country so that you could just spark it up with some experts where there currently isn't the expertise in America, but there's the potential for it, and you can teach them and get them into it, right? All that stuff. I think I agree with pretty much what you guys would say on all of that, but I'm open to hearing Trump's argument that it would be better for the country to spark that industry, even if it means a small amount of importing of needed talent. I don't necessarily agree that it is needed, but I'm open to his argument that it is. However, he's made it more difficult for me to steelman him now. Hasn't he just?
almost like I told you so.
Well, I have to be reasonable with people who I don't think are just evil. Have to state what I think could be their position, the minimum assumption. Have to be willing to steelman them. What he said here, I can still steelman, but it is getting more difficult. So let's see what he said.
To bring people to get those plants opened, we want you to do that, and we want those people to teach our people how to make computer chips and how to make other things. You can't come in, and I'm explaining, you can't come in, open up a massive computer chip factory for billions and billions of dollars like is being done in Arizona, and think you're going to hire people off an unemployment line to run it. They're going to have to bring thousands of people with them, and I'm going to welcome those people.
No.
The problem
here,
goes back to
Trump,
the same thing I said before.
You're really reductive on this unemployment line thing. I think there's more talent there than you realize. There's much more talent latent in America than you realize.
It's what I said before. They have to train the Indians from scratch anyway. They don't speak English. Doesn't matter. Everyone knows. Doesn't matter what degree they say they have or whatever. They are not trained. People have to be trained from scratch in how to operate anything in the United States anyway. So no, it makes so much more sense if you're going to have to train these people anyway to train Americans off the unemployment line. You don't have to import them.
But again, to steelman Trump, he's not necessarily... Okay. H-1B has almost always been used for shitty low-skilled labor, but he's not necessarily suggesting that. He's suggesting people that do know what they're doing. I still disagree with that.
That's not true about H-1B either.
It can be used for that. It could be.
It can, but it is also used for high-skilled labor. The reality is, is that...
I believe that's what he's suggesting, that people that know what they're doing. He's not suggesting unskilled. I mean, maybe he would. I don't know. I'm not saying we should trust him, but to steelman him, I believe he's saying those who do know what they're doing already, not Indians, people you don't need to train up. But he's assuming that there isn't that talent in the US. And just quickly, Ezreal, yes, NVIDIA is based in the US, but they're manufactured in Taiwan, not in the US.
I mean, it is such an absurd prima facie argument that the United States is lacking in people who can build or maintain facilities that create batteries or whatever it was in this case, but India can.
Well, India certainly can't. I don't think they can. China, unfortunately, can. Now, a lot of these things are designed in the West and then just manufactured over there. And in many cases, the manufacturing is entirely automated. So again, even when trying to steelman him, I can't really see how this works. The only thing is, if there are probably some industries where less of the design is done in the US and the US isn't quite competitive on any aspect of it, batteries might be an example of that, where most of it's done in almost manufacturing of batteries is done in Asia, almost all of it. If you need to spark industry to such a strong extent in the US that you need just more numbers of people. Even the American talent's not enough. If you need that, I could see the argument for bringing in a small number of experts to help spark it. But he's making it much more difficult to imply that that's all he's suggesting. It doesn't seem like he is anymore. Now, the one respite for him here is that the fundamental problem, I do think this is probably true to a large extent, is the education system in the West is not actually producing sufficient talent. Even though the US invented these technologies, many in chat have pointed that out, yes. And that there are still many people in the West that design these technologies. Yes, NVIDIA is based in the West. They're designed in the West, I expect, mostly by Western people, not by Asians, all manufactured in the East, but I expect most of the designs in the West. The talent surely exists there, but the education system might not be providing any new talent. It might just be all the old guard that are doing that, and that there's no new ones coming in. And that is the only respite here that could make his argument make sense. If the education system in the US and the Western world is so bad that for the past 30 years, There's been almost no competitive talent produced in any of these fields. That's the only case in which I could see his argument making sense. I'm not sure if it's that bad, but I know it's bad.
It's pretty bad. This is pretty bad. This is, I mean, it is a fundamental betrayal to the base to have this kind of change in messaging. About, I mean, because it also just doesn't make any sense. And I think that it doesn't make any sense because you have to bring over the Indians or whomever, which is who they actually, again, look at this against who they actually bring in under the scheme. Now, you're expecting Trump, I know, to totally change it around and change the way that it operates so it's not all Indians anymore, predominantly Indians and
I'm not even expecting,
people from the
just,
third world.
He might be, again, just trying to steel man him.
Right, okay, but that's why it feels like a betrayal, because this is counter to everything that he promised people. Bringing in, because and again, it is never just for a little bit. Those people end up applying for and becoming American citizens.
It never has been, no. Again, best case scenario, it would be this time, but we can't really trust that. Yeah.
I don't think so. I wish it were, but it's not. I mean, and he's not signaling it secretly. He's being quite open and honest about it at this point.
Again, I agree with almost everything. I do not need educating on the problem with H-1Bs. None of us do. And again, I'm agreeing with most of what you guys are saying, but it would be boring if I just sat here and agreed with you and echoed the crowd. So again, trying to find some sliver of some alternative perspective here. Trump is talking to Saudi Investment Forum. Maybe he's lying to them and not to us. You would want to exaggerate this exact kind of position when talking to an international investment group. It's a very, very mild defense, but maybe the exaggeration is there.
That's the best argument I've heard for this kind of stuff yet, is the context argument. But however, he's said this in a variety of contexts at this point, or something that is akin to this in a variety of contexts.
Not quite this strong, but still, yeah.
No, but he has said this in other, or something that is similar to this in context where he's speaking to the American people. What sounds to me like this is, and by the way, goes along with what Elon wanted, because Elon wants to import a bunch of foreign labor under the auspices that, I'm a migrant, so it's good. Why does Elon really want that? Because he wants cheap foreign labor to build his Teslas.
And
slightly
that may be true.
Skilled, cheap foreign labor.
I think, unfortunately, the somewhat negative interpretation of this, where they just want foreign labor, has been true for a long time and is probably still true. I just want to caution that that's not all you could use it for, and that saying that we should use this program doesn't mean they're just going to do that. But obviously, that's going to be pushed for by corporations, and Trump will be somewhat amicable to that because he needs to please every group that he represents, including the economy. So, unfortunately, that is going to be a big push. It's not the only way you could use it. You could use the H-1B for good, but only very specific circumstances and ways, and only if the numbers are a certain way. I don't know how the numbers are. I think this argument ultimately, chat, is mostly what we're arguing here is sort of principles and heuristics, and that's fine. I'm with you on almost all of that. The crux of it, what ultimately would decide it, is exactly what the numbers are, and that's very complicated. There's a lot of numbers to look at. What proportion of the design work for modern CPUs and GPUs is done by Americans? Not American companies, but American people in America. What proportion of it is done there? If it's 50%, you're probably fine. Trump's probably exaggerating. If it's 25%, maybe he's not. But even then, you can look at a lot more numbers as well. So I don't know if anyone has done sufficient analysis to be sure. Maybe Trump has. Maybe someone in chat has. Maybe they'll tell me. I personally haven't. It would take a long time, and statistical analysis isn't really my field. I wonder if I know anyone whose field it is.
Yeah.
But it's very complicated.
You certainly don't.
It's economic. I know you and I are both capable of doing economics, Aidan, but I know it's not your main field either. So it would be difficult.
No, I'm a statistician.
Well, Well, Corinne, I don't know. Maybe someone around Trump has. The possibility that Trump is acting honestly is still available, although it's becoming dwindling at this point. Maybe he has done sufficient analysis, at least to believe it himself. But yeah, I know it's somewhat difficult to believe. Like, he himself won't have done it, but he will have been told it by someone that may have done. But that person will, of course, have other motives, potentially at least. So yeah, it may well be that he's been sold a very well-reasoned crock of shit, which is exactly what the corporations want, and has just bought it. I wouldn't generally peg Trump as credulous, but at this point, there may be other factors involved. He's been credulous on the 50-year mortgages, seemingly, which I don't think are a good idea.
Absolutely not. I mean, like, this is it has been move after move from Trump, pretty much consecutively in his second term here, to betray his base, and instead in various ways, but in ways that I think at this point people need to start to take account of, is that the MAGA movement, such as it were, is being in and of itself put away as well, in the return to sensible centrism. This right-wing populism stuff is being just shredded apart in real time via betrayal after betrayal by Trump. By the way, takes the wind out of the sails of J.D. Vance as well.
It does. I don't know if the base is going to accept that. I think the idea that it's like, corporations
they just got rid of
the globalists
Mark
may be
Taylor Greene's been forced
intending to
out.
do that. Yeah, but the small scale stuff like that doesn't necessarily portend how it will ultimately go. Globalists would prefer that to be the case. And whatever they're doing here, whether Trump was always their guy or whether they've managed to turn Trump, it is not the end of the war. Like, with all of this stuff, the hopelessness implied by positions like that, even though there may be truth to it, is not helpful when still we need to win. We still need to look for positive ways forward. What Trump has done on aggregate there's been some good stuff in it. We need just to continue with the good stuff and reduce the bad stuff, which just means we need to keep pushing harder. I never implied, not since my naive hopefulness at the beginning of his first term, never implied that Trump was the end of the line. I've always said that this is a multi-presidential process, even a multi-generational process.
To be fair, I had that stuff during his first run. I thought, this is great. This is it. Like, this is a major shift in things. Nah, but that was naive optimism. It's all right.
And the globalists throughout this process are going to be fighting as hard as they can to prevent us from getting any foothold. We have already got some victories, but we need more. We need to just destroy them utterly with this process. We need to replace the establishment completely with a new one. And just because there's going to be setbacks and difficulties, I think the way of wording it that certain people use is extremely defeatist and implies futility and is basically cheerleading for the worst of our opponents. And I just discourage that framing.
Well, look, I tend to have
But
actually
they are powerful,
a slightly more
they
positive...
are devious, they are getting some victories themselves.
If you're talking about Mondani, I actually think that is that's good political theater for Trump. The left, that takes all the win out of the sails of Mondani's campaign, is that now he looks like a puppet. Whether or not he is, it doesn't actually matter. He looks like he's controlled by Trump now, because he didn't go and do what they wanted him to do, which is to get into a big shouty match. They wanted him to have a Zelensky moment, that they could, turn and try, which he did with Zelensky as well, too, by the way. He made Zelensky kneel, did he not? But they wanted something that they could go off of, and instead it was amicable here, and it's, or it certainly looked like it. And yeah, that totally deflates Mamdani. Or I think it does, because how are you going to get the far left? And again, I think that Scrum's hypothesis here is correct. It's not just his. AA has been saying this kind of stuff too, which is that the shift is going to be towards
they're saying the same things.
Or it's not like they talk or anything.
Again, they appear to be recasting natural processes as, hey, look how fucking great our savage evil enemy is. It's just the framing is so defeatist and submissive. It's hateful that they would even put it that way. They can tell the truth without being that bottomly about it.
I
wish they would just, because they're smart people. I wish they would just tell the truth without needing to be like, oh, the globalists, man, they're so fucking great. Look at them winning.
No, that's not what's happening.
That is what's happening here.
But are they not winning? Is this not globalism?
Not overall. No, they would love
under MAGA.
It looks like they are about to get a foothold. They're about to push back. But almost every process can follow a waveform if you cast it properly. We have had some victories over the last few years. With Biden, we're mostly losing. Beginning of Trump's term, some victories. Now we're getting a few losses, and then we'll probably go back to some victories again, especially if we push hard on this. He might need to do something to appease his base. This is all natural processes. The globalists are part of those natural processes just like we are. But the way certain people talk about them...
Why should he appease the base? What incentive does he have to appease the base?
His own glory. The same reason that he went for this in the first place.
That is the only option left, is that, yes, Trump's own ego would surpass any other motives or incentives.
And if that isn't enough...
How is he behaving? And I would admit, I used to think that at first term, I thought...
He's spending capital, I think, now. I don't know why he's doing it this way, but maybe he's leveraged, I don't know. But if he seems leveraged to me. He may be. If he doesn't do what people want for the rest of his term, if he decides to just go full-on corporate back to fucking George W. Bush or Biden or Obama, whatever, then the corollary of that, it doesn't just go away. There's some dissipation of that pressure, but it also continues to build. If people aren't getting what they want and there are still problems, they will just force a more radical solution next time if one is available. And maybe there won't be, but then maybe next time there will be. And it may take time. But the important thing to do is that part of it is to look to what can actually work, look to hopeful solutions, and not just to stand there in awe of how great our enemy is. It's pathetic. Hadrian has a few points on chips, which is, one, the chip design, which is what we, for example, NVIDIA is doing, is built on top of the manufacturing technology, which is actually being developed by a global effort led by mostly Taiwanese and Japanese companies. That doesn't really answer the question of who's designing them, but I am curious about that. These factories are some of the most complicated things to run on the planet, so you need a lot of highly trained staff, and they have to be familiar specifically with the processes of that company, which also includes highly confidential trade secrets. The actual machines, the EUV machine, for example, which is probably the most complex, expensive machine in the world, except maybe ITER, is, I'm exaggerating a bit, is made in the West, I think, or at least, I'm not sure actually, but it's made by a big company. That could be imported to the West. It's not the only machine, there's lots of machines you have to connect together, but it's known how you do that. That could be done in the West. It's just a matter of the investment to buy the machines primarily. But you also need, obviously, experts to run it. But most of the process, most of the complex stuff is done automatically. The engineers at CSMC are basically adeptus mechanicus. Even if they don't know what the machines are doing, someone else made the machines who does know what they're doing. And that could be done anywhere. And then the last point, I'm not sure how true this is, but whites are supposedly not as good at running these fabs as Asians. Possibly Westerners are just not pedantic rule followers to the degree needed to make chips, but it would still be good to have these fabs in the West, because depending on all the high-performance tech coming from the South China Sea, because it's a massive geostrategic liability. There are enough Asians already in the West to run these fabs, probably. And if there aren't, then it's still sufficient to do it with whites. Now, if Asians are better at making computers because whites are better at innovating, and that's the offset, then all the West has to do is a little bit of protectionism on the innovation. And suddenly, instead of the West being limited to a generation behind the manufacturing of the East, it'll be the other way around. Protectionism on the innovation, and then manufacturing them, even if we're not quite as good at the manufacturing process, so what? We're better at making them. And then, even just a year after we start manufacturing them in the West, we let the East start there as well. Or maybe not even a year. Maybe wait longer than that, or shorter, depending on what's beneficial for us. That just seems like Trump is more concerned with setting up his business friends. No,
it sure does. Again,
yes.
The H-1B thing looks to set up Elon, does it not?
But everything's connected.
That was what their little bitch fit was over.
Not necessarily, maybe. Everything's connected. Even if he's doing something which the first step is bad, which is just serving corporations, you got to wonder, are there other steps? Has he planned further than that? Maybe not. But just a little possibility that there is something more to that plan, that he is trying to get something out of this. I don't know. We'll keep an eye on that. So man says, Trump is making the Democrats work for Republicans just by saying the opposite of what Republicans want. It's not worth it. If that's what he's doing, I don't think it's worth it. If he's not going to do any of this stuff, well, he may be sinking more credibility than it's worth, even if he doesn't do it. But unfortunately, he probably will do it. Maybe even worse than this. So, we'll see what he does. If he doesn't do any of it, then it would be interesting. But I wonder what the point of this would be. Yeah, as Chris is already doing, I suspect he is already doing at least some of this. Yeah.
Look, it's all containment. Look, I know I hate to say it, but this is what Scrump predicted in terms of this dashes all of the MAGA stuff.
It's also what I
predicted. This is a return to sensible centrism.
Because Aiden, it's also what Nostradamus predicted.
Okay,
Scrump
sure, but is
basically
it not
predicting doom and gloom and strategies that any powerful group would use. I am predicting a natural process that also includes that happening. We are both predicting what's happening.
And both can be true at the same time, to be fair.
Exactly. The data and the details are both similar. But his framing is unnecessarily biased on one side at an extreme, almost to a fantastical or fetishistic degree.
I think that's over or misreading it, but I don't totally disagree. No.
So
just this is MAGA being put away as well. Woke's been put away. Now MAGA goes away with it.
I don't know about that. There's still a great need for it, and even if they try to put away Trump by some means, the need will persist. Not enough has been solved. Trump has done some good stuff, but not enough has been solved. The problem persists, and if this is not resolved, then someone else will come out. Now, the only way this happens is if Trump failing or betraying people leads to just complete abject despair. That's the only way it could happen. But then that'll probably lead to violence.
He was our guy, and look,
it'll probably lead to a violent overthrow.
No. It will be. Look, this is a guess, of course, but based on everything I know about human psychology, people put their faith, their trust in Trump, that he was truly going to be America first, and if he betrays them, as he appears to be doing. And as, this changes, the people aren't going to get violent. They're going to be despondent. And the energy from MAGA is exhausted. I'm not sure about that.
We've already seen
is
data
that not exactly
that
what we see with the left, though?
There's already data that MAGA don't consider Trump to be a messiah-like figure, that it's about America first, not about Trump specifically. That they would find someone else, whether that be J.D. Vance or someone else.
But look at how it's happened with the left and putting the woke away, though, or whatever. Again, just they are demoralized right now. Because which by the way is making them more violent, but they are demoralized right now because they wait, all this stuff that we spent the last 10 years, we had all this power. What are we supposed to do? And they feel demoralized. And so it's the same thing. It's just you just take the wind out of the sails of MAGA, and it is this easy. It is this easy to do it.
I don't think so. They feel demoralized, but it also makes sense that they do because there's no merit to their position. They can't recover it by succeeding. The only merit is being arbitrarily offered by international powers which are ill getting their resources, and that can't last. So even if it's not MAGA that solves this, it will be solved at some point when the regime collapses. But even if it's not Trump that solves it, even if it has to be someone else, it's not
going to be anyone else in MAGA after Trump. It is MAGA is, and this is a bunch of political science research and political psychology research illustrates this. People tie the concept of make America great again, as they logically should, to Donald Trump. There has been questions for the last 10 years now about what do we do without Trump? Because the whole idea of this make America great again stuff is tied to Trump. And if Trump ends up being a turncoat and a traitor on the supposed principles of MAGA, MAGA loses all its steam. Woke has been put away. Now MAGA gets put away.
I don't think
we return to some, fucking bullshit. And now I would say maybe it'll be a little bit less intense and people will have some breathing room. But that's the whole point of the pressure release valve. Societal pressures have been at such an extreme high. People will beg for a return to sensible centrism, which will mean, by the way, all of the same shit, but with no expectations of it being better than that.
I don't think the right would accept that at the moment. Even if demoralized by Trump betraying them, there would be so much anger and need for a replacement that they would either find a replacement quickly or they would find some other way to resolve it. The demoralization angle does.
And I hope so.
It makes sense in a lot of cases, but it doesn't work on everyone every time. It's worked on a lot of third world shitholes, but in some of those cases it didn't last or it didn't work as well as the CIA hoped. In the West, I think the ultimate challenge was how do we make this work in the West for our benefit? Well, I'm not sure they've done enough. Now, even then, what Trump is doing
Again, I hope
recently
you're cor-
may not be
I
the
would hope you're
beginning
correct.
of a continuous downhill spiral into betrayal. It may be
And
that,
that is
there is
look,
some reason behind these things. I don't know what it
I'll
would
give
be,
you the
but
white pill. I'll give you
we'll
the white
see.
pill on it. But and this is in Trump's first presidency, his first term. Very early on, he made a bunch of decisions, including engaging in some drone striking shit in the Middle East that I found reprehensible. And I was like, oh great, more of the same. And he fixed his shit. The difference is, however, and the reason why people are being more negative now is because Trump's had 10 years in the game now to figure this shit out. When it was his first 6 months in office, the first time around, you know, a couple of errors were a little bit more understandable. Now he's been in the political system for 10 years. He's been president once, and he served functionally sort of as president for another 4 years under Biden in terms
But
of
this
the
specific question
will of the people.
This specific question hasn't been widely discussed. It's been discussed by people like us, but it hasn't been widely discussed in the public sphere. He shouldn't be taking a position quite this quickly, and it is weird that he is. But the issue needs to be thrown around a bit. He has got a much better position on a lot of other things, or seems to. The 50 mortgages thing is probably just a bad idea. Much like this, he's jumped into it too quickly. Perhaps he's just getting overconfident and is making more mistakes. Doesn't necessarily mean that he's leveraged, but he might be.
I mean, he's acting as if he's leveraged, but
kind of. But he has been getting better positions on things. But this specific question of using H1B to spark new industries is relatively new. It's been discussed somewhat by tip of the spear thought leaders, but not generally, not largely, not broadly. H1B generally has, but not using it in a specific way. Now, he's taking a position too quickly, but it might be that he flip-flops on this. He has often switched position when the public disagree with him.
The problem is, as Achilles brings up, though, is that immigration is and always has been Trump's main platform.
Yeah.
Stopping immigration, reversing immigration patterns, trying to put a stop to the WEF Globalist Replacement Program. And by all of a sudden flip-flopping, very curiously, right along with Elon, or seemingly to flip-flop, and staking their claim of like, no, H-1Bs, actually, no, we're you know, certain things we can't do about immigration or whatever. And he has deported people. I'm not trying to cut out the actual accomplishments there, but again, the number of people who are being deported, and even you have provided, again, along with Marjorie Taylor Greene, the reasons why, well, you can't just zap them out of existence. That is true. But that kind of talking, that rhetoric, provides a cover for, well, you don't really have to be too committed to it anyway. And this is the exact same shit, by the way, that you saw with the Conservative government in the UK. And I think that you will see when Nigel Farage gets into power, which he will.
It may well go that way. What we may see, though, with Farage is if Trump does do a heel turn, all eyes will be on whether Farage is going to do it at the same time, because there'll be so much of a change in feeling in America in that case that it'll change the stage of populist politics. Farage may be forced to be more radical than he is currently because of greater radical sentiment in the US if Trump doesn't do the right thing.
Wet tissue, man. Like, he's not going to do shit. And I think you're going to see the populist movements go in the same direction. I think at this point it's unquestionable of, well, reasonable amounts of immigration. And we went too far. We're just being reasonable, and to be under the exact auspices that you just kind of defended unintentionally, or, you know, I know it was, which is, well, yeah, you can't just zap them out of existence and not destroy the economy. But that gives way to all of the arguments to say, well, yeah, well, I mean, obviously you're going to need immigration. The exact same globalist WEF playbook that we've been living under for the last 30 years.
Then there will need to be some sort of new response to it if MAGA wasn't enough, or MAGA will adopt some new leader. The only other alternative is that the movement that has been pushing to solve these problems, it becomes demoralized and the West collapses. So that is a possibility. But shall we see if we can find some alternative?
The idea of Western collapse is like, people think they get it in their head so that it's just going to happen all at once or something like that. A reduction,
a loss of hegemony. That is a possibility, and I've always accepted that as a possibility. Is there another possibility? Can we find a way that it could happen differently? Because so far, what I've been doing is speculating on ways it could happen differently, which are plausible, and I've been getting nothing but, it's hopeless, it will never happen, the collapse is inevitable, our enemies are too smart.
No, our enemies are not too smart. People are too dumb. is what it is.
Again,
like,
I'm not
look,
asking for
this is
the
how you
reason that you think it's
siphon-
all doom and gloom. I'm asking for a potential way out of the doom and gloom.
There's no way out. There's nothing that you and I or anyone else can do.
If that's your final answer, then by all means, let me continue the conversation without the disagreement. When I'll try and find some ways out, even if they don't sound plausible to you. Let me try and find some possibility. I think there are some. If you think it's impossible, then that doesn't help.
I think it's impossible for regular people to do anything.
Either way,
That's
if you
what
think
I'm
it's
saying.
impossible, how does someone become no longer a regular person? Everyone starts from that position.
An elite?
Yeah, they either start as an elite, which doesn't tend to last, or they grow there from being a regular person. Either way, every elite position comes from someone being a regular person at some point. This is all part of a natural process. You're not supposed to look at the world from the perspective that doesn't take into account natural processes on a large scale and biology. You need to look at the world from recognizing that the elites are not an aberrant overriding force in the system. They are part of the system. They move with it. How do you solve that?
And your best chance is a natural elite, which Trump was.
Pretend it's this ceiling that can never be approached. You will always discourage yourself and your allies. Except that they're part of the system. They need things from the system.
I'm not trying to be discouraging. I'm not trying to be, and I'm really not. I'm trying to be a realist. And again, like what you're saying in response to me is, well, I'll try to come up with something. And you as an individual, as much as I respect your opinion on stuff, I mean, like, it's not going to bear any, it's not going to have any bearing on anything.
What I say is not setting what's going to happen. It's just thinking of what could happen. And again, I don't think it is doom and gloom. One possibility is Western hegemonic decline.
Realism is
not. There
are
other possibilities as well.
Realism is different from depression, right?
What I'm doing is
patterns and are denying that there's a pattern of behavior that's happening with Trump through his entire second term. I mean, I don't know what to say.
There are other ways to explain it besides just hegemonic collapse is inevitable because people are too stupid.
Maybe.
There are other ways to explain it, other ways it could go. And I would be remiss to just come out here and depress everyone and make their day shitty. Even though it could happen, it's not the only thing that could happen. Because it's in the future, we don't know what the truth is yet. I will speak truth, but if we don't know, I will try and find options. Obviously, there's always, and let it be implicit for all time whenever I stream chat, it's always possible that we have Western hegemonic collapse or decline. It's always possible. What I'm looking for is a way to prevent that. And while we're in that process, I would like to keep people, keep people's morale up while we're doing that.
I am not trying to be depress maxing or whatever. Just my take on it.
I know you're not trying to be, and I'm not. This is not. I don't mean any of this personally. I know that that's what you believe is true. But it's surprising to me that you don't believe that there's any possibility of other options that don't lead to hegemonic.
I mean, sure, there's a possibility. I just have no idea what it would be. I don't know what it would look like. I don't see an avenue for it. Now, again, if I saw some evidence for it, it'd be fine. But I just don't see anything currently.
I think your estimation of the direction things will go would not have permitted the good things that have already happened, limited though they are, from happening. If you had predicted where things would go as you are now, in 2012 or even 2016, you probably would have predicted a far more negative version than what has actually happened. You probably would not have predicted a rising of a populist movement. You probably would have said hegemonic decline was inevitable then, with no avenue out.
Oh no, actually, there was a lot of evidence that populism was going to be a move, and particularly when you go back and look at the things
before that evidence arose.
At the time, no. At the time, no, populism didn't seem to be like a natural thing that was occurring.
As you are reasoning now, you wouldn't even have been open to that idea, you would have said, no, hegemonic decline is inevitable because people are too dumb to figure anything out. It would have to be an elite force. Well, partial though the progress has been, it doesn't always have to come originally from elites.
It's part of it, though,
often
is that
involves them, but you need
you
populism
allow
as well.
the energy that the frustrations that people have to be expressed and then dissipated through populist movements, where it's
Yes,
like, well,
I
we tried
understand
it, we got
how
what we
that works.
wanted, and look how it turned out.
We didn't get what we wanted.
But
We're
you
not
got
finished
Trump.
yet.
You got the guy, you know. I mean, that's how you dissipate energy from a movement, right?
Yes, but that doesn't necessarily mean it'll be successful. Both sides are using their best strategies.
Sure.
Or at least strong strategies against the other.
Sorry, I'm not trying to be depressing about this. I really am not, but I'm just calling it as I see it. You know.
I know.
Don't put your eggs in the Trump basket. I think he's fucking compromised, and I don't know how it's not evident that's the case.
I'm not challenging the plausibility of what you're saying. I think you got onto that's not what I'm saying. I'm challenging your perception that the alternatives are implausible. Things do often happen that aren't expected, that are hard to predict. The best political prediction is not always correct. There's sometimes big things that happen that are totally unexpected. And I think the populist movement in the form it's taken now would have, to a cynic, been unpredictable before evidence of it started to appear. They wouldn't have assumed it was possible. Now, it hasn't been successful. And they might have said, oh, maybe it could happen, but it will fail. But then that's what you're saying now about some future solution. Well, you're not even allowing for that much about some future solution. If there is Western hegemonic decline, that's worse for everyone. So what could be done? And I know you're saying it's not likely, but I'm telling you, I think that's because you have a bias towards negativity and cynicism in politics.
Probably. I know I do.
Somewhat
but
justified given the last few decades of shitty politics. But sometimes unexpected things happen.
True.
And we are at the very moment right now that it could turn around, even though it's, we're at definitely a low point right now in many ways. It definitely could still turn around, like in terms of the sort of 100-year cycles.
Sure. Yeah. Which politics does tend to move in about 100-year cycles, or so some have hypothesized. Yeah.
So again, I don't think we disagree on almost any of the data. We just have a slightly different bias when it comes to positivity and negativity, and a very different way of exclaiming our opinions and framing it.
I think so too. I take a.
If we're talking about what wording is
pessimistic,
more effective,
cynicism.
If we're talking about
pessimism and cynicism are a bit different.
Sure. If we're talking about what way of framing it is most effective for helping, I put it to you that mine is. And they're both truthful, but one of them would actually have a better chance of keeping people moralized to do something about it, with even the little influence that we do have here. I mean, you have a bit more influence on your channel. Being negative about it when you're not changing the facts, you're just changing the way you express them. The only advantage to that is getting you into the cool kids club with other people that are being negative about it.
I'm already in the cool kids club.
Then you don't need to be. And you don't need to be that negative. Again, it's just about framing. It's about what you'd rather do. I think being negative really only helps yourself. Being positive, even if it's just a little bit, helps everyone.
It's.
But I try to do a bit of both.
I know, and I think it's sorely lacking in political commentary. But I always got to be a downer. Sorry, it's my nature.
Yeah, I understand. And I think the world needs both. But as I've said before, I think
it does.
People with a positive bias have a responsibility not to be naive, which I try not to do. Even though I present a positive perspective, I also accept the negative as possible and even likely.
I'm not trying to call you naive either.
Fair enough. But negative people have a responsibility not to demoralize their friends, which I think is happening in a lot of cases. We can do both while still being truthful. We can stay within the bounds of effectiveness because both are needed.
I think both are needed. I agree.
So, disappointed with Trump right now. Let's see if he can turn it around. Let's see if something changes. And if it doesn't, we'll have to figure something else out. Let's talk about other stories we have today. Trying perhaps to skip to something a little different than what we've been discussing already.
Well, anything more positive? Because again, I'm sorry for being a Debbie Downer all the time. I am just trying to be like, realistic, or from or at least maybe not realistic then, grounded. Does that
Yeah, I
don't
understand.
get your hopes up kind of stuff.
I understand. And perhaps what I'm saying comes off as too dreamy, but I definitely do. I mean, it's because I'm pushing back on what's already been said. It's no use for me just repeating what's already been said. But what you're saying is not implausible by any means. It unfortunately could happen. Nacho says, show tits, it'll bring up chat's mood, not yours.
Yeah, bring the tits up.
You'll have to visit my OnlyFans for stuff like that.
Where's the tits overlay?
We could do the tits overlay. I've been thinking a lot recently about how to improve the Cabal Age system. And getting some ideas, but I think the way it is right now isn't working that well. There's a lot of reasons why, and it's complicated. But I have some ideas. I'll implement them soon. But I kind of want to do a better incentive method, because just saying, here's a high amount, if we get to it, we'll tits, isn't great for encouraging people. But also, I don't want it to be too valueless. So I'm not sure how to incentivize it, because I don't know if you know this, I also need to buy groceries and stuff. So if you have enjoyed these streams, the vigorous, sometimes depressing, but always interesting conversations that we have here, you can contribute via tips.oozloo.net or fund.oozloo.net. Let's reduce the price for today. If there's any £25 total contributions requesting the tits specifically, then they'll happen. You can also bid against showing the tits in the background. Usually I would ask for much more than that, but we've reduced it today. There is also, as a reminder, if you want me to do the JF voice for a story, that is the same price, 25 for a whole story. I'll keep up the voice with only minor retractions from it. What else is there? There's also many overlays available. Each one of those overlays is only £15 to bring it up over my face. You can also bid against any of them. There are many available. Let me get a list of them up here. You can see which ones are available there. Many of you already know what they look like, so there's the list. And to overcome none, each costs 15. You can contribute via tip.oozloo.net. All of these currently require real-life money contributions, but I will, as I say, try to improve Cabal Aid in the near future so that I can just use that for all this stuff
the
instead.
duality of Cabal. Achilles says, we do not want you to do the JF voice. We're not feeling like being punished. And immediately Nachos says, JF voice is my favorite. So there you go. Bid against each other as to whether or not he does it.
Let me check something actually. Where is that currently? Quite high up. The problem is, chat, I want to use the Cabal Aid system for this because you can already bid against each other with that system. The problem is it doesn't decay between streams. Or it doesn't decay straight away between streams. So it would just be stuck on forever. There's no way of telling the Cabal Aid system, hey, I did this thing and it cost this much to do it. Maybe I could just leave it on until you get bored and have to vote against it. But then that's way cheaper than it should be. You annoy Brickles with the JF voice. Well, I'm glad to be able to assist with that.
Wait, so it's not duality then. It is, we're all being, the JF voice is just punishment. I agree. But who are you punishing with it?
How dare you be so cruel about my brilliant voice? I sound just like the man himself.
That makes it worse.
If it was a bad impression, you wouldn't like it as much.
When it was a bad impression, it wouldn't be as disturbing. No.
Is that the main way you describe it? Disturbing?
He killed his wife, my dude.
I mean...
And it's pretty spot on.
I mean, many would argue he did in fact kill his wife.
I mean, allegedly, of course, right?
Allegedly, yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah. Everyone's posting boobies, but no one's actually contributing for them. Remember, chat, even a small contribution, even a small amount would push us in the direction of bringing the tits up. Nacho says, don't kill Aiden's mum. I'm not planning to kill Aiden's mum, no. I mean, there are other verbs one could use, but for the sake of my illustrious co-hosts, I shall not use them. I wouldn't want to upset you, Aiden.
Oh yeah, I'd be very upset. I was the one who suggested it.
Well, you didn't suggest what I was planning to say.
Oh, I suggested the boobies. The boobies were all my idea. And
What?
the tits.
We're talking about your mum.
And all kinds of birds. Oh, okay. I was back on the booby thing, sorry.
Aiden back on the boobies as usual.
I didn't suggest that one. I don't like that one. I mean, I like that someone gave me $500. That's pretty cool.
Someone should give me
It's for a
$500 to
joke.
talk to your mum.
Well, I'll put your dono stuff in the link for on Wednesday. If people want to pay you specifically, there you go.
You don't have to do that, Aiden, but thank you.
Why not? It's a collective meme.
Yeah, but it's your stream.
Yeah, let's do it. It's cool.
Well, I appreciate it, but you don't have to. Britwit has sent me a picture of 500 Singapore dollars.
There you go.
Which is probably about as valuable as this piece of tissue.
It's probably about as valuable as the JPEG, yeah. Or PNG.
Yeah, probably.
Well, yeah, make it into an NFT. You never know.
I mean, would that be the first, like, auto NFT? Where its exact value is what's pictured in it?
382 USD.
That's more than I thought, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's Singapore. I mean, Singapore's not totally
No,
fucked.
It's not. Right.
No Zimbabwe.
No, it's not quite that bad. What else do we have? That is, of course, interesting, but it's a bit too close to what we've already talked about. That is two, actually. Then we'll move past that. And
I'll be right back, okay?
okay. All right. This is Trump and it is immigration, but this seems like good news. Let's have a quick look at this. Trump says, I am terminating TPS for Somalis in Minnesota, send them back. Not sure what TPS is, but I think it tells us in here. Quote, Minnesota under Governor Walz is a hub of... Thank you. Is a hub of fraudulent money laundering activity. I am, as president of the US, he says, hereby terminating effective immediately the temporary protected status for Somalis in Minnesota. Somali gangs are terrorizing the people of that great state and billions of dollars are missing. Send them back to where they came from. It's over. So, is this because Somalia was such a shithole that the US offered some sort of sanctuary or refugee status for them? If so, all this does is increase the number of illegal immigrants in the country, but in such a way that is appropriate. And so they will now gradually, hopefully, be deported. If so, good. That seems like a sensible thing to do. I imagine that what happened is that a portion of the Somali immigrants were under perdition in their country and were given sanctuary in the US because sympathy. Whether that's right or not, that some of them were in a shitty situation and were just given refuge. However, a lot of them probably weren't that. A lot of them were chancers or criminals looking to make some money. Maybe most of them, maybe almost all of them. And so they're the problem. And so because of them, all of them suffer. Now, not by race, by nationality, but either way, it should happen. So, fine. Maybe Malcatello. Well, we should probably refuse them all, to use the right word in a different sense. Somali restaurant pockets $12 million from kids' meals in Minnesota. I'm not sure what that means exactly. Feeding our future scam is straight up wild. Safari restaurant in Minneapolis raked in $12 million in federal child nutrition bucks during COVID, swearing they fed 4,000 to 6,000 kids daily, but FBI cams watching for 6 weeks averaged 40 people coming and going total. No massive meal lines, no truckloads of food, just bogus invoices and fake kid rosters whipped up from random name generators. Co-owner Salim Saeed's on trial with Amy Bock, the Feeding Our Future boss, facing wire fraud and bribery raps for alleged kickbacks. They even had another spot claiming 1,800 meals a day, but video showed 23 people tops. Defense tried saying maybe stuff went out the back, but FBI agents like, nah, that volume would have caused chaos we'd see. Get this, Minnesota Education Department ignored screaming red flags like insane reimbursement spikes, just rubber stamping it all. Now a fresh audit slams Governor Walz's office for sloppy finances, overpaying staff, losing gear, botched vendor pays, fueling calls that top-level mess breeds statewide abuse. Republican Senator Mark Johnson nails it, they say. Sloppy accountability at the top levels breeds waste and abuse everywhere else. Ties right into this and the autism services scam, where clinics build millions for ghost therapies, some linked to the same network. This ain't just pennies, it's one of America's biggest COVID frauds, and Minnesotans are paying the price for zero oversight. There is, I'm sure, a lot more of this kind of fraud and abuse to resolve. It's good that Trump is doing some. I'm sure that it's not going to be enough yet, but there's much more time, at least. This is just one example. I'm sure there's plenty of others. How dare you, Sport? I have a very healthy sized forehead. Wouldn't you agree, Aiden? Do you agree my forehead is healthy?
I mean, I've not examined the health of your forehead, so I don't really know.
Visually.
I mean, you could play tic-tac-toe on it. But then again, you could play tic-tac-toe on almost anyone's forehead.
Ultimately, you could.
They've got, like, hydrocephalism or so. Not the one where it makes the head really big, the opposite one where, like, it's the skull's all caved in and fucked.
Yeah. Chat, on a scale of 1 to 10, how healthy is the size continuing. Of my... Yeah, the game is continuing. On a scale of 1 to 10, how healthy is my forehead?
On a scale from 1 to a son.
All right, in the game between Sporticus and Wolf, I will give 200 Cabal credit to the winner.
As to who wins this game of tic-tac-toe on your forehead.
Yes. Nacho says 0, meaning that there's zero problem with my forehead. Thank you, Nachos.
Competition's already getting intense. We've got 2 X's in a row.
We sure do.
What could the possible choice? There it is. Oh, surprising. Surprising
the only
move.
Possible move that didn't result in loss. Shocking turn of events here. This is going to be a draw, isn't it? I think we already know it's going to be a draw.
It's tic-tac-toe. It's always a draw.
Do you know what's going to happen if it's a draw, lads? Wolf and Sport. Wolf has put a swastika there. I'm not. Is that a foul or is that an instant victory? I'm not sure.
Question mark?
Well, lads, keep playing. If it's a draw, I'm afraid I'm going to have to give the coins to a starving homeless African. You know what that means, don't you? You know what that means. I'll fucking give you the receipt when I do it.
You're going to give it to the help my mom guy, right?
You have no sense of dramatic timing, Ian.
Oh, sorry. I'm a bit retarded.
Wolf has just given Sport the credit by playing an illegal move and putting the naught on my nose.
Wow, you weren't expecting that. That's 3D chess.
Yes, but I think he has just lost. Unless Sport deliberately doesn't win.
Your forehead chess, there you go.
Thinking outside the wrong box. Sport has deliberately avoided victory.
No one.
No one says someone get this in the wiki. No one suddenly, wait, I can get this in the wiki. Oh yeah, this is going in the wiki. It's a good point, Ghost. We need to know how it ends first. We can still document every move.
You understand it's unwinnable now. No, literally no one can win this at this point.
Sport could.
Well, unless they intentionally lose. There you go. Or Wolf just wins. There you go.
Well, we were already fucking cheating. I guess who fucking cares at this point? A masterstroke, tactical genius.
Yeah, you gotta, appreciate game.
Yeah.
Game recognizes game.
Unlike you, who didn't recognize Outer Wilds as a good game.
Nah.
I don't know, Sport. To be fair, you did just lose to a man who used my cheeks as positions for noughts. Not those cheeks, chat. Not those cheeks either. Those cheeks. Chat, clip
Why would
that,
you?
Achilles.
Yeah, oh my god. You're phrasing.
Yeah. Sport says that's why I choose a woman as my representation. Well, I mean, I guess. You just like extremely retarded. Is that the idea? Yes, there was a phrasing issue there. Watch them fucking clip the thing that I said, even though things you said earlier were much worse.
What did I say? That was I've never said anything that could be in any way.
Chat, what was it she said earlier that I said clip that?
Deemed as disreputable.
I think we need to remind her. But yeah, just put in the saga tag the Oozloo's forehead tic-tac-toe game between Wolf and Sport, obviously a better title than that. And then just put every image in there as like and then you can put some commentary that's like really excited commentary. Oh, like sports commentary. Oh, it's been a good season for Wolf, etc., etc.
I mean, like, there's no sports commentary for tic-tac-toe.
Why not?
There's barely any for chess.
Yeah, there's gonna be.
You just start a new field altogether.
Have you heard sports commentary? It's 95% bollocks.
Yeah, it's bloviating.
Yeah. That's all you need.
Oh no, the cute little lesbian quote. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Who is this cute little lesbian and how tight is her pussy? Look, I stand by this. I don't stand by every clip, but that one I do.
Ghost, that was Somnus and Rogel who played chess. Rogel had never played before or was very bad at it. Somnus was better at it. In the first game, Somnus completely dominated and then fucked up with a stalemate. He gave Rogel a draw by stalemate. Classic blunder. You almost win chess and then you make it a stalemate. Second game, Somnus won.
Scrabble.
And
We
then,
should play Scrabble.
Then the third game, I declared Rogel the victor arbitrarily because we were out of time, arbitrarily, which meant overall it was a draw.
Like I re-downloaded the Scrabble app. Maybe I'll give my my username. We can all play Scrabble. That'll be fun. Like everyone likes Scrabble.
Former Syrian president Bashar al-Assad admits he has a fake X account to troll people online. I love how he's just from dictator to pajamas.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
I was trafficked. Oh, please be sad for me.
Okay, well, all right, see, clipped out of context. That sounds pretty bad.
And the actual context was about the same.
True, to be honest. I mean, most of the things that I say are pretty fucking bad. I'm an right-wing racist. What do you expect?
Good fairy tale reference.
How so? Wait, what? Oh, there you go. Yeah. Well, it's the same word.
Do you remember who is in fairy tale?
Yeah, very vaguely. It's been over a decade since I've watched anything about fairy tale, related to fairy tale.
You and I did watch it briefly. You stepped in a few years ago when we were watching it in Cabal, but you probably weren't there for those episodes.
Years ago, but I'd seen it before that too, though. My friend was really big into it.
The character called is not in it that much.
Yeah.
Sport, I don't know if you're asking me or Aiden, but I do have merch, but I haven't updated it in ages because the margins just aren't worth it for a small community.
Does anyone buy my merch? Yes. Not a ton, but I offer it in case people want it. It's a free avenue or free revenue stream. If people want to buy it, there it is. It's open. You don't have to. Cool. You know, I do prefer Snatch.
I really do.
I do prefer Snatch. Snatch is such a good movie. I would defend my love of Snatch.
Movie? Wait, that's not what you meant.
Talking about the film Snatch.
Nachos is implying that you were like bragging in front of me about your merch sales. Trying to demean me.
No, I wasn't.
Aiden, I
No,
can't
didn't know
believe
who.
you'd be so. Is this revenge for me being on the stream with your mother?
No, I took Sporticus's comment as being, or was that who merch? I thought it was aimed at me.
Aiden, chill.
So, yeah, no, I wasn't trying to demean you. I was like, yeah, I was like, yeah, I also offer merch, even though probably nobody buys it.
Press 1 if we thinks the woman doth protest too much, and she was actually trying to gloat. Oh my god, the page exists. Stub page for now, but he's at least created it.
5D, 5-head tic-tac-toe. You don't have a 5-head. I've seen some fucking 5-heads, to be fair.
She's humble bragging.
It's not that bad.
You're apparently humble bragging now.
I can't win! I'm stuck in the perpetual fucking zone of unwinnability.
Oh, I can't win, she says. Just like I can't win with merch sales. Is that what you're saying, Aiden? She just doesn't stop. Just like I can't win because I was censored by YouTube. Is that what you're saying, Aiden? Mocking me for the attacks on my free expression now?
But no, I'm not doing it. Like, why do you always do this to me? When does the bullying stop?
Hey, no one says Cabal merch would be very chill. Merch.oozaloo.net. Wizard's Wardrobe. Here they are. You can buy Cabal merch. It exists. Now, there are designs here which are old, which I haven't updated in years. There's, for example, this one with Dr. Allegedly, who many of you have never even talked to. It was funny like 5 years ago when I made this. There's some other stuff on here which is also old, but there's also just the Cabal logo, which granted is the one with the extra ring around it. I could put one on there that's just the inner ring, which I tend to use more often these days. I'll use your inner ring, Aiden's mum.
I was waiting for that to happen. Just didn't know where it was going to appear.
Then there's the text logo Oozaloo, which is the one I still use today. Then there's the sort of upper body of my cartoon rendition, which many of you may not have seen, actually. It's been a long time. Hold on, I've got it here somewhere. If I ever needed to have my webcam off and just appear as the character, where have I put it? There it is. Yeah, that character. That could also be an overlay, actually. And then there's also... you can buy it in lots of different patterns. There's lots of different shapes of products that you can buy with the designer. So merch.oozaloo.net. It's always been there. It's always been available. Just go to oozaloo.net and there's merch.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I do too. If people are interested in the same stuff with me, but it's like, I don't know. It's a totally like, do you want something tangible or something to support me? Or, because by the way, also, I mean, as I'm sure you know, on merch sales, how much do you get? Somebody buys a shirt for $25.
Like $2.
How much profit do you get? Like $2, yeah. Now, and I think people actually also understand that if they support streamers or content creators, is that like, I think even people like totally outside of it understand that the person they're buying the merch from gets a pittance out of what they end up paying for the merch. So, and that's maybe merch isn't the most profitable thing for anybody, because it's just like people know that you're going to get $2-3 out of it.
You either have to make
25 on.
You either have to make it quite overpriced, which requires you to be either to have really good designs or to be a really well-known creator who can just put the price up, because then it's like exclusive and people recognize it, but it's somewhat limited. Yeah. Or
I mean, cool shirts,
you have to do
PewDiePie, tons of people have, you know,
massive amount of sales, and it's just sort of a passive income method. So I don't think I have the clout necessarily to make it really high, and I may have the graphic design talent to make a design that would actually be worth paying a lot more for, but that time is probably better spent on other things, especially when I don't know if I could.
The point is to just offer it. It's a passive income thing. It's like, if people really like the stuff that you do, here's some way that you can get something tangible and physical for your support. You know, that's all I've ever described the merch stuff as, is if you want something more tangible, there you go, you know?
Yeah, but the corollary for that is essentially, if they're willing to give 25 for your channel, then that's good. But if they're willing to give,
you don't get.
Yeah, exactly. If they're willing to give 25 but want something tangible in return, you give 23 back to Spreadshirt or whoever to make that happen. So obviously it makes sense economically, but overall, but for the creator, doesn't make much sense economically. I don't think.
It's there if people want it, and you know.
Achilles says, you show off your masterfully crafted merch, and the only thing Aiden has to say is brag about how much she gets for her merch. It's just constant demeanment. I'm sorry I'm not the massive creator that you are, Aiden. I'm sorry that your subscriber numbers are so far out of my league.
As I've been complaining about having a hard time on YouTube, no, I take money out of my Teespring store once a year. That's how, like, because it has to reach a certain threshold. And before I get enough money to take it out, it takes like a year for that to happen.
Ghost says, is Aiden implying that people don't like Oozloo and that's why they buy her merch and not his? She just doesn't stop. She just can't stop herself.
I'm not. No, I'm not.
Aiden, I'm richer than you, Paladin.
No, I'm not. I'm broke as fuck.
Do you
Not
want
really,
something in
like,
return for gracing my stream with your presence, Aiden?
I tried to redirect my fucking premiere over here, dude.
I know. Thank you. I do appreciate it.
Well, thanks for having me on all the time and putting up with my dumbass too. Fucking F-slur.
Well, I know that you've been dealing with some stuff recently, so it's better to give you some support on that, even if it means suffering the perdition of having you on my stream and seeing you in the community more often.
I know it must be a struggle, right? Would you say it's your comp?
Yeah, it's pretty campy. Not quite as camp as other people that you've been around, though. Ghost says, clearly she wants a step farther in repayment for appearing on your stream. That's probably what it is, yeah.
Oh, clearly.
Wolf says she is trying to sabotage and demoralize her new stepdad. It's a phase. True. If only she was, like, concomitantly wearing the goth outfit with that. Chat, press 1 if Aiden should do, like, a full goth get up.
Not since I was, like, 16, bro.
It's time. We got goth Aiden being supported.
35.
Yeah. 20 years is enough time for a fashion fad to roll back around again.
I mean, to be honest, well, I mean, my fashion is 100 years old, so.
120. Well, okay, 120 is what I say for, like, when you would have been born for it to make sense.
Yeah.
Like, I vaguely remember my great-grandmother, who I think died when I was probably 5. Her fashion, basically. Well, sport, you're a fucking fetus. So there you go.
Yes, we are all fucking old. Or at least,
Wolf is recommending that I
unlike
check...
Oozloo, though, I have no problems with being old. I like being old. I don't have to give a shit about anything anymore.
People am comfortable
don't judge you for being racist anymore and all kinds of stuff.
I'm comfortable with the exact age that I am. But I'm not yet old, Aiden, and neither are you. I'm being asked to check the Aiden's mum page.
Sure, you're not old. Okay, bro.
Here we go. Fantastic. Look at them go.
Golden Age Cabal Publishing.
Founded in 2025, Golden Age Cabal Publishing gained notoriety for publishing a best-selling female erotica trilogy about the steamy adventures of a wizard and his friend's mum. This trilogy is commonly cited as the reason for the mysterious author Avian Peregrine's rise to infamy. Any comments in?
No, it's happening. You just have to accept it.
You do. You have to accept it's happening. This is just,
the
let me say,
community is doing it. I have to accept it's happening. Nothing else is happening, obviously. It's just a joke.
make this clear. This kind of shit is precisely why the wiki exists, and I'm very happy
Yes,
with
it
that.
is. Yes, yes.
Obviously, there's a lot of work to do in putting older stuff in there, but logging stuff as it happens is very good, and I'm very pleased that people are doing it. Thank you. And I will endeavor to show it on the stream. What I probably should start doing is for every edit made, I just automatically give you some Cabal credit.
It would be, there's so much stuff about the internet that has been lost just because basically people didn't bother to do this kind of thing. Because memes are made and shared every day, and then so many of them are lost. There's so many memes from small. So my favorite 4chan aberrant board for years was 99chan. I loved that website. 99chan was like the absolute most degenerate dregs of 7chan refugees. And there were so many memes from 99chan, and it's gone now. And there's only, like, you can only remember things. Like, I remember when it rained dicks on 7chan. There's things that that you had to be there to experience. And if you don't document them, then it's just like, what the fuck are you talking about, crazy old person? You don't remember the dick rain. I remember the dick rain.
Chat, if I were to plan some strategy to pay people Cabal credit when they make edits to the wiki, I would be a bit smarter than just letting you exploit it by making an edit of one letter at a time. Bear in mind that the people I've given editor are trusted, so they'd be trusted not to exploit it. However, I would make it less exploitable. Probably what I'd do is something along the lines of every week assess who has made edits that week and pay out a flat amount to those people. And if someone has made more edits, I don't know, I just have to look into it, because you cannot assess quality automatically, easily. It's very difficult. So a human would have to do it, and that's a lot of work. So I could do it manually. I could just do it manually now. I could just look through the list of all the editors and I might just fucking do that actually. Just look through all the editors and just see if I can remember what people have actually done. So editor, users, right? I've got a list of the editors here. So
yourself the task of trying to remember stuff. Good luck. I couldn't do that.
All right, I'm gonna give up to 1,000, which is the equivalent of £10, for everyone. Wiki work as the reason to everyone that's on this list, depending on how much work they've done. So, and you guys may know how much you've received, or you may not. So this is reward for working on the wiki. Other than that, what have people actually done? Go and then grant. Okay, there we go. That's for the people that have done a notable amount of work on the wiki. I have given you all some Cabal credit, which you can now spend on, what is the current board? It's still 8-ball. Liberal Fujoshi Aiden is still there as an option, by the way. Just so you know.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I forgot about that one.
Yeah, that was a good one. Let's see what other edits have been made that I can have a quick look at. Oh, there's a sport page. He should be in lolcows.
Liberal goth Aiden. Dude, I've not done. I was a goth in high school, but that was, again, I was like 16.
Prove it.
Then I became a rainbow kid kind of loser.
Yes, Wolf. I should do
and
that.
And then I started dressing like it's 1899.
Rainbow, what, you mean like Ramona Flowers?
Sort of. I did like the whole punk scene stuff. We're just like, but it was rainbow punk stuff.
And
you know?
how is it that during your whole life you have taken up all the fashion trends that I find attractive until now? And now I have to walk you around the streets as Gran.
Yeah. Yeah. Specifically,
despite me.
Despite you, yes.
Yeah.
I've had this, my life strategy has all been specifically to spite you.
I knew it.
Yeah.
I knew it.
Get fucked.
Chat, press 1 if you knew
trolled. Get trolled, nerd.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure how effective it's been, but I did know that was the intent.
Or you didn't know. No, it was like a quiet trolling. You couldn't even perceive it was happening. That's how based and meticulously planned it was, clearly.
You know what would really troll me, Aiden, is if you do send me 400 viewers next stream. That would really troll the shit out of me.
I said next time I release a video in a month, we'll get it set up properly and I'll send viewers
so I have to wait a whole month to get all of your work for nothing. Oh, I see how it is.
You want to do the statistical analysis?
No.
You want to go read 500 papers over the next month?
No.
Really? Why you can't read anything?
Coding.
So I don't think so.
I want to make cabbie. I want to do stuff that chat will enjoy.
How do you even code when you can't read?
Exactly. Well, I mean, I can code. Coding doesn't require much reading. It's mostly writing. I have never in my life vibe coded. I like programming too much to vibe coding. To vibe code, I would never do that.
I do agree reading is for nerds. It's true. But I'm a nerd, so it's all right.
Nachos reminds me that I grounded you from accessing data, so I have to do it myself. Damn. Aiden, shall I do a guest video on your channel?
About what?
See, that is a good question. But if I had a guest video slot on your channel, I might actually make a good one.
Scrump was supposed to do a guest video on my channel like 2 years ago, and he never did it. So, no, and people don't do guest videos anymore. It's not a thing that's done, I don't think. Is it? You just go on stream.
It could be done, yeah. You could do it that way, but I think it could be done.
When was the last time you made a video, Uzulu?
Good question. But I didn't have a channel where I could put it that would actually, not just either be ignored or censored from.
Yeah.
Why
I know, but
I'm making a small edit to the page. Save and refresh. Why is that so
Why
enormous?
is it so enormous?
Yeah.
Why is the text so huge? The font.
That's so much bigger than it's supposed to be. Why did you change the fucking font?
Just to fuck with you, probably. Get
Default. Heading 1.
Well,
right.
Create a troll community and then get surprised when you get trolled over people fucking with fonts.
Some people get how to do formatting in documents. Some people just have a million weird fucking things they do that are completely unnecessary. Jackie is in the second category. He changed the font. He changed the size of the text to huge. Then he set it to heading 2. Not 1, 2. None of that was necessary. Default size, default font, heading 1, and leave it, which is what I've done here. Thank you, Jackie.
I'm a Times New Roman supremacist. I will not read anything in any font that's not Times New Roman, seriously.
Times New Roman has its place. It's fine for that. I personally like this font, which is very gay and no one else uses it, but it's called, well, I won't tell you, but you can find it from your fucking browser, can't you?
Oh, no, tell it. No, wait, is it a gay name or something?
It's originally designed for, I think it's originally intended for is it like dyslexia. No, you've got something else on your mind there. It's originally designed for dyslexia. The thing I would say about it is that the A on it is more like how you'd write an A, which is a single loop. Whereas the way that it's usually typed has an extra sort of head at the top, which makes it slightly easier to read, apparently. I will agree it is easier to read with the extra thing at the top. Yeah. So that's the only thing I changed about Lexend is maybe bring back the normal, the common A. Arial's fine, it's the default for a reason. But I like Lexend.
Right,
I wouldn't want to just use the default.
I hate Arial though. I hate Arial. Just is my new recent favorite. I quite enjoy Just.
Jost.
J-U-S-T. Yeah. No, J-U-S-T. Just, as in, just do it.
Yeah.
Works on my computer.
I don't see it, though.
What's the exact font? Wait, what's the exact font? Hey, I bring it up in
if you could link it, I'd appreciate it.
Well, it's in my editing software, so it might not be universal. It has to be. Just bring up my editing software. That's what I've been using in my videos recently. I really, really like this font.
During an episode of Stargate, Aiden tried to convince Cabal that it was a common thing that infants groomed war heroes. Specifically, quote, they don't want you to know about the infants grooming and raping war heroes.
Yeah, they don't.
No lie detected.
Plain text. What the fuck? There we go. Where's my plain text? Did they just update my software to make it impossible to use again? I think they did. Wow, very neat. Can I have plain text, please?
Anyway, Marcus, this is just use Jokerman like a normal person. Yeah.
No,
I mean,
do not use Jokerman.
Inevitable
no,
mention of Wingdings there as well. Joker
Yeah.
Is Jokerman worse
There we go.
than Comic Sans?
Yes. No, Jokerman's a little bit more rare than Comic Sans.
Mm.
So I think maybe it has an inherent benefit there.
Have you updated that one, Nomon?
Whoa, my whole software, my software suite's fucked. I think this always happens like right at the end as I finish a project.
You know what, Wormhole?
Oh my god.
I appreciate you, my man. That is disgusting.
It is disgusting.
No, I mean the fact that there's another man in the picture besides me. But
That's
I
my
do...
attorney.
Yeah, well, why would he be interested? I'm not
Maybe
gay.
he is. I don't know.
Then again, I mean,
He's not
men
gay
want me,
either.
women fear me.
Okay.
Get his dick off
my
the
God.
Cheez-Its, says Ghost.
Just sans bold or just sans outline X bold. That's what I've been using.
Link it if you like. I'll have a look at it on
I'll see if I
stream.
can find it.
This
Yeah.
is now a font review stream, chat. Have you updated Jackie's
this is just-
page?
For a sans font, this one's great.
I'll have a look in a sec. While attempting to troll no one through editing his wiki page to expose a mistake in spelling, he ironically made an error in spelling. And then this is the image that shows it. Yeah, he did. This is currently small. You should add to it. What was the misspelling?
Quattro has 1 T.
So it does.
Oh.
Yep. Similar fuck up to before. All right, let's have a look at this then. This is now a font review. Just sans. That is just kind of like halfway
It's a
between Lexend and Arial.
With it, I quite like it.
Yeah, it's good actually.
It's a nice bold font. It makes things very clear and easy to read, which is a problem.
It's nice that it's also free.
It is.
Yeah, that's quite nice actually. I like that. Well done, Aiden. You
I
have
like this one as
found
well.
a decent font. I don't much like it in the bold variants, but the regular I do like. It's basically just a direct mix between Arial and the Google font.
Yeah, it is it's a free universal font. It's a nice font for if you're using sans serifs, which look again because I'm an academic, etc. I have weird gay hangups about using serif fonts. But
I don't like it in
Times
bold.
New Roman.
All the extra sort of angles.
So again,
I don't
this
like it in
is
bold.
just in one of the thumbnails I'm A/B testing for the video I just put out. Like that's in Just, and you can see the variance there. I
wouldn't use it for that. I mean, I think you've expanded it vertically. Don't do that. This is okay as a UI body font because it's sans serif.
Very slightly actually. I'm surprised you could detect that immediately. That I very slightly extended it vertically. Yeah.
Well, I know what I'm doing. For a font like that, I would not use a sans serif body font, which is what this is. It would be worse to use a serif body font, to be honest.
Well, you can't use serif body fonts in
Indeed. But I would be
thumbnails.
using something tougher that's designed for titles. I
I'm
can't remember what the name of the one I use is, but it's very nice.
Okay, so everyone hates Impact now. I just
Don't
noticed
use
it.
Impact.
Everyone hates Impact.
Don't use Impact.
I used Impact for years. I
Yeah.
used Impact for years, and I was like, everyone hates Impact now, so I have to like divest myself of
There's
Impact. It's like, okay,
nothing
I like Just.
inherently wrong with it, but it's just so overused. It is so
It's
associated
just
with old
so overly-
memes. Very
Yeah,
good.
it is. That's the
Very
problem.
clever.
Well, I kind of thought I was like, oh, like my videos would have like an association with old memes, but they're too old at this point. Now it's like, oh, that's like 20 years ago, you know? So I'm trying out the Just font because I think it looks better like in the preview I actually did for the video when I previewed it. Like it looks nice there.
Yeah.
Nicer than even in the actual
But it's too
thumbnail I
wide.
did. But I mean,
So what
either
is
way,
that
I'm
for? Because that's too wide to be a thumbnail.
No, that was for the live stream when I previewed it.
Okay. Yeah, that looks fine. Yeah,
Why are my videos so long? Because you're a woman, need a lot of points. It's because my videos have at least 20 different cited papers reviewed in them, including any more now individual analysis of research and data. So yeah, you can't do that. Like, is that the problem with a lot of it? Is that like people think that I'm just like sitting there waffling for like 2 hours and I'm not just like presenting a fucking plethora of data?
But Aiden, you are waffling. You're doing it right now.
I always waffle. Yeah, but we're on stream. That's what you're supposed to do on stream is waffle.
I suppose so.
That's what a stream is.
Someone changed the capitalization of skill here, and I think no one is the one that failed to maintain title case. Though Jackie was closer to title case, no one brought it further from title case. Neither of them actually used title case.
Are the waffles blue? Let's fucking hope not.
It's just skill issues all around. But I do appreciate it, and I really don't mind.
Are you sure? Because I think you might mind.
Go forth and multiply Wikipedia articles.
Autism. I also have text autism. I have all kinds of text autism.
Mm-hmm. Go forth and multiply your articles.
Or read anything in it that's not Times New Roman. I really, really hate reading articles or anything that's not in Times New Roman. But that's a personal preference and Stockholm syndrome. So
when I do the guest video for your channel, I'm going to change the font in all the academic papers that I cite to Comic Sans or Comic Neue.
That would actually, that's a kind of hilarious idea. Next video, maybe I'll do that. Like just a meme. I'll run it through AI and be like, just change the text on this screenshot. So it's the exact same like screenshot of the article in situ, but then just change the font to Comic Sans.
You probably find it easier to do that with HTML. Although if it's a PDF, I'm not sure you'd do that.
A lot of them are PDFs, unfortunately.
Ghost says, let Uzlu do a guest video where he ranks Cabal's favorite words. Yeah, let me just upload a guest video where it's an hour long and it's just nothing but me saying nigger repeated over and over and over again for the entire hour.
I'll totally upload that on my channel. Absolutely.
Sounds good.
I'll just leave you on red. No. Just block you immediately.
Well,
friendship ended.
Guess what Discord server's being renamed?
No.
Chat, eventually she's going to realize it was a bad idea to trust me with this, even though I'm only joking.
I don't think so. You've had power of the Discord for what, like 3, 4? How many years has it been?
I haven't had that power for years. I've had the full power for like 3 or 4 months.
Right. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So, chat. Once again, we're at this point.
Why did I give you power of my server again?
Because you were having issues with Spoon. I think this was during the schism with you and him.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, make me mod. And you made me admin. I was even joking about mod.
I've known you again for like half a fucking decade, so I was like, okay, sure.
Yeah, fair enough. Chat, we've got this position again where normally my streams are like 3 to 4 hours, or that's what I kind of aim for. And I'm 4.5 hours in, and I feel like we've barely covered anything. Probably we haven't. We've just been bullshitting.
We talked about the Archer Taylor Green stuff. We talked about invading Haiti.
We have covered everything that's
turning
in my
Haiti
title.
into a glass car park, and you know.
But I had loads more stories. I think it's a different kind of stream. When I'm on my own, I try to cover more stuff because there's less people to talk to, and I like both types of stream. But I just feel like we haven't got through very many stories. But when I do it myself, I can just rampage through them. You should bring a more guest. I'm tired of listening to a woman. No, I knew you were going to take offense to that somehow. No, you're fine. I like this kind of stream as well. I just, I don't know. I just have this weird feeling that we haven't covered enough. But we've chatted.
I didn't take offense.
Plenty.
I didn't take offense to it. It was more like, oh, sorry.
Oh,
no, I was being apologetic. This is my nature.
Chat, repeat after me. Aiden, stop apologizing. Somnus is asking, since I stepped out and came back, did Aiden finally get on board with cleansing Haiti?
Not yet.
Nacho says, Sport wants more women on stream. Good point. Welcome, Nachos. The Woman Alliance is now on stream.
The Woman
God damn it.
Alliance.
The Woman Alliance is strong.
Let's go.
I believe we shall begin winding down the stream now.
What? Now that we've got more female representation, therefore.
I mean, I could bring
end.
Triple on if we want even more.
Yeah, do it.
Do it,
I don't know if she's available.
Get all the women.
We don't
Bring
actually,
the whole Woman Alliance on.
I think
cast
that's
a
all of
spell
them.
on you or something, or whatever women do. I don't really know.
Unless we want to
what do
gender
we do?
reassign Jackie.
We could.
I mean, he'd be pretty amicable to it, I think. Yeah, it's pretty close already.
I just got undemoted from woman. What the fuck?
Well,
Did
now
you?
you're back.
I didn't hear that you got undemoted from women.
How'd you get undemoted? How'd you get? So you got promoted, undemoted. That's promoted. Intrinsically.
Congratulations.
Sport, are you enjoying your decision to ask us for more guests because you were upset with the woman?
Yeah, Sport. How do you like it?
Thank you, Decrow. It's very generous. For £20. Am I to assume, Decrow, that is a request for extending the show, i.e. an encore? I wanted
Sport,
to do that.
if you're not listening, how do you know what we're saying?
His brain auto-tunes them out. To get any more women on stream, Aiden is going to try to start using numerology to predict the sexes of their firstborn children again. Well, it's more like she's going to start telling them, because the demons, Trevors and Willard said so, to, murder their daughters.
The computer scientist and the sociologist didn't tell me to do shit.
No, Trevor and Willard are demons on your shoulders that tell you that Asian women are all going to individually kill multiple daughters.
My first video, by the way, in 8 months is doing okay. So I'm in a good fucking mood. This is better than expected.
Good. That was stressing you
considering
out. So I'm glad that's working.
Because it's been 8 months, just underperformance. And it's still not way over peak performing, but it's on the high end instead of on the low end. So that's good. I'm very excited.
Good. Happy for you, Aiden.
And hopefully try to get it more in the algo by doing shorts, because that's what people apparently want.
Do you want to tell people that introduce the fact that that's going to be happening?
Might as well. Yeah, I'm going to start doing shorts content, which is just going to be the videos, but cut up into digestible or more digestible little snippets. And I think that makes sense. I understand why people like it. I do get it. I understand that a 2-hour-long video is kind of insane. So, it is what it is.
Thank you for somewhat listening to us, Aiden.
I did listen to you when I
It took multiple rounds of both me talking to her in person and all of us talking to her together. But I don't know how much you want to say about the method, Aiden, but a lot of Aiden's objection was due to what she'd have to do. But we found a way to do it that doesn't bother Aiden as much.
Shorts are okay sometimes. I don't watch them all the time, but sometimes they're all right.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what I make them for, or why I started. It's I know it's for work or for long drives and stuff like that. But I get that that's not how everyone consumes content. So,
the kind of content that you do, though, I kind of prefer in long form, though. It's it would be hard to break up into shorts.
Well, I guess the thing is that because I can't do it, but somebody else who is unfamiliar with the stuff is just well, what's interesting out of this can do that. So, I've been very lucky in that, no people who, it was Amalgamite who hooked me up with her, guy who does her shorts. And I'm like, great. Okay.
Marcus it's hard to listen to Aiden for more than 30 seconds at a time. That's
it is,
mean.
to be honest. Sorry. I mean, it's probably true, but rude, mean, but true. Understandable.
You mean the invasion and conquest of Haiti? No one
start it.
I fucking all two, shouldn't I? No one. Just so you know, the way that you've got
mutton chops back. Do the fucking what's it called? Sharp shit. If you're gonna British Empire post, go the whole fucking way.
Never watched that.
Yeah,
actually.
much shots are cool.
You've never seen Sharp? Are you out of your fucking mind?
It's Sean Bean. I'm willing to try it. No, man. Just so you know, your parry for you is currently configured to the most fearful and skittish setting, where it instantly deletes your message and replaces it with an anonymized one, which is. You've got to understand that's quite disruptive to conversation. People can't always tell who sent it unless they were looking at the exact moment that you sent yours.
Okay, sure.
You could either raise the deletion time a bit or you could anonymize. But the intention for that is more so for so that in months from now, people can't just look back and find, this person sent this, I'm going to defend them to their family. It will have anonymized it by then. So you could set don't forget that if your original message is deleted, you can't then edit the message if you've made a mistake. And it's you, so, skill issue abound. But if it's still there and you edit it, then the replication will also reflect that edit. So I recommend that no one uses instant deletions unless you're really that scared of being reported. I recommend you put deletions on at least a minute, maybe 5 minutes, just to give yourself a chance to edit it. It also disrupts the conversation less if you are anonymizing, because people that are talking to you can tell who you are talking. And there's no way in Discord to completely anonymize you, because you have to send a message as you. My bot can pick it up, but it'll still appear as you initially. Right, Aiden, do you like this comic?
What? Oh yeah, I do. I mean, I hate that it happened because I'm so deeply embarrassed by the fact that I'm so fucking socially retarded that I didn't think about the implication of this. Okay, this I agree.
Imagine a woman not thinking about the implications of her actions.
Oh, never, ever has happened before.
Sport, we're considering just having a separate bot that just sends anonymous messages. Just type in a command and it just sends the message anonymously. That would be a separate thing, though. Parry is not designed to work that way. But I could do that separately, yes. I love how, Aiden, you've neglected to blame the alcohol instead of blaming your gender. I mean, it's both.
It is both. It's both.
Speaking of both, let's see if I can find another news story.
It's also just a me problem. It's also just a me problem. It's fine. Autism, all kinds of things, contribute to doing such a stupid fucking... saying something so fucking unintentionally cruel I didn't even read. Sorry.
All right, should we try and do a bit of a lightning round on some of these stories? As much as they may bear discussion, let's try to sort of get a strong surface level, quick opinion on many stories rather than going deep into them. I'll maybe be the first to break that, but I'll try not to. U.S. Supreme Court immediately overturns activist judge ruling that struck down Texas's new Republican-friendly 2026 congressional map. Let's get the Booleans figured out there. The Republicans in Texas tried to establish a new district map for voting. A judge, who this guy's saying and that is an activist judge, may be true, tried to block that. The Supreme Court have now overturned that block. So it's back in prospectively to be, it's not approved yet, but it's potentially going to happen. Justice Sam Alito issued the order. The map is back for now while SCOTUS formally considers the appeal. Now, this is the map. It is very Republican friendly. As you can see, the areas around the border are these big single individual areas, which means that all the illegal immigration that's come in there and is now illegally voting, you can see on the map, you can see all these little blue areas down the border. They are all now one big area, which just counts for one each, I think. So it is very friendly to Republicans. They've got less subdivisions within the cities than I'm sure Democrats would want. This would ensure Texas stays red for a long time. Now, this kind of fucking around with these regions, I think it's called gerrymandering, is unfortunately a strategy that everyone uses. I kind of wish no one did, but everyone's going to. Someone has to make that decision, and ultimately they're going to make it to the benefit of them. If the Dems are doing it, I don't begrudge the Republicans doing it as well, but I really wish we could just get to a point where no one was. Perhaps there should be a more routine, regularized system that does not rely on biased people setting it. I don't know what that would look like. It probably would be unfair as well. Any thoughts on this one before we move on, ladies?
No, not particularly, but it is going to be a problem because it would be very easy to gerrymander and to redistrict Texas in order to make it so that the cities, which are all heavily blue, as they are everywhere, to not represent the state overall.
Yeah.
So.
Right. Next thing. And skipping stuff we've already covered pretty well. All right, this is a minor bit of good news, I think. Trump DOJ just sued Gavin Newsom for giving illegal aliens discounted tuition, scholarships, and subsidized loans. All 50 states should be banned from doing this, he says. Pam Bondi says California is illegally discriminating against American students and families by offering exclusive tuition benefits for non-citizens. This marks our third lawsuit against California in 1 week. We will continue bringing litigation against California until the state ceases its flagrant disregard for federal law. In light of what we've discussed today, we must say, are they just doing a lawsuit? Are they actually going to do anything to fix the problem? Or is this just a show of virtue signal? Maybe it is.
Just a show.
Still better than nothing, even if it is just a show. At least they are making Newsom
Yeah.
spend some money in the courts, if nothing else.
I mean, I can't stand this cocksucker, to be honest.
Yeah, Gavin Newsom's an asshole. He's in the state next to me, and I swear to God, it sucks so bad.
Well, you know what sucks Gavin Newsom so bad is Field Wizard. Some of you won't get that joke. This is the guy, and remember this because they will probably try and run him in 2028. He's looking fairly likely. He handily lost, as far as I'm concerned, a debate with Ron DeSantis, who handily lost a debate with Donald Trump. So I don't think Newsom is much of a threat.
I think he is. Eventually, he will be. He's a fucking snake.
Look, the left is really lacking for leaders in the United States. They don't have a lot of people they can draw from because their leaders, because of the experiments they've been running for the last couple of years, are people like AOC, people who are actually completely unelectable. Gavin Newsom is more electable than AOC. Now that is not an endorsement of Gavin Newsom, but I don't know who the left has. And this
He's
has been a
basically
question.
their only option.
Yes, which they appear to have come to that conclusion on, is that he's the only person who, and that's why they've been ramping up of like having him post memes on Twitter and epically, oh, Trump with his memes, and they go, oh, look, oh, Gavin Newsom was irreverent towards Trump.
So fucking cringe, though. They're so shitty.
It is, but as if the left is not constantly irreverent at this point and hasn't been for years and years, and the whole pearl clutching over, oh my God, the conservatives are being irreverent. Okay. And that's never, in my entire lifetime, that's been the left. So just
The
basically, you
Democrats
can't
have
play our game.
pretty much never been deserving of reverence.
Well, no, in terms of like, oh, we're bucking social trends, you know, oh, isn't this, and in terms of memorability, memetically, bucking social trends does do that for humor. But it's a little bit fucked when you have Gavin Newsom coming in and doing 2016 Trump tactics. You are a decade out of date.
Yeah. Ghost is saying it's Jasmine Crockett. I don't know as much about her, but Gavin's not for certain.
So Jasmine Crockett, he's joking. Jasmine Crockett is not a serious person, is not a serious politician. Jasmine Crockett is put in her position because she's black and loud. Also, her accent is fake. She's not even ghetto. I know. I figured you were joking, Ghost. So yeah,
He's not joking.
Jasmine, you're not joking? Oh wait, sorry, I misread that. You're not joking about Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett.
Newsom's not a serious person either.
Newsom is a more serious person than Jasmine Crockett, who is the least serious person probably in American politics.
Jasmine Crockett's a fucking idiot.
Yeah. I mean, she's infamously retarded.
All right, chat. Breaker, new wiki page. It's JFK rapey. Oh, it is me. They have put me on the wiki page. That is fantastic. Hello, Lady Nachos. Are you proud of me for making my way onto the wiki page where they talk about my third wife being vanquished?
I am very proud.
Jean-Francois Gariépy is a Canadian former neuroscientist who believes that he will create the next evolution of the human white race by breeding selectively with women who have an IQ below 75 and with as many mental disabilities as possible. Well written. Murder Potato Wife. Hee hee hee, the RCMP will never catch me. Hard wife vanquished. Very good, thank you, Wolf. Great start to the article. Appreciate that. You even linked to his actual page, and you've even included the gay French character accent. Oh, he actually has a Wikipedia page. Hold on a second. Does the Wikipedia page talk about the alleged murder? It doesn't seem to. Personal life. He did. Okay, yeah, there we go. Gariépy's partner, Laura Patoine, also known as Mummy Jeff, disappeared in June 2023, having last been seen in Moncton on June 19th, 2 days after being left at a gas station. He believed that she left voluntarily as an act of off-the-grid living. In explaining why he never reported her absence to police, but in September, October 2023, she was reported missing. And that's now 2 and a bit years ago. She's been missing. 2 and a bit years. She's dead. I'm sorry, she's dead.
He says he knows that road and that there's no gas station.
Say again, sorry?
Took says he knows that road and there's no gas station.
That's weird.
That he's biked down that road.
Okay, interesting. So that's all they say about it. There's nothing here about he probably murdered her, kind of thing. But they couldn't be too aggressive with that kind of statement. But yeah, he's got a Wikipedia page. What do you want to bet that he initially created the Wikipedia page about himself?
Oh, almost sure. Okay, so
he definitely
as you know, I knew JF back in the day when he was at his peak of sort of cultural relevance.
How much people do you like that, for real?
I don't know if he created his Wikipedia page or not, but I wouldn't be surprised. He is a narcissist. I am so glad I don't have a Wikipedia page. Holy shit.
Hold on, let me just because I think you might do actually. Let me just have a look.
I mean, on proper Wikipedia, you not on your gaypedia.
Chat, press 1 if this wiki is better than Wikipedia.
Okay, well, inherently, yes. That's not a fair metric.
True.
That's not a fair metric, Kobe. That's so fair.
It's not fair on them, no. So you've got actual lolcow. Remember that the lolcow tag is for any person. So he also needs lolcow. And then what else would he have? You could put French murderer, potato farmer, something like that. What is this? Somnus
free spirit enjoyer.
Proposal for how to handle activist judges and no, I did read that. It's who's going to enact that? Who's going to be willing to? You, yes, but who's going to let you? RCMP will never catch me. Tee-hee-hee.
Tee-hee-hee-hee-hee.
Anyway, where was I? Next thing in our lightning round. 30% of job postings are fake per Forbes. This guy says, I've worked in recruitment before. That number is closer to 40 to 50%. Some companies do that to sell your info. Others do it just to harvest resumes and store it in their pipeline in case they ever have openings in the future. They're called dummy jobs. So this guy says there has to be a law against this, but we're just not enforcing.
I'm going to say that should be illegal.
Probably is. They say if you add the real listings that won't hire white men, it's even higher. Well, I mean, that's probably closer to 70%, maybe higher than that. Looking for a job and don't have time to waste. Public executions of HR executives. Wow. I mean, I understand the sentiment. Yeah. I mean, the idea of like for info harvesting or just for like capturing and storing your CV for later. Yeah, unfortunately, it kind of makes sense why they would do it. It's not nice. Ghost says it's literally incentivized by the government. The companies get subsidies if they're trying to hire Americans. It sounds like they are abusing that subsidy. misusing it. Gajado says these are also called ghost jobs. I hadn't heard of this being the case, but it's not surprising, unfortunately. So, sadly, even if someone is sending out job applications every day, 30% of those there's no chance of them getting a response, even if they were the perfect candidate. It's such a shame. Ghost has all of these jobs because they're ghost jobs, I see. That makes sense. Yeah, well, that's depressing. Not a lot to add, unfortunately. Perhaps it's a statement on how the world is naturally changing. Perhaps it's as well as being obviously arbitrated by a lot of corrupting factors, perhaps it's also the result of normal changes resulting from technology. But that's still not very positive, is it? A little bit of a biased poll there, Summers. Who the fuck even remembers Uthia at this point? Right. Next up. Breaking. The Bush family, led by George W. Bush, plans to reclaim control of the Republican Party following Trump's second term, per the Daily Mail. Now, this does align with what you were saying earlier could happen, Aiden, or what the plan is. Whether that's the plan or not doesn't mean they'll be able to do it. But I think what I want to say about this is not to redo that argument, but just why George W. Bush? He's not that well liked.
Because he was the useful idiot of his family. Yes. He was, he's nowhere near as stupid as he let everyone think he was. That was intentional.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, won't be fooled again. So here's the thing. I can't believe how actually accurate Scrump wasn't calling this. Sorry, but he was, which is that this is the return to 2000s sensible centrism. If you've not noticed, no, but hang on. I know it's not real sensible. I know.
It's not difficult to say that they want to do this. I wouldn't disagree with that. But people, the left has actually been, if you look back to the last couple of years, the left has been rehabilitating. The left has been rehabilitating George W. Bush's fucking appearance, his entire legacy. As like, oh no, he was a sensible Republican, not like Trump. We need to go back to George W. Bush. They have been doing this now. If you've not noticed, sorry, Aiden started to sentence. Trump was right. Sorry. It's very important to note that just saying they want what they had when they were powerful is not difficult.
Yeah. I'm just saying that that's going to be the narrative shift, right? We got to go back to Jeb. Okay. We got to have more Jebs. Look at little Jeb. Look at him in his little. He's rotating about in his little guacamole. Please clap. This is the Republicans that we're going to return to.
Jeb didn't do very well, even with pushing from the Republican Party.
Yeah, because he's pathetic. But that's why it's funny, and I support Jeb. He can still win, by the way.
Sure
oh God.
Just for the meme.
This is equals Bendy Jeb, by the way, chat. We used to post this a lot more because it pissed off Wes. By the way, I'd like you to notice this guy down here. He was having a fucking time.
Well, he really enjoyed it, yeah, didn't he?
He's really enjoying himself, yeah.
Seriously, is that German?
That's called drugs.
Yes, it is German.
Oh shit, it's Germa in the chat. There he is. There's Germa.
This truly is an aberration from the depths of hell.
I love it. I think it's art.
Voice and Jeb's here all along.
In 20 years, no one will ever believe this isn't AI.
That's art. That's what it is.
Yes. Ghost will take Jeb. Well, that's very gay of you. He'll take Jeb, if only he'll make Wes lead. Yeah, maybe. Right. Let's see where we were. Let's go to the next thing. If they try this, I don't think it'll work. But of course they'd want to. These are the very people who want to regain power. The rhinos will try something, and it will be something like, let's just calm down. It's not hard to predict, though. Too much credit to that. It's barely even a prediction. All right. I've got a few more articles here, and then we will wrap up. There's actually quite a few things from previous streams, but we have been going for a long time. What was this? Yes. Okay. So all I want to say on this is something I mentioned earlier, which is that statements about how H1Bs have been used are completely fine and correct. I'm not saying I disbelieve them, of course. It just doesn't imply that's how they have to be used. That's the only statement I want to make on this, and I already kind of made that earlier. Whether we trust Trump to do it properly, it's very questionable, and we discussed that plenty earlier. See what else we've got. Yeah, this is funny. Trump admin is giving Microsoft $1 billion to restart a nuclear power plant to power an AI data center and claiming they are going to lower energy costs. Now, that on its surface sounds okay. Now, which energy plant is it? Which one? Fucking 3 Mile Island, the site of the worst US nuclear disaster, if I recall correctly, in its history.
Yes.
To be fair, worst nuclear disaster in its history. I believe only, was it 1 person died and 2 were injured, or it was a very low number. There was a radiation leak, but it wasn't a huge one. Nothing like Fukushima or and much less than Chernobyl. But it was still pretty bad. But that was the worst one, and they're fucking booting it back up again just to get this up and running. Oh, nobody died. Okay, my mistake. So, okay, I assume that after the incident, 3 Mile Island was actually built up as a functional nuclear power station and probably worked for decades, but was then shut down probably for environmental bullshit and then was started back up now because AI. Rather than it was shut down during the incident, the accident, and then just left alone, and now it's being started back up again using fucking like 30s, 40s, 50s nuclear tech. I assume it's the first one, not the second one. Nuclear is indeed the best option. Well, the question is, should we be powering AI at all? And that is a much bigger debate than I think is appropriate at 5 hours into the stream. It's worth noting that there is probably a $10 trillion pot right at the end of this rainbow, and I am actually questioning whether it is even a bubble. It doesn't have all of the properties of one. Economics is not my strong suit, but I did watch a video making the argument that it's not a bubble, and there were some fair arguments there. I can't remember them exactly. But it's not speculating on whether it will be demanded. It's speculating on how soon they can reach the point that they no longer need to increase the quality of the supply, because there's already huge demand. Also, monetizing it is difficult, but there's massive demand, and there's already decent monetization, but obviously not enough to match the cost. But basically, the entire Western world is reorienting itself, energy and price-wise, to making AI work. So let's hope that $10 trillion pot really does exist, because at the point that one company becomes dominant and then innovation stops and they have that dominant position, then all the investors are going to get all their money back. Or it's going to collapse and drive the world into a dark age. That'll be fun. 10 trillion for who? Good question, Nomon. Good question.
Let's go. Become Ted K. pilled. Just kidding.
Oh no, Wolf is right. We should be putting starving Africans onto electricity generating bikes so they can continue to set new graphics cards.
To be fair, I am all in favor. I'm an enormous, huge, massive advocate for nuclear energy and always have been. There is no logical reason to not have pursued energy. The only reason why is economic, which is green energy bullshit nonsense spending. Which doesn't make any sense. And in fact, if you look at this has been known since the 1990s, and it has continued in its trends. The amount of human death produced per kilowatt is highest in green energy sectors, namely wind and solar, because people die or get injured falling off of high places,
It would be harder to measure the pollution death from fossil fuels as well, but that's much more significant than nuclear as well, even taking that into account.
And you can, look, when I was doing the SRB research, I did find that if you live close to a nuclear power plant, there might be some genetic stuff that happens, but only if you live basically directly next to it and work there. Outside of that, it is the safest, cleanest form of energy that exists. They just need to put these plants. And in the instance where that happened, where it really looked like it was a problem, it was where there was a nuclear facility inside of a city in Germany. Like right in the center of the city, where maybe that was not a great idea for city planning.
There was probably some false positives there as well, because it's nuclear power.
Potentially.
But with coal, as Arblar's saying, coal puts out more radiation than nuclear. So if anything...
Yes, it does.
Although I'm not sure, maybe a different type of radiation.
It depends. It depends on the type of radiation. I've read that as well, so I actually don't know the specifics on that. But the
also,
thing is
like,
that nuclear...
flying on a plane,
in general,
eating a banana, all these
things
things give some radiation.
Even an orange, all this gives you exposure to radiation. Now, it's in the degrees, and it's usually like mass incident level exposure that causes the fucked up shit with radiation. That being said, I do blame The Simpsons and a bunch of other media that really enforce that. Yeah,
I'm not sure if The Simpsons
is so evil.
The Simpsons may have only
Futurama
enforced an existing trend rather than defining it.
Matt
but
Groening,
they
again,
probably did. Yeah. Wolf has said something interesting that I think needs to go on the wiki. Wolf says, quote, "I could grow a third penis if I live underneath a nuclear power plant." Neat, he says. Third? Put it on the wiki.
Yeah,
chat.
but what would you do with it?
Wolf can already please 2 women at once from one place. He's looking to get a third. Put it on the wiki.
Harem.
He's got a little harem tree on his crotch. 3 women growing off it.
He didn't say where the third one would grow from.
That's a good point. I mean, the second one's already in his forehead. Ghost, that is not an appropriate question. That is very uncouth.
It might not be appropriate, but it needs to be answered.
Does it, Nachos?
Yes.
Do you want to start talking about cheese instead?
Oh, fuck you. Okay, let's go ahead and talk about cheese. Let's talk about fucking cheese right now. What kind of cheese?
What happens if you make cheese in a nuclear reactor?
You get nachos. Genetically modified, stuffed crust.
True. Oh, God. No, man.
Are you more affected by the notion of crust than cheese?
Don't say crust. What the fuck? That's gross. Don't say that.
Your crust is stuffed with cheese, Nachos. Which part of that upsets you the most?
There's no crust.
What?
There's no crust. I am not crusty. Fuck you guys.
Aiden, do you think Nachos is crusty?
No.
Thank you.
You said that with such authority, it makes it sound like you have information.
No, it just what is the
Chat,
crusty
press
about
one
it?
if
What's
Aiden.
crust?
Press 1 if Aiden is covering for Nacho's leg betwixt crust.
I think this is some slander that's been invented.
I'm starting to think that Nachos and Aiden might be secret lesbian lovers.
Secret? Do you think it's secret? Oh,
Aiden,
you're funny.
Do you like cheese?
I do like cheese.
Secret lesbian lovers confirmed.
She likes cheese.
Everyone likes cheese, though.
Fuck yeah, everybody likes cheese.
Everybody likes cheese except the lactose intolerant. They're not real people. So,
Nachos, are you going to go and tell Brickles that you're in a lesbian relationship with Aiden because she likes your cheesy pussy?
Oh, he knows.
Okay, good.
He knows about Kokoro,
it's
too.
Known. It's
known.
What a fantastic way to end the stream and our lives. I think we'll wrap it up there. There's one more story I have here. Let's see if it's any interesting. It's kind of the same as what we already covered. So we'll wrap it up there. Thank you for joining me, chat. We will hop down into Pit 1 and chat for a while, and maybe we'll watch something or do something else this evening. I will probably be working on other stuff tomorrow, because I'm over my threshold, but then day after tomorrow I'll be back streaming. So Monday I should be streaming, and then I'm not sure about Tuesday, but then Wednesday I'll be on Aiden's stream meeting her mother.
Yeah.
Oh, I still have to get. Actually, now my video's out, so I've got like the next couple days to try and
Chat, press
test
one
my
if
mother's ability to use Discord.
press one if Aiden will flake.
No, I can't. Someone paid me $500, dude.
Chat, you're maintaining poor expectations of my illustrious co-host and friend Aiden Paladin. I
Women
don't
will
think
do
she will
things for
flake.
money. She won't flake.
If somebody paid me, I will pay. I will, you know, if someone pays me to do something, I will. Well, within reason. Hang on. Let's stop here for a second.
Okay, well,
within reason.
All right,
Great.
when's the OnlyFans coming up?
Never. But typically
Aiden,
speaking,
Aiden, we can do OnlyFans. It'll be fine.
Can we? You want to rate each other's meat? We just cook
Sure.
steaks. That's what
Let's
Brandon
go.
Herrera did.
Hell yeah.
Are you
He
gonna
was
beat
like,
each
I'm
other's
showing
meat?
off my meat. Well, Brandon Herrera, in a genius stroke, made an OnlyFans, and he's like, I'm going to show off my meat, and he's like, and this is a, you know, this is a sirloin steak, you know.
I thought that was Donut Operator.
That was done Operator, not Brandon Herrera. You're right. I get them
It would
confused.
be
My
it would be
bad.
interesting to see what would
They're
happen
pretty
if you
similar.
two meet.
They're similar, but yeah.
Oh yeah,
The
you
world
like
would
a
end.
you like a cheesesteak, do you?
I mean, I like cheesesteak. Everyone likes a Philly
Well, then
cheesesteak.
you'll love nachos. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of the stream. We'll see you soon. Good night.